God damn, dude. God damn. I just fucking started. It's not like I didn't do the news yesterday. I was here. I did do the news yesterday. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is personal news time. This is part of the broadcast where I quickly tell you what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Pike in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. But there hasn't really been much. End of the broadcast last night. End of the broadcast last night. What did I do? What did I do after end of the broadcast last night? Played a little bit of Kingdom Come Deliverance, went to bed, tried to go to bed early, and that's pretty much it. The cold is getting a little bit better, I think. I didn't even crank it. No, I did not. I did not even freaking crank it. Are you feeling better? Maybe a little bit better. I did work out this morning, and that made me feel a lot better. That's for sure. Went to bed last night. Woke up early in the morning, only to do what I know. The one thing I know, and that is to get brolic. And obviously I posted a bunch of stuff as well here. This is a whirling dervish getting pepper sprayed by the Turkish police at the protest. I mean, I thought this was fire. I thought it was a bomb photo. We need to get ready with me, TikTok brother. Here's a titty pic for you guys, for all you savages. It was really nice outside, 68 degrees and sunny currently. And then this, of course. I'm trying to be like my main man, Ashton Hall. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be Ashton Hall. I'm not. I don't have titties like that, but I don't have titties like him, but I'm trying. Anyway, that's it. So, did you put ice on your face today? No, but I should. I know there's a lot of IShowSpeed in China stuff, and you guys want me to watch all of it, and I probably will watch some of it. I'll try to do my best. Why does this person every day just call me Pike? Every day when I first go live, Godless Mistake on Twitter always calls me Pike and ats me every day. Look, 11:43, Pike at HasanAbi. Let's see, where is it? Like, hasn't stopped calling me Pike every day. I mean, goddamn, you tweet a lot. I mean, not you. Yeah, we see Pike, 11:40, Pike at HasanAbi. It's very odd. Anyway, talk about parasocial relationships, but you remember every chatter activity? Yes, because I'm parasocial. I have reverse parasocialism. I have reverse parasocial behavior. I did not watch the new Solo Leveling. I haven't even been able to finish last week's Solo Leveling episode because I was sleeping. But yeah, I had to sleep so I could wake up early so I could get it. See, we got to get at least 10,000. Yeah. I told him, see, at least we got to get 10,000. You know, that's what I'm going to keep saying over and over again. That's all I'm going to say. There's a lot of horrible stuff happening in the world, and I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be talking about the awfulness of the world in a little bit. I'm going to try to keep it as lighthearted as possible, but the new podcast episode was amazing, and I hope you guys liked it. Phineas is the man. I think you'll understand. When you watch Phineas on the pod, you'll understand where I'm coming from when I said like he'd be perfect on the stream.
Ashton does.
By the way, while he's pulling this up, Ashton has spawned an entire ecosystem of Patrick Bateman morning routine.
Wait,
like
did you also send him the other link as well?
I did not, but I saw it.
Oh my! You? Yes, I didn't send him the link. I have it like right here, dude.
Our cycles have synced.
I know. Look at this. Ashton Hall going viral, and I have like the OG version. So that
we've been friends too long. This is a mess.
So here's
we're both so invested in the morning routine.
So this guy is the OG.
Do you see the Nick, Adam, and Stavi app? No, but that's podcast history. So I will be watching it. I saw something. I saw like a clip of it. I saw a clip of Adam talking about how he like owned a racist or something, like how he destroyed racism on Twitter. Cutie's message to the pod.
This is her message to us.
Oh yeah, this is I know the Cutie's message to the pod. I read it when she texted me it.
Let him talk the whole time. Pick apart his beautiful mind. Austin, don't tell any fucking stories about planes. Hasan, tune down your autism. Will, you're perfect. You can read that.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm so mad. Fuck. Damn it. This is her message to us.
Yeah, it's a really good. Have you seen the Phase Adapt routine? Yes, I have. I watched it. He's so fucking funny. Adapt is so funny. Here, this is the one. Yeah, I already liked it. He is so good, dude. I forget that like these guys aren't just, you know, living their lives on camera as Twitch streamers, but also content creators initially. So sometimes when they make bangers like this, it's shocking to me. But yeah, yo, check this. Drawer full of dogs, bro. You gotta have a dog drawer, you know? Adapt is so goddamn funny.
You want to slam your entire 401k on a 16-leg parlay.
Yep.
He's got carrot. Oh no, he's got dogs in it. It's not even carrots.
Nothing? What about the kids' college funds?
It's so stupid. Yeah, day in the life, dude. Your phase propaganda has worked on me, and I unironically enjoy them now. I mean, Adapt has always been he's always been very funny. I think like phase grew to such a size at a certain point where they just like there were a lot of dudes in it that were just like, maybe not, maybe didn't have the best takes. You know what I'm saying? But the new phase is great. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, there's a bunch of different variants of Ashton Hall, and Ashton Hall is not the first guy who did this. Yes, I saw Yuval Abraham's tweet, guys. Hold on, I'm gonna get to it. There's a run of show. I know it doesn't feel like it. I know when I just like do these broadcasts, it doesn't feel like there's a run of show, but like I'm trying to, you know, massage in some fun shit and normal shit before we get to the horrible shit. Okay, I know. I saw it. I have it on the docket. Okay. Why you sound like that? This is a normal human condition, but sometimes people are a little under the weather. I know it sounds shocking, if not completely alarming, but okay. Stop spamming in the chat. Okay, so I'm not a robot. Sometimes I'm tired. Sometimes I'm sick. Sometimes I feel bad. Okay? It is what it is. We're going to blast off now, and we're going to dive right into the news. Thank you, Themasius. Personal news-wise, remember what I told you. The reason why I talk about my personal news in the beginning of the broadcast is so that I can also urge you guys to do the same in terms of self-improvement and whatnot. And it's good to do that because at a time when everything is seemingly falling apart, where there's mass chaos all around the world, it's good to focus on things that you can change, things that you have control over in your lives. Like, for example, today I did 245 pounds on the bench press for 4. I almost hit 5, but I failed. That's good, you know? Decent gain for me. It's nowhere near my peak. I think at my peak, my bench press was like 265 for 8, which is, you know, achievable. And it still wasn't that impressive, but I'm happy to have actually progressed on this. Failure is just an opportunity to grow. Exactly. So, do you take creatine every day? Yes. You should probably pin or put it in your title that you're sick so peeps stop asking. It's funny. Thank you for the feedback. But if you think that chatters who ask questions like that actually read the title or anything like that, you are funny. They don't. Remember how earlier I said, Harlan Spinks. Hey Hasan, this is Harlan. You watched my video last night. Just wanted to jump on and say thanks. Hope it's all right. I stole your Dominican Ray joke. It's a very good joke. Appreciate all the chatters who went and subbed as well. Hell yeah, dude. You were great. You were awesome. Damn, following since 2021. No, I'm so stoked. I am so incredibly stoked that there are a bunch of like newer or maybe like smaller channels that are propping up from the HasanAbi ecosystem as well. You guys are fantastic. Like, we've been watching a bunch of different channels on this broadcast lately, and I get really excited to hype you guys up because you're killing it, you know? Harland is talking about the video that we watched yesterday about the aesthetics that fascists and right wingers are stealing from the left and what that means about fashion in general. It was a great video. Oh my God, every single fucking person. Maybe I should stop reading chat. Every single person is just like linking shit to me. All right, I'm not going to start off with Israel related stuff because I don't want to dive into it yet because it's too much. Okay? It's too much. I'm not going to get into it first with Israel related with the Israel stuff today. Okay? I'm going to obviously talk about it. Israel killed Hassam, and Israel killed 2 journalists yesterday. One of them is someone who I frequently talk to get updates. He was a contributor to Al Jazeera. I've talked about him before. His name is Hassam Shabat. He was 23 years old. Israel had put him on a leaflet claiming that he was a terrorist alongside 5 other journalists a couple months prior, which was a death sentence. And I reached out to him at the time when I saw that, and you know, he did not seem discouraged. He was steadfast, and till the very last breath, he was trying to put the word out about what was happening to his people, what was happening to the Palestinians. Dylan Saba had a really good statement on this, and I want to read it. He said, Hassam was 23 years old. Israel killed him. At age 7, he saw Israel's ground invasion of Gaza that killed 1,400 Palestinians. At age 10, a major air assault. At age 11, another ground invasion that killed 2,200. At age 19, another massive bombing campaign. And at age 22, the start of this Holocaust. He faced a genocide his entire life as the world conspired to forget and erase his existence and those of his people. We will never erase the moral stain of this horror. Yeah, Israel is deliberately targeting the last couple of journalists that are basically alive in Gaza at this point. Yeah, one of his last messages that he ever posted was actually about his colleague that Israel had assassinated a couple moments prior, like an hour prior to his own assassination. These are real human beings. These are real human beings. They have dreams. Hassam himself became a journalist. Like he's you know, this is a person who should have gone to college, should have lived a whole life, and it was taken from him. That opportunity was taken from him by the genocidal apartheid regime that only gets to do this with our weapons, with our tax dollars, with our funds, and with our go-ahead. I don't know what else to say. Here's his final statement from his team. He wrote this, and his team published it. This is Hassam's team, and we're sharing his final message. If you're reading this, it means I have been killed, most likely targeted by the Israeli occupation forces. When all this began, I was only 21 years old, a college student with dreams like anyone else. For the past 18 months, I have dedicated every moment of my life to my people. I documented the horrors in northern Gaza minute by minute, determined to show the world the truth they tried to bury. I slept on pavements, in schools, in tents, anywhere I could. Each day was a battle for survival. I endured hunger for months, yet I never left my people's side. By God, I fulfilled my duty as a journalist. I risked everything to report the truth, and now I am finally at rest, something I haven't known in the past 18 months. I did all this because I believe in the Palestinian cause. I believe this land is ours, and it has been the highest honor of my life to die defending it and serving its people. I ask you now, do not stop speaking about Gaza. Do not let the world look away. Keep fighting. Keep telling our stories until Palestine is free. For the last time, Hassam Shabat from northern Gaza. He was one of the few remaining journalists in northern Gaza as Israel shut off the Netzarim corridor and decided to starve out the northern Gazan population leading up to the ceasefire. He was one of the only people who was able to give others information on the accelerated genocide that was taking place in northern Gaza. Yes, I know about Basel as well. I'm going to talk about it as well. You guys don't have to fucking literally link everything. I know everything that's going on. I know. Let me finish talking about this. Listen, I don't know what else to say. I mean, this has happened so many times. It's just crazy to think. Like, I was supposed to bring on, I was supposed to bring him on the broadcast, and I had legitimate worries that having him on the broadcast would put even additional crosshairs on him, and I didn't want to, have any responsibility for that. And Israel went ahead and killed him anyway. It's just insane to think about that. It's insane that this is a calculation that people make. He also was a contributor to Drop Site News alongside Al Jazeera as well. So yeah, rest in power, Hassam Shabat. I'm glad that at least he's now finally found peace. On the other hand, I do want to show you something more positive. If you want to understand the impact of someone like him, like a kid himself, if you want to understand, I just want to show you this. Here's Hassam in his car, in his press vest, talking to a Gazan kid. She says, I swear I missed you. They said that you were martyred. Why? You mean why? When the occupation entered the north. We were about to mourn you, man. I swear. Was it that bad? We missed you. What do you believe in? He asks, and she says that there's no God but Allah. I swear to God that I came down to see you. I swear by Almighty God that I came down to see you. So you missed us. I swear I missed you all. You're a real champ. So then Hassam asks, what do you want to be when you grow up? And she says, a journalist. And I was thinking, how am I supposed to become a journalist now if Hassam Shabat were martyred? How am I supposed to become a journalist then? Why martyred? Why martyred then? No, may God keep you safe. But how am I supposed to become a journalist then? He said, we'll make you into a journalist, inshallah. Yeah. Why is this still going on? Why can't you Americans protest nonstop? We do. We do. Just like the Turks are protesting nonstop against Erdogan, just like the Serbs are protesting against their government, Americans are protesting against the American government as well. We are entering a new era in which I think our cries, our words are not that consequential. I still won't stop. And I don't think that this can continue. I don't think that this can go on. I don't think that this kind of death, this kind of carnage can continue without real consequences for those who dish it out. And while we're having these conversations, while I'm showing you this, there are active initiatives to obviously suppress any kind of student activism. And it's actually seen a lot of success in the United States of America. As you know, I covered the fact that Columbia University completely capitulated after trying to actively suppress the student movements that were trying to divest from the state that's doing this. A perfectly reasonable and moral demand. The bare minimum demand, really. They fired and took away the diplomas of Jewish students like Grant Minor, who was the head of the student union, like the Student Workers Union, a UAW student union there, teachers union, student union there. And they kidnapped Mahmoud Khalil in the dead of the night, a legal permanent resident. And it's not going to end there, because this issue is so glaringly obvious and so unimaginably cruel. If they can't stop the public from seeing the reality through censorship, they're going to continue trying to suppress speech to the best of their ability. I'll keep using the limited time I have on this earth to bring awareness to the horrors that all oppressed people experience, because I think ultimately that's what everyone should be doing. Any amount of privilege you have, you should use towards this goal. Yeah. Kek W kidnapped Omega Law. Yes, ICE did kidnap Mahmoud Khalil. That's precisely what they did. When a state entity unjustifiably targets someone for political actions, for political speech, and then actively admits that they have no real criminal action here and that they simply want to detain someone falsely and put them in prison falsely and try to revoke their legal permanent residency falsely, that's a kidnapping. You are a cowardly little Nazi roach. Many in those Twitter replies are trying to say he wasn't a journalist. How do you respond to those scum? There is no reason to reply to those fucking losers. Oh, he was a sniper. Yeah, as an average Asman fan, not kidnapped. He was a sniper. He was a sniper. Okay, dude, sure. I know. Every single time Israel assassinates someone, they are actually an enemy combatant. Totally. Totally. What do you do? When has Israel not fucking lied? When has Israel not lied? They lie all the time, non-stop. This person was a credentialed reporter who was a contributor to Al Jazeera and numerous other outlets. Israel has never told the truth. That's it. And its defenders have nothing. They have no morality. Why do they keep saying you are a Nazi? I don't get it. What? I think some of you guys are very stupid. I'm sorry to say this, okay? They're saying I'm a Nazi because I'm criticizing Israel, which is the real Nazi regime of modernity, okay? It's that simple. They falsely conflate Israel with Judaism and say any sort of criticism of one of the most powerful fucking states that is backed by the most powerful state on the planet to do unlimited genocide upon a captive population of indigenous people to the land. If you ever criticize them, God forbid, you must be the biggest anti-Semite on the planet. Why? Why do you entertain any of this? Okay? Why do you entertain any of this? Powerful entities always claim victim. They always do. It's normal. You don't have to listen to the lies that people tell and then take it at face value. Okay? That's it. Yeah, I can't believe that people who are fully on board with a genocidal Nazi state are calling me, a person who's against that, a Nazi. Wow, I can't believe that. People who are pro-Israel are just being fucking insane and calling out every critic of Israel with the hopes of suppressing their speech. Well, this must be news. This is some real new shit right here. Real new metas right here. Stop entertaining this dumb shit. Yeah. Israel bombed a hospital yesterday and then said that there was a Hamas politician that was getting treatment there. They fucking bombed the hospital. They killed a bunch of patients. Israel blew up the last cancer ward in Gaza, which was not an action, the Turkish Friendship Hospital in Gaza. It was actually incapacitated prior. The reason why it was not an action prior is because Israel had militarily occupied the Turkish Friendship Hospital, the only cancer ward in Gaza. All of these things that Israel does with regular frequency are war crimes. That's it. They're acts of terror. They're war crimes. It's genocide. And Israel does it every day. More than 700 people Israel has killed in the past couple of days since it threw the ceasefire away. Yeah. The Turkish hospital that they blew up, they did a controlled demolition on it. As in, they used it as a military base, and then they placed explosives all around the cancer ward, the only cancer ward in Gaza that could have been operational, but it wasn't because Israel was using it as a military base. And then they did a controlled demolition. Israel also did this. That was in Gaza. Now let's move to the West Bank. Yuval Abraham of Plus 972 magazine, who was the co-director of No Other Land, revealed that a group of settlers just lynched Hamdan Bilal, who was sitting right here only a couple weeks ago, as you remember, as they were in Los Angeles because they were nominated for an Oscar for No Other Land. Settlers lynched him, they beat him, and he had injuries to his head and stomach, and he was bleeding. Soldiers invaded the ambulance he called and took him. No sign of him since. Yeah. He won an Oscar. These are not little accidents here and there. This is a deliberate effort to dehumanize and exterminate an entire population of indigenous people. Okay? Anyone who presents this to you as like, oh, well, every army has like some crazy people that get out of hand or whatever is fucking lying to you. Either they are the stupidest people on the planet, or they're deliberately lying to you at the behest of Israel, the state that's doing this. Straight up Nazi shit. That's it. All the while, the American government is desperately trying to do everything it can to stop you from, one, seeing this truth by actively suppressing those who speak out against it, both on the political front, as and also on the platform side. They're gonna go after social media platforms. It's not enough. It is not enough that they did this to Colombia. Felix Biederman responds to Christopher Rufo of Manhattan Institute. Columbia is folding and the other universities will follow suit. They must restore the pursuit of truth rather than ideological activism as their highest mission. To earn continued public funding, they must advance the public good. This is only the beginning. To which Felix responds, I like that we're using federal resources to browbeat college students into making loyalty oaths to Israel, but we could be going further. What if you read the names of Jewish students who complained about feeling unsafe or inconceived every day on the White House lawn? This is the guy who was a cancel culture free speech warrior, by the way. Interesting how these people never actually cared about cancel culture or free speech. This is what I kept saying over and over again. These people used it as a propaganda. Are you not scared for your own safety? I would imagine that you are considered an enemy to them. First of all, yes, I am an enemy to them. Okay? I am an enemy to those who are pro-Israel. I am. I understand that. But it's not going to, one, stop me from fucking advocating. And two, I don't like having this conversation centered around me in general because my situation is infinitely better. Like, it's not even comparable. It's not even comparable. You're behaving like children in general. It's not remotely comparable to the conditions that these people I talk about, the conditions that they face. I have an endless amount of privilege, and I try to use it to the best of my ability to speak out for those who have no voice. And you do too, chatters. Remember that. If you're an American citizen, if you're Jewish, like, there are extra privileges that you have. If you are an anti-Zionist Jew, you need to be at the forefront of these protests. If you're an American citizen, you need to be at the forefront of these protests. We all have to play a role. Anyway, let's continue. President Trump delivered remarks with the Louisiana governor. Don't care about that. Let's start with the other country that I am directly connected to. Okay? Turkey.
5 nights of massive countrywide protests across Turkey. This is the country's largest city, Istanbul, and the demonstrations show no sign of letting up. They're angry, they're scared, and they're ready to battle.
Hey, where's the Turkey video on your channel? I don't know. Don't ask me. Ask my fucking editors if they didn't upload one. Okay? I don't know if they uploaded one or not. They actually haven't uploaded any videos in the past 2 days. I don't know what's going on. The last video that they uploaded was the Trump's Diet Coke button. I don't know. They just haven't uploaded any videos, I guess. But there are plenty of videos of me talking about Turkey on different channels that upload my commentary. Yes, we're going to talk about the Trump administration being stupid.
This is the result of years of pent-up frustration, of soaring inflation, and what many perceive as creeping authoritarianism.
A lot of pepper spray being sprayed, and the police are pushing back. There's a huge squash on, and they are pushing forward, trying to get people to disperse. There's a real jam here.
Many of those here are young and more worried about their future than the repercussions of protesting.
We feel like they took our democracy and we are trying to take it back from them.
I want freedom, I want a good future for myself and for my friends, for all of the Turkey. I want my democracy back.
We don't feel safe in any way right now, so we don't think that our votes count. We don't think we really matter in Turkey, so.
In the capital, Ankara too, another huge turnout of protesters. This is as much a raw demonstration against the current president as it is support for the man who wants to replace him. They are the biggest anti-government demonstrations in more than a decade.
Yes, I haven't blasted off. I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna do it now.
For many here, President Erdogan is the only leader they've ever known. He's been at the helm of Turkish power for more than 20 years, and they see the latest arrests as an attempt by him to snuff out a significant opponent. The Istanbul mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, is widely viewed as the most serious political rival to President Erdogan. He's a fierce communicator, demonstrating social media savvy by calmly filming his own detention from his walk-in closet, whilst calling on his followers to defend democracy. We are facing a big oppression, he's saying, and called his arrest on corruption and terror charges a political coup. That's an accusation that's fiercely denied by the Turkish president, who accused the opposition of trying to create chaos and warned it wouldn't be tolerated.
The days of going out into the streets, taking left-wing organizations, extremists and vandals with you and threatening the national will are now behind us.
Millions of people turned out to vote for the Istanbul mayor as the opposition party's nomination for president, an election not due till 2028, even as he was jailed ahead of a trial, along with dozens of his staff and municipal officials. The voters kept on coming in record numbers, despite the mayor also facing a separate set of charges of aiding a terror group.
Yeah, notice how it's very one note. It's always, oh, you're aiding and abetting a terror group. It's the number one trick. It's the number one trick that authoritarian rulers love applying. Also, I'm seeing a lot of fucking dumbasses in the chat being like, is the mayor of Istanbul pro or anti-Israel? There is no one in Turkey that is more pro-Israel than Recep Tayyip Erdogan, okay? I know you read some dumb fuck on Twitter being like, oh, the Istanbul mayor is actually super pro-Israel and Erdogan is super anti-Israel, like, or whatever kind of silly-ass fucking pro-Erdogan propaganda that you're reading. You are a dumb fuck, okay? You are dumb. You are a dumb person. Stop reading random shit on Twitter and then believing it 100%. Okay? Jesus Christ. There are literally people who think Erdogan is the great defender of Islam and the great defender of Muslims around the world, the number one defender of Palestinians, when Erdogan and this administration in Turkey still is responsible for sending unlimited energy to Israel through Azerbaijan and also consistently have done trade through Erdogan's own son's shipping company to Israel, even after Erdogan aesthetically claimed that there would be a full tilt BDS, full tilt boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement on Israel. He established that because everyone was yelling at him, and then he kept sending ships to Israel. He is still doing trade with Israel. They just keep changing the the final destination of the ships. They claim it's going to Palestine when it's not. It's just going to Israel. Okay? Erdogan saying something and Erdogan doing something are entirely different. You have to look to what he is doing rather than what he is saying. This has always been the case.
In President Erdogan's Turkey, protests have often been swiftly crushed and challenges to his authority met by crackdowns and arrests. The country is waiting to see what happens now. And
there is virtually no politician. There is virtually no politician in Turkey that is like pro-Israel, okay? Openly pro-Israel, at least. Turkey as a nation state is super anti-Israel. Turkey, on the other hand, is a NATO nation state. Turkey is under the NATO banner. Turkey is a NATO country. Turkey has the second largest standing military in NATO. Turkey has American nukes. Turkey has American nukes in the Incirlik base in Turkey. Turkey has missile systems initially during the Cold War that were directed at the USSR. This is how the Cuban Missile Crisis started. It's ridiculous to assume that this country would not be pro-Israel in action.
How their president is going to deal with this palpable discontent. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Istanbul.
Well, the European Union has called on Turkey to...
Recep Tayyip Erdogan is turning Turkey into a... This is the funniest thing. Like, Israel Katz and all these people in Israel are so stupid that they think that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is like anti-Israel, right? So they're complaining about Recep Tayyip Erdogan. They're saying like, oh, he's an Islamist. He's an Islamist. He's turning Turkey into an authoritarian Islamist nation. And it's kind of funny that they're saying this because they themselves are so stupid that they don't understand the dynamic between Erdogan and Israel, I guess. Or they're deliberately doing it in an effort to give Erdogan some ass covering, I guess. Also, here's the blast off tweet. I forgot to spam it so that you can let people know that I'm live. Erdogan is taking a Turkish state with scientific, cultural, technological, and economic capabilities and destroying, eroding the legacy of Atatürk, who built a progressive and prosperous Turkey. Let's hope for better days. At Ekrem İmamoğlu. This is Israel's Minister of Defense. Ekrem İmamoğlu's account responds and says, I am returning your statement, which insults the flag of the Republic of Turkey and the president as it is. We have no need to receive lessons on democracy and law from those responsible for the suffering and deaths of countless innocents, including children. Yes, a brighter future is indeed possible when Palestine is free. There you go. If you think that like any fucking popular Turkish politician is going to be like, yeah, I love Israel, you are deluded. You don't know anything about Turkish politics. You're out of your freaking mind. Every single one of these donkeys that initially were against the Erdogan regime or even within the Erdogan regime that despise Arabs initially said lightly pro-Israel shit. There were even politicians that went in front of the Meclis and said, if you like Palestine so much, why don't you go fight for the Arabs yourself? I'll send you there. Every single one of them went back and are now unconditionally pro-Palestine, okay? Because unlike the Gulf nation states, I guess actually very similar to the Gulf nation states, I will say, where the public is incredibly pro-Palestine, the politicians have to also be incredibly pro-Palestine. It's exactly like the Gulf states when you think about it. I was going to say, unlike the Gulf nation states, where the public is pro-Palestine, but the leaders are not. No, it's the same dynamic. Every single country would love for the Palestinians to be completely fucking wiped out. Every single one of these countries would love for all Palestinians to be wiped out. They would want it. They would dream of a future where they don't have to, they don't have to deal with this any longer, where they can just like openly be aligned with Israel. But the only reason why they have to maintain, at least on the aesthetic side, this anti-Israel posture is because their population will overthrow them, okay? Whether they be the Gulf nation states or whether it be whether it be monarchies or whether it be an authoritarian leadership under the Erdogan regime. If they were to just actively say, fuck you guys, we love Israel, they're a Western nation, we want to be a Western aligned nation, shut the fuck up, they're giving us the best weapons of all time, I love these security contracts, and if they were open about their desires, if they were open about their loyalty and their interest in developing security agreements with Israel, they would get assassinated. But make no mistake, as I've said already, the notion that any Turkish politician is going to be like actively pro-Israel out and about is crazy, is silly. Look at what they are doing, not what they're saying. But even then, what they're saying is never going to be pro-Israel. It's going to be pro-Palestine. Now, Hassan Lal, you got too many haters in here. Chill out. What? That's not AI? No, it's not. It's a whirling dervish in front of the cops getting tear gassed directly. Oh, it's a disappointing day. Every day is disappointing. There will be no day of peace going forward, I don't think.
respect the rights of peaceful protesters after Ankara said it had arrested more than 1,000 people since anti-government demonstrations began last week. Tens of thousands of people returned to the streets across Turkey on Sunday in defiance of a ban on rallies. They're angry about the arrest of Ekrem İmamoğlu, the mayor of Istanbul and a key political rival of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Demonstrators accused the Turkish president of trying to remove a major political opponent ahead of elections in 2028. Mr. İmamoğlu was taken into custody pending trial on corruption charges. With more protests in major cities expected, DW has been hearing from people on the streets of Istanbul.
Justice must be served. It cannot be this way and it cannot continue like this. But we don't know what to do either. Everyone is conflicted right now. They don't know what to do, they don't know how to act. If I go to a protest, it's a crime. But if I don't, it's a problem.
Support for İmamoğlu will increase. Instead of going to prison, he's on the path to the presidency. They put the man who committed no crime in prison. If he had committed a crime, then fine. You know, President Erdogan went to prison for 3 months in 1999. İmamoğlu is on this path right now. We will protest like this. We can do it without breaking things left.
Why is Erdogan doing this now, 3 years out from the election? Because he has, God, this is why I wish my editors actually posted a Turkey video, because I talked about it, and this is like the 8th time I'm talking about it. This is the one, 2 reasons. One, because Ekrem İmamoğlu said he was going to run, he was going to announce his candidacy for the presidency. Okay, that's number one. Number two, this is the maximum amount of support that he has from Western leaders. He did this because right now, this is the tippy top. He is never going to, I mean, who knows what happens in the future, but like, as of this very moment, up until he did this, he was at the tippy top of foreign policy support, like foreign leadership support, with what he did in Syria, fucking over Russia, even though he's always had a will they, won't they with Russia, just completely undermining Russia in Syria and allowing his, allowing his forces alongside NATO-trained forces alongside HTS to overtake the Syrian government, which was a massive benefit to Israel. That instability was a massive benefit to Israel. That instability was a massive benefit to Western interests in the region, which will inevitably thwart Syria back into the throes of civil war. But that was done virtually entirely with Erdogan. Then Erdogan turning around and posing alongside, with the instability caused by Donald Trump, Erdogan posing alongside Zelensky and saying, we will defend you no matter what with our standing military. We have the second largest standing military in NATO. That was another massive, forceful, authoritative moment for Erdogan. He has a lot of clout right now in the Western world. He has always been very clever at foreign policy, always. And I don't mean that that's a good thing. Just so you understand, make no mistake. He's just always been a very clever foreign policy guy, but that usually means very brutal, okay? If you noticed, there have been, even with this level of political repression, I have yet to see Western leaders actively come out and be like, what are you doing? Stop this, please. Normally, under different circumstances, the American government has levers to pull, right? A lot of these guys are very corrupt. Erdogan especially is like, him and Vladimir Putin are Olympic level corrupt. Erdogan, I've said before, has single-handedly almost used the Turkish government, an entire government, and all of its wealth as his own personal wallet. Rarely do you ever have a singular force be responsible for the dire economic situation in a country. Rarely. And it's still not entirely in the hands of Erdogan, but it's close. This is one of the few unique instances where, like, his own corruption, like the way that he runs the government for the past 22 years, is unironically a major part of Turkey's economic demise. Think about that. Think about how much power one person has. It is crazy. So, yeah, I said it's like what people think North Korea is. Exactly. Modi is a good example, but I don't know enough about the minutia of Indian politics. But yeah, you are right. Modi is a really good example. I think it's a really good analog. I mean, yeah, everyone is becoming more and more. Everyone's becoming more fascist. Everyone's becoming more comfortable in their authoritarian tendencies. It's countries are becoming more reactionary in general. Do you think him overcoming the CIA-backed coup has anything to do with clout in Western politics? No, that actually solidified support for him. That was the most internal support he ever had. Understandably so, because the CIA-backed coup was literally using American fighter jets to kill Turkish citizens. Like, you had tanks, you had Turkish citizens with guns, okay, overtake the parallel state that the CIA agent Fethullah Gülen had established within the Turkish government. And overcoming that was a major W for Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And everyone, like, that was the moment where his popularity skyrocketed again. Oop, we're calling him a CIA agent now. Finally, you talk about Turkey. Oğlum salak mısın sen? Gerçekten salak mısın? Bir, Fethullah Gülen tabii ki de CIA'nin ajanıydı. Niye Poconoz'da yaşıyordu? Neden her yerde okulu var? Amerika yardım ettiği için. Birincisi bu. Ben bunu devamlı da söylüyorum. Yıllardır konuştuğum bir şey bu yani. İkincisi de Türkiye ile ilgili de konuşuyorum. Her gün Türkiye ile ilgili konuşuyorum. Sen kendin görmedin. Sen kendin görmediysen benim suçum değil yani. Salak adamlar ya, inanamıyorum. Anyway. Abi buradan sonra yukarı mı çıkarız, aşağı devam mı? Vallahi bilemiyorum. Gerçekten bilemiyorum. Bilmiyorum yani. Nereye gider bu bilmiyorum. Ama insanları bu kadar kızdıramazsın yani. Götüne girer günün sonunda. Anyway. Yeah, this is where Fethullah Gülen used to live. I say used to because he's dead. No, he died. He was a CIA asset inside the rural Pennsylvania compound where an influential Muslim cleric lives in exile. You can also tell he's a fucking CIA asset because the Washington Post is writing about him in such positive terms. Okay? This was the modern version of Wahhabist influence. Okay? Americans, initially the British, and then the Americans pumped up the Wahhabists alongside the Saudi family, the Saudi royal family, with hopes that they could thwart any sort of socialist influence in the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that were creating nation states all around the MENA region and all around the Gulf. But then those guys got out of control. They were great when, you know, you were using them against the USSR and to thwart any kind of like socialist tendencies that these countries might have had. But then they got out of control. So what did the American government do? They literally went to Turkey and they were like, oh, we'll just find a more tolerant version, a more Western, more pro-Western version of a Muslim cleric, this cult that Fethullah Gülen operated, and we'll just let him be a force of influence that presents a more tolerant version of Islamism that is still inherently, of course, very reactionary and, of course, very anti-socialist, anti-communist, fascist, but not as uncontrollable as like what the Salafist movement had become. Okay? And because Erdogan and Fethullah Gülen initially were cut from the same cloth, Fethullah Gülen had a tremendous amount of political power within Turkey. Basically created what is known as a parallel state, paralel devlet, all the way from members of the military, members of the police force, to the courts, and also parts of the parliament. Okay? This is a real living, breathing example of the deep state, which initially was a term created during the Cold War in Turkey to begin with. Erdogan and Fethullah Gulen parted ways, and America wanted to pressure, like the CIA, wanted to put pressure on the Erdogan administration because they were worried that he wasn't playing ball. Maybe he was playing both sides a little too much, and they wanted a guy they could control even better. The coup failed. Erdogan got a lot of political capital after that. He got so much political capital that he actually implemented martial law and then put a referendum to change the constitution of the Turkish Republic to no longer be a parliamentary system and instead be a presidential system. And he won that referendum. People voted for it. But since then, Erdogan has still played ball with the Western powers. Now, I brought up all of this because America has still had levers of pressure that they can pull on the Erdogan regime, and they often do. They have endless amounts of court dockets that they can go back to, endless amounts of information that they can go back to with respect to Erdogan's corruption. The American government does not hate corrupt authoritarians. They love corrupt authoritarians because they can always start a lawsuit. The Southern District of New York is very famous for this. Whenever there is anything that Erdogan is doing, like maybe they're getting Russian missile defense systems, even though they're a NATO country, right? Maybe they're getting Russian missile defense systems, new ones, while simultaneously they are a part of the F-35 program, both on the manufacturing side, and they're slated to get F-35 fighter jets from the United States of America. Well, you can't have Russian missile defense systems and F-35 jets operate on the same platform, and then, because then, you know, Russians will take that information and have better missile defense systems against F-35s. So whenever something like that happens, as Erdogan plays both sides in an effort to come out on top, the American government will just pull one of the levers of pressure that they can. They'll just turn around and open up a court case to one of Erdogan's 500 different corrupt holding groups. And that's precisely a mechanism of control that the American government loves to use to pressure corrupt authoritarians, okay? Just so you understand. Yeah, they fuck with his bag, if you will. Because if you have a lot of weaknesses, if you have, if you're an outwardly corrupt, if you're an outwardly corrupt authoritarian, then the American government can just so easily be like, oh, you don't want to play ball? Okay. Well, we are going to seize all of your assets. And then they'll quietly pack up those court cases as soon as Erdogan plays ball. Okay? So, no, this is why I need people to understand. This is why I say no country operates on this planet without thinking about how America will react or how the Western world will react, even though the Western world is basically just the United States of America for the most part, at least until this last Trump administration. That allegiance is like kind of crumbling a little bit. It's probably on its last breath. So that is the reason why Recep Tayyip Erdogan is using the political capital it has in the Western world right now to do this, to eliminate a very popular political opponent. That's it. That's why it's happening right now, and not 3 years down the line when the election will happen. He's trying to pack it up as because this is the most opportune moment, because this is the highest amount of clout that he has in the eyes of Western leadership. He knows his influence domestically has fallen apart after decades of hyperinflation, which even his expansive welfare programs are not able to keep up with. And the people that are not recipients of these expansive welfare programs, because they're not a part of the party apparatus, are understandably getting poorer and poorer and more angry, more resentful. So he has to do something about like a viable opposition.
And right, without harming the security forces by using our democratic rights. Shouting and screaming, breaking things is not the solution either.
Well, our correspondent Dorian Jones is also in Istanbul. Welcome, Dorian. President Erdogan addressed this unrest at a cabinet meeting today. What did he say?
Yes, he came out with a very tough speech after his cabinet meeting, saying that describing the unrest as a movement of violence. He went on again to accuse the protesters of being street terrorists, and then attacked the leader of the opposition, Özgür Özel, for accusing him of inciting and provoking this unrest. He also spent some time on defending the prosecution of the Istanbul mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, which triggered all of this unrest, saying it had revealed a conspiracy of treachery and of theft. He then went on to say that it is underlined that the opposition were unfit to hold any power, even a street buffet. So very, very tough rhetoric from the president, and an indication there's going to be no stepping back from the robust approach towards the protesters that's going on as we speak.
OK, so no stepping back from the authorities, but the demonstrators don't seem to be stepping back either. We're up for a 6th consecutive night of demonstrations in Istanbul and elsewhere, despite this government ban. Are they likely to keep going?
Well, that really is the big question. Ever since the unrest started on Wednesday, following the arrest of İmamoğlu, the protests have got larger and larger.
For the people who are asking, do you personally think İmamoğlu would be a good leader? Is he still right-wing like Erdogan or liberal like Kemal? He is a liberal. He's a social democrat. And I'm sure that he would also do a bunch of corruption if he were ever to get power. The difference, however, is that there is no way for him to physically be as corrupt as Recep Tayyip Erdogan, which is precisely the reason why it's still the preferable outcome here. It's no different than having a conversation about like who gets to lead Gaza, right? Who gets to be the political authority in Gaza. These sorts of conversations, I think, ultimately are silly. It's like, yeah, no, he's not my favorite politician. I mean, he is pretty good overall, but it's just like there's nothing. It's not a Harris versus Trump. No, it's different. No. This is not like a Harris versus Trump situation at all. It's like if you had the dynamic is different in the sense that it would be more like I don't even know how to describe it. Like the difference between Harris and Trump are fairly significant, of course, albeit marginal on the grand scheme of things, but still fairly significant. But Gülen is the GOAT. Fuck Erdogan. Okay, dude. Dumbass. Yeah, he's dead. So yeah, it'd be like maybe like a Waltz versus Trump, but even then. Oh shit. Like this is not like marginal differences. Like there is a tremendous amount of political repression that Erdogan has implemented in the 22 years that he's been in, 22 plus years that he's been in power. It's not even remotely comparable. You can't compare it. No, it's like Tim Walz versus Putin, kind of, yeah. Or Kamala Harris versus Putin.
Larger here in Istanbul, and also they've continued to spread across the country, over half the country's provinces.
Bro, Gülen's movement literally started with Erdogan until 2013, where they exposed his little heist. But FETÖ literally tried to expose. Oh my God. I can't believe that an American CIA cutout, an American CIA asset exposed the Erdogan regime's corruption. And that's the reason why they fell, they no longer were aligned with one another. Thank you, chatter. Totally. This isn't even a defense of Erdogan. I despise him, and he is his regime is part of the reason why I can't go back to Turkey. It's so funny to say that like the guy who is incredibly pro-NATO, that does the bidding of American empire, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is totally different than like these guys are cut from the same cloth. They're literally from the same backers initially. I'm trying to understand CIA agent Fethullah Gülen. I'm not defending Erdogan. Fuck him. Gülen's movement is a CIA movement. Him exposing the Erdogan corruption that everybody is fucking aware of is no different than the American government, opening up another lawsuit against Erdogan for corruption. Opening up another like corruption lawsuit against Erdogan. It's one and the same.
Have ongoing protests, and it is expected to be another wave of
You will not find many Turkish people that will say, oh, we hate Erdogan, so you know what's better? A fucking CIA agent Muslim cleric. living in the Poconos. Well, he's dead now, so we don't even have to worry about him. But regardless, what a ridiculous thing to say. Yeah, we don't. It's like for Venezuelans, it's like saying, oh, well, people don't like Maduro. People are not so hot on Maduro. So Venezuelans, you know who they want? Juan Guaido. Okay? Guess what? There's not a lot of motion behind Juan Guaido either. Okay? People can simultaneously not like Maduro and also hate the idea that they're going to be ruled by a fucking dude who is a fucking dude who's like also an American asset. Hard to explain to Americans how American foreign influence works because it's by design kept hidden and complicated. I know. But as a Turkish person who also lives in the United States of America, I try to do my very best, but it's like impossible for Americans to fucking understand it. It's like, you know, every single Turk in my chat fucking despises Erdogan, except for like the hogs, I guess. But if I were to ask them individually, like, would you rather have a CIA puppet like Fethullah Gulen run the country, they would say, fuck no. That's precisely the reason why Erdogan actually gained popularity after the coup failed. It's impossible for Americans to understand this stuff, though. Impossible. That's why I try to explain to people, like, no, most countries outside of the periphery that are still, secondary Western aligned nations like Turkey, or especially countries in the Middle East, might have anger and resentment towards their leadership. Okay, Turks certainly despise Erdogan. Almost 50%, if not larger than 50% of the country hates Erdogan. Okay, and the coalition government he has. Having said that, they would not prefer an American CIA puppet who is also cut from the same background as Erdogan, who comes from the same background as Erdogan. Al birini vur ötekine.
Protests and violence as confrontations seem to be almost inevitable between the security forces and the protesters. The key question is, can they sustain this? I think that Erdogan will be banking on the fact that at some point they will start to lose energy, the apathy. Also, he could be eyeing that this weekend is a major religious holiday when people traditionally go away during that break. He could see that as an opportunity for the unrest to start dissipating. And that possibly would be then an opportunity from Erdogan's possible calculations to move in harder.
Actually, sadly, there are many Venezuelans who would be happy if Venezuela was led by a CIA asset. Yeah, they live in America, though. That's the difference.
On the protests, so try and...
There's plenty of fucking Gülenists who live in... It's interesting because the pro-Erdogan coalition, by and large, is in fucking Germany, okay? And the pro-Fethullah Gülen coalition of Turks is by and large in the United States of America. The ones who fucking hate Erdogan and Fethullah Gülen are stuck in Turkey. Those are the motherfuckers who have to deal with Erdogan or would have to potentially deal with Fethullah Gülen. Those are the motherfuckers who hate both, but they're in Turkey, so you never hear from them. Ask a German Turk about Erdogan and they'll tell you, oh my God, he's the greatest. He is the best, okay? Ask an American Turk about Fethullah Gülen, they'd be like, oh, he'd be so much better. Not all the Turks in America, but like there are plenty who are secretly Gülenists for sure. Ask a Turkish person living in Turkey, unless they're a fucking Erdogan hog, okay? They're going to tell you very quickly that they despise both Fethullah Gülen and Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. Siktir lan, hepimiz öyle demiyoruz Almanya'da. Okey, tamam lan, Almancılar kızmayın, hepiniz değilsiniz böyle. Amerika'dakilerin hepsi de FETÖ'cü değil yani. Ulan ben de Amerika'dayım yani. Ama bayağı bir Almancı kontenjanı var yani. Erdoğan'ı seven görüyoruz, duyuyoruz. Evet, AKP'ciler.
Break them up. For now, at least, in spite these bans that have existed.
I don't think many of the Gülenist Turks see Gülen as a potential leader for the Turks. I don't think they realize it's a CIA-backed movement either. Yeah, they despise Gülen for the same reasons that they despise Erdogan, because Gülen and Erdogan come from the same group. It's the same movement. Yes, they parted ways, but it was initially the same movement. There are a lot of the people that are in this anti-Erdogan coalition. Turkish politics is interesting, okay? The Kemalists are by and large liberals, okay? A lot of the socialist movements in Turkey, a lot of the workers' movements in Turkey are backed by the pro-Kurdish movements. So in terms of like permissible politics in Turkey, in terms of like popular support and popular mobilization, a lot of that is done against the government on the boundaries of liberalism. And many of these liberals find themselves to be like European style Turks. Okay. They despise Erdogan because of his Islamist conservatism, and they think Recep Tayyip Erdogan, understandably, because Erdogan has done this, they look at Erdogan and his movement as like a disgusting, backwards, regressive movement, which it is, to be fair. They think it goes against, they think Erdogan is going against the Kemalist principles of like liberal, secular Turkey. Much like my criticisms of the Democratic Party in America and liberals in America, I have criticisms of the Turkish liberals as well. It's hilarious comparing Trump to Erdogan. Trump could have never outmaneuvered Kemalists like Erdogan did after 2011. No, that's fair. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. Damn, Ninjammer, why the fuck do you know that? That's surprising. Are you Turkish? His first 2 terms as PM, he tried to portray himself as pro-democracy to avoid getting on the Kemalist radar. It's crazy how much that guy can lie and get away with. Yes. The joke in Turkey is that he's a fucking chameleon. Recep Tayyip Erdogan is everything and anything at any moment, okay? One day he is a pan-Turanist who says he's going to unite the Turkic Empire, okay? The other day, he is the leader of the Ummah, and he's going to restore the caliphate. The next day, he's Israel's strongest soldier, quietly, while simultaneously saying, fuck Israel, Netanyahu is a Nazi. Yeah. Recep Tayyip Erdogan rose to power as a pro-European reformer who, unsurprisingly, and I literally covered this when I was working as an intern at Bloomberg in Turkey, ironically enough, he rose to power by privatizing state-owned enterprise. The Western world loved this guy. He was the great privatizer. Turkey at the time, before Erdogan, still had a shit ton of state-owned enterprises, state-owned franchises. Erdogan fucking privatized all of it, sold it to foreign investors. And European leaders and foreign leaders loved it, okay? So he is anything and everything. He is a chameleon. Whatever suits his purpose at any given moment, he will be that, okay? He covers every aspect of he covers every political quadrant. He is the great expander of the welfare state, okay? So he's a social democrat at times. It doesn't matter. All that matters is he can still keep using the Turkish government like a fleshlight, okay?
In all of Turkey's major cities, the protests still continue. The question is, how long will the security forces allow this to continue? But for Erdogan, the calculation will be of a further crackdown, risk a further escalation in the protests. A difficult situation the president's in.
And we were looking at live pictures as you were speaking there, Dorian. So we have apparently 2 issues here.
Turkish libs are in a perpetual state of pro-European liberalism and nationalism, where they really want to be European, but when things heat up and EU tells them to fuck off, they come back to nationalist isolationism. Yes. Turks also will so easily be like, you are the servant of the British Empire, which is one of my favorite takes. İngiliz uşağı. Okay? You're a servant of the British Empire. Meanwhile, there's fucking NATO bases everywhere. Like, they will say, I am simultaneously a Fethullah Gülen supporter, but also gay because I paint my fingernails. And also will say that I am pro-America. I'm an American, I'm a pro-America guy. Meanwhile, I'm over here talking about how American influence on Turkish politics is the reason why Turkey is as fucked as it is.
Have the apparent politically motivated arrest of Ekrem İmamoğlu and Turkey's handling of the protests because of that arrest. How is this unrest affecting the country's reputation?
Did Erdogan hit the Islamist button before or after the coup attempt? No, he was always an Islamist. He always ran on religious freedom. Okay, that was his shtick. He was like pro-European, pro-capitalist, pro-abolishing state-owned enterprises, but he also built his base. Dude, there are so many parallels with Trump, okay? It is so annoying. It is so annoying to relitigate this shit because I grew up with it, and then I watched it happen in 2016, and now I'm watching the second stage of it, okay? When he came to power, he had to develop a base of support. That base of support came from all around the country of Turks, Muslim Turks who felt like they were being oppressed by the laïcité, the secular, the forcible secular values implemented in the Turkish constitution. Okay, under the Kemalist revolution. And he basically said, like, all of that is ruining the lives of Turkish Muslims. Like, they're repressed. They're repressed religiously. They're not allowed to be religious in public or whatever. It was true though? No, I don't think it was. I don't think it is true. Well, there's some truth to it, but it's not as cut and dry as you present it. Okay, because when you look at the outcome of that, like the hijab ban, for example, the initial hijab ban in Turkey, and him basically taking that out, saying that you can wear a hijab in public institutions, was seen as, from the eyes of the population of Turks that like truly wanted this to be able to express their religious freedoms. There was a hijab ban? Yes, of course. In Turkey, it was illegal to wear a hijab when you were working in public office. Laïcité. I have a complicated opinion on this because Turkey is a Muslim country. It's different than when it's done in Quebec. It's different than when it's done in France. Hold on one second. Okay. It's a Muslim nation. He was sent to Islam religious school as a child. Imam Hatip. He was renowned by his friends for readings of the Quran. However, he avoided the pitfalls of the National Order Party because he grew up watching Necmettin Erbakan. So I think he knew what not to do. Turkey, since its foundation, since its inception, has always been a secular nation. A secular nation that literally has, ironically enough, a religious ministry. Okay? It's very difficult to understand with a Western lens, okay? We have Diyanet Bakanlığı. It's a religious ministry, okay? But it's also a fucking secular country. Bakanlık değil, Diyanet. Is it not a part of the government? I don't understand. Does it başkanlık o? Bakanlık değil. Senin ben amına koyayım başkanlık. I mean, yeah, it's a regulatory agency. It's like saying the Chamber of Commerce is technically not a part of the American government. It's not. It sounds like an American government, and it has a lot of influence within the government, but it's technically not a part of the government. It's the same shit. The Chamber of Commerce isn't a regulatory agency. It's a special interest lobbying group. Tamam abi, tabii ki hükümetin oyuncağı ama onu öyle anlatman önemli bence. Yes, I covered Hamdan being lynched and being disappeared by the IOF chatters. Anyway, he came in. Recep Tayyip Erdogan came in and took out the hijab ban that was very popular for his base and very unpopular for a lot of the anti-Erdogan coalition. Okay, this is important to recognize in order to understand like the liberal attitude, the Turkish liberal attitude in the country.
And indeed its economy.
What is lolcow live? I don't fucking know. Why are you asking me what that is? Are you okay? What?
Well, that really is a question that people will be asking. I mean, there has been growing criticism particularly from the European Union, which has been voicing concern over the handling of the protests, as well as the arrest and imprisonment of Ekrem İmamoğlu. But it has to be said that the influence of the European Union has very little these days, given the fact that
why would that be unpopular? Because Turkey, by and large, pre-Erdogan, and its relationship with Islam is more complicated than you think. It's more complicated than you understand. Okay? In the eyes of many Turks, the I would say 50% anti-Erdogan coalition, they have a very different approach to Islam. I wouldn't even say as progressive as my approach to Islam and being Muslim, but close enough. And for them, that requires a decent amount of suppression of more conservative elements of Islam forcibly by the government. Okay? And historically speaking, despite the fact that the Ottoman Empire was the caliphate, even their approach to Islam was quite different than the modern version that you see from Wahhabis. You know, it is significantly less tolerant now. The example I will use is the 18th century reforms that came in Turkey that literally decriminalized anal sex, okay, and homosexuality and homosexual behavior far before Europe ever even approached the subject matter. And that was done as a response. And even before then, it wasn't that, even then, it wasn't, Tanzimat. So it was, it's a very different attitude from a, predominantly Muslim country towards its own expression of Islam. Most of the Turks are Muslim as much as you are. They're just unaware deists. Yeah. Ironically enough, I think that there was a lot of response that divided the country with Erdogan's religious freedom movement, where that created a counterculture against that sort of thing.
Turkey's largely given up on the idea of being a member of Europe, although President Erdogan today said that the European Union cannot survive without Turkey. And I think he was looking to the fact that Turkey has the second largest army in NATO, and Europe is increasingly looking to its own resources to defend against the Russian threat. So Erdogan believes he has more leverage over Europe than Europe has over Erdogan. But I think the one Achilles heel, or the one thing that major concern for Erdogan, will be the economy and the financial markets. Ever since the arrest of Imam there has been a vast exiting of foreign investors, and the central bank has been forced to spend up to $30 billion defending the currency. How long they can sustain that is a key question, and that will be a concern on Erdogan, and probably a factor that he really will want these protests to come to an end. For the protesters, they see that as an opportunity to put further pressure on Erdogan over the imprisonment of Imamoglu.
Thank you, Dorian. DW correspondent Dorian Jones in Istanbul.
Okay. I don't know where this will go, but I don't foresee it being anywhere good. Erdogan is excellent at playing both sides in Turkey too. He issued statements that were more populist, like, we don't need bearded men who are good Quran reciters. We need people who do their job properly, while also avoiding taking his wife to state gatherings so she wouldn't have to uncover her head. Yeah. On the one hand, I don't care if people want to wear the hijab, okay, while they're doing their jobs. On the other hand, in Turkey, the expression of political Islam being brought to the forefront is not just about people getting religious freedoms to wear the hijab, but instead all of the accompanying forms of suppression that move Turkey away from being a secular or socially progressive nation. That's the problem. That's why I say it's complicated. Okay? That's it. It's like in the United States of America, Christian nationalists coming to power and saying, we have to do religious freedom. That's what Trump said, right? We have to do religious freedom for the Christians in this country, the Christians in this nation. We got to do religious freedom for them. And that religious freedom is not about like closing it's not about it's not about offering Christians the freedom to be able to do Christianity in public. They literally can do that, okay? But instead, it's more so to suppress whatever Christians have decided is anti-Christian, like gay people, trans people. That's it. Is there a rural-urban religious divide? There used to be, not anymore, because all the urban parts are very religious as well. There's just a 50%, a 50-50. Anyway, let's move into now the state of affairs in the United States of America. In perhaps the stupidest version of events, the Trump administration, turns out, were texting on a group chat about how they were going to bomb Yemen. And they accidentally added the Atlantic's very own Jeffrey Goldberg into the group chat. Now, it's a suspicious set of circumstances, considering who Jeffrey Goldberg is and the roles that Jeffrey Goldberg has played. I don't know if it's like literally an accident or they deliberately did this, but because they're so stupid, I assume it was a happy accident for them. Jeffrey Goldberg is a former IDF prison guard, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, and also has run cover for American foreign policy that, justified the invasion of Iraq through channeling the lies, repeating the lies that the American State Department was telling at the time. Jeffrey Goldberg has also offered very positive pieces to Mohammed bin Salman at the time when he was doing the charm offensive. Actually, I think he literally coined the term charm offensive. He's a big-time MBS advocate. But yeah, they had a Signal group chat, and I guess they accidentally added the wrong Jeffrey IDF onto the Signal group chat. What's funny to me about the story is that the Atlantic is so obviously a core part of the pro-war propaganda apparatus that someone thought of adding the editor-in-chief to a Pentagon group chat. He thinks this makes the Trump admin look bad. I think it makes the Atlantic look bad too. Yes, I think so as well. I think Nathan J. Robinson cooked here. I think that's precisely the reason why Jeffrey was accidentally added into the group chat. I don't know if this was a true accident, but we have some of the conversations that took place, even though the Atlantic was too cowardly to reveal it, as far as I understand. They were too cowardly to reveal all of them. Sorry. All of the group chat text messages. Here are some of them. JD Vance, at Pete Hegseth. If you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. Let's just make sure our messaging is tight here. And if there are things we can do upfront to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. Pete Hegseth responds, VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's, in all caps, pathetic. But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else even close. Question is timing. I feel like now is as good as a time as any given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. SM says, as I heard it, the president was clear. Green light, but we soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement. E.g., if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return. I guess that's Stephen Miller who's saying that. Pete Hegseth, agree. Dude, once again, I find it so strange when this administration, due to its sheer incompetence or lack of interest in sheltering you from the truth because they have a fuck you gonna do about it attitude about it all, have revealed America's intentions that leftists like myself talk about all the time, and then everybody yells at me and says I'm a conspiracy theorist. It's hilarious that this has happened virtually every week since the beginning of this admin, where Trump will just come out and straight up be like, Saudi oil, we got to protect it. That's why while we strike Yemen, we got to extract some funds, right? Or even in text messages like this, they're just so incompetent. Now, like I said, I don't know if this is truly an accident, but here are some more chat logs. News, Atlantic editor Jeffrey Goldberg reports that senior Trump administration officials mistakenly added into a Signal group chat where they deliberated on strikes against the Houthis in Yemen. National Security Council spokesperson Brian Hughes says the text chain appears to be authentic. The group discussed planning for the bombings, current intelligence assessments, and debated whether to launch the military action. The chat called Houthi PC Small Group and was started by Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor, and included 18 members of the Principals Committee, the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, Stephen Witkoff, the GOAT, Director of National Intelligence, CIA Director, and Trump's Chief of Staff. The debate over the bombings includes VP Vance arguing against striking, saying only 3% of trade passes through the Red Sea. Ratcliffe, the CIA director, weighing in story. Hegseth arguing that waiting a month wouldn't change anything. Goldberg says he didn't realize the chat was real until the bombings began on March 15th. Mike Waltz celebrated in the chat with multiple emojis. They also said, excellent, good start. Mike Waltz, fist, American flag, fire emoji. Good job, Pete and your team. The team in MAL did a great job as well. Great work, all. Powerful start. What's the argument for doing this on purpose? I get not trusting this journalist, but this text chain seems like almost exclusively a bad look for them. Occam's razor here seems pretty clearly to be they're fucking morons. I mean, because the text, you want to know why? Because the text messages kind of reveal that they are very professional and cordial with one another. and that there's like internal back and forth on this. You know what I mean? Like they were having like serious conversations when we know that these are not so serious people. And also, there's no such thing as a bad look for this administration. You can only shame someone who has the capability of being shamed. If a person does not have the capability of shame, then you can't shame them. Does that make sense? Do you understand? It's kind of like the Pete Hegseth phenomena, right? Back in the day, the Department of National Intelligence operators would actively go, and they still do this, would actively go to the friends and family members, neighbors of people that are getting security clearances. The reason for why they would do this and do like a massive assessment, there's an entire agency dedicated to making sure that the people that are being elevated, the people that have top security clearance status, are actually not open to compromise, open to blackmail, open to be extorted. They would look through your finances. If you have a lot of gambling debt, for example, that creates an opportunity for a foreign actor to exploit that. You have financial issues, then someone can, you're more malleable. Someone can come in and say, oh, we're going to clear your gambling debt if you slide us some USBs with some top secret intelligence, right? That obviously doesn't matter. Look at Brett Kavanaugh. He is a Supreme Court of the United States justice now. But beyond that, they would look at whether or not you were a drunk, whether or not you had, done rapes, for example. The reason why I'm using those two reasons, the reason why I'm bringing up those two factors here is because Pete Hegseth has done both. He is both an alcoholic and he has done rapes. But there is no reason to fear that Pete Hegseth could ever be blackmailed because everybody knows that. And the administration says, what the fuck are you going to do about it? So it's no longer a weakness if your crimes are in full display and you are unblackmailable. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I mean? You can't blackmail someone who's shameless. That's how it is.
This just in, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, says he was accidentally texted war plans.
Yeah, we literally just received this piece from The Atlantic, and in it, Goldberg writes, U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real. Then the bombs started falling. CNN's Alex Marquardt joins us now live. And Alex, this piece came out literally in the last few minutes. I haven't been able to read through all of it, but this seems like something out of a farce, like out of a comedy.
This is Burn Notice. We are simultaneously Idiocracy, but also Burn Notice at the same time. The Burn Notice was a documentary to begin with, though. So, yeah.
It's just stunning on so many different levels. And I understand why Goldberg didn't believe it was real, because it is just shocking in several different ways. Goldberg was added to a Signal chat with some of the most senior national security members of the Trump administration. Signal is a messaging app that is encrypted, probably why these officials thought that they could have a discreet conversation on there. But on it, in this chat that Goldberg was a witness to, they talk about the planning for the recent bombing of the Houthis that started on March 15th. They talk about current intelligence assessments. There's a full-on debate among these officials about whether they should carry out this bombing of the Houthis. And these are conversations that could be in violation of the Espionage Act. Now, this group was started, it looks like, by the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, who called it the Houthi PC Small Group. PC refers to Principals Committee. The principals in the administration are the senior-most officials. And among that group of senior officials, you have the National Security Advisor, the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense and of State.
Well, we'll know it's real if they find a reason to arrest Goldberg. They're never. Are you kidding me? That would be crazy. First of all, why? What? You think the guy who is in charge of the Atlantic, who is a former Israeli occupying force concentration camp guard, who literally works at the behest of the State Department, is going to get arrested for this? What are you, crazy? I mean, I'm sure that they'll go after members of the press. They certainly will. But I don't think they're going to start with the Atlantic.
the director of national intelligence, the CIA director, Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, the chief of staff to President Trump, and the list goes on. There are 18 of them. So there's this debate over whether the U.S. should go through with this bombing of the Houthis. Vice President Vance is actually arguing against it, saying that just 3% of trade goes through the Red Sea, which is where the ships have been targeted by the Houthis. Ratcliffe, the CIA director, he chimes in with current intelligence assessments that may be related to intelligence operations that are ongoing. Goldberg does not print that because, of course, that, among so many other details in this, are so highly classified. Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, he chimes in saying that waiting a few weeks or a month wouldn't fundamentally change the calculus. And he notes, interestingly, that if this leaks, we look indecisive. Of course, it would eventually leak. Now, keep in mind, as they're having this discussion, Goldberg is watching all of this unfold, and he doesn't know, again, whether it's real, but he would quickly learn that it was. On the morning of March 15th, which is the day the bombings began, Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, posted a team update at 11:44 in the morning saying the bombings were about to start 2 hours later. And in that message to this large group, again, including Goldberg, he posted operational details about these strikes that were about to happen, information about targets, about weapons, and the attack sequencing. 2 hours later, the strikes started. Goldberg looked up on Twitter, and he started to see explosions happening in Yemen, and that's when he knew it was true. And that's when these officials essentially started celebrating. You have John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, saying, "A good start." Mike Waltz, this national security advisor, responds with several emojis, as does Steve Witkoff, with 2 hands praying, a flexed bicep, and 2 American flags. So everyone approving of what just happened and celebrating. The National Security Council has not pushed back on this at all. They said that this chain was in fact real. Brian Hughes, the National Security Council spokesman, says this does appear to be an authentic message chain. They are looking into how and someone was inadvertently added, how Goldberg was added to this chain, and he tries to spin it as a demonstration of the deep and thoughtful policy coordination between senior officials. So no pushback from the White House in terms of the authenticity of this. But again, this may violate the Espionage Act. Jeffrey Goldberg and his colleague Shane Harris, who's an intelligence reporter, spoke with several lawyers who say that it may have violated the provisions that govern the handling of national defense information. Bottom line, they say,
to put it on Signal,
they should not have established a Signal chat in the first place, is their conclusion, which is kind of obvious. And then the kicker of this whole piece is, as Hegseth is describing how this is going to unfold and what is going to happen, he says, we are currently clean on OPSEC, which is operational security. Clearly, they were not clean because they included a journalist in this conversation on Signal.
Okay, who was the JG who was missing, who should have been part of the conversation?
We don't know why Waltz initially reached out to Jeffrey Goldberg and added him as a contact, and then eventually added him to the group. You're absolutely right. They probably thought they were adding someone else from within the administration who had a similar name. Why this mistake happened is just the first of a very long list of questions.
Wow.
Alex Marquardt, thank you so much for bringing us this reporting. Let's talk more about this with former Defense Secretary and former CIA Director Leon Panetta.
Did you hear us talk about Hamdan Bilal? Pinned message. We covered Hossam Shabaz's assassination and Hamdan Bilal's lynch/kidnapping. This is why writing this stuff out and just explaining it to people over and over again does not matter. Look, as I'm in the process of talking about it, there's still someone who's linking it. I know, man. We already covered it. Yes, of course I covered it. What do you think?
Secretary, I'm reading the piece as we speak, and it's interesting because Goldberg writes that he had very strong doubts that this text group was real. I could not believe that the national security leadership of the United States would communicate on Signal about imminent war plans. I also could not believe that the national security advisor to the president would be so reckless, he writes, as to include the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic in such discussions with senior U.S. officials. Secretary, what's your reaction to this reporting?
Well, it's obviously a very serious mistake on the part of whoever included Goldberg in this highly classified chain of command messaging that went on that involved war plans. To have had somebody from the Atlantic on that chain, without question, was a serious mistake. And I hope the White House takes this seriously, because the last thing you want to do when you're talking about war.
I hope they don't, because honestly, I love the incompetence. I hope they don't take it seriously, and I hope that they keep doing this. I hope that they keep accidentally adding journalists, and real journalists, not Goldberg, who is a fake journalist, but simply a stenographer for the State Department. But instead, they have like real journalists on there. You know, that'd be sick. Of course, that'll never happen, because I don't think that any real journalist is going to be a phone number, is going to have their phone number saved in the phone of Mike Waltz. War Thunder Discord in disarray after being outflanked by a drunk. Yeah. I have a suspicion that they meant to include Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy Homeland Security Advisor Joshua Geltzer. Makes you wonder whether or not that it was done intentionally, because that level of incompetence is incomprehensible. It's a very weird situation, because the administration is that fucking stupid. I mean, dude, Pete Hegseth is a Fox News contributor. He's a weekend host, and now he is in charge of the DOD. Like it's weird, because on the one hand, I'm like, "Ooh, was this a clever way to just like to do a show of force?" Because everything that you got from the leak itself is not all that surprising. Like, it's stuff that you imagine them saying in public. So I look at it and I think to myself, like, when a leak like this happens, like, who is doing the leaking is important. Is it a contentious adversarial reporter? Or is it someone who has always played the role of going along with the American State Department's interests? And also, what information, more importantly than that, what information did we get out of this leak? And the information that we got out of this leak is just like, you know, JD Vance being like, yeah, fuck Europe, which is, you know, maybe we shouldn't actually do this. They're debating being an isolationist, right? While also talking about how much they despise that Europeans are freeloaders of American security. Like, that in and of itself is stuff that that is something that you would see in public. Yeah, Lolo is joking here. In my opinion, not enough slurs for it to be an unintentional leak. I know their asses are sending horrible gifts too. I'm not even joking. This is a joke, but I think this is also real. Pete Hegseth admits the Iran-funded Houthis narrative is a made-up talking point to sell the bombing campaign to the average feeble American John Doe. Fantastic. At 8:27, a message arrived from Pete Hegseth account. VP, I understand your concerns and I fully support you raising with POTUS. Important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out. Economy, Ukraine, peace, Gaza, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we would need to stay focused on 1, Biden failed, 2, Iran funded. I will say, I don't hate that they're so incompetent that we don't have to do any sort of serious journalism to figure out like what kind of focus group testing the former Vice President Dick Cheney had to do in order to sell the war in Iraq to the American population. As we found out after the fact, they just kind of reveal it voluntarily. They're like, yeah, Americans are stupid. How do we sell them another bombing campaign? That's right. We tell them, oh, it's Iran. They don't know who the Houthis are, but they're not going to have a lot of appetite for bombing yet another random country. So we'll just say it was Biden's failure. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. Oh my God. Tulsi Gabbard is so interesting to me as the DNI. Like, this is her job now, right? The head of serving as the 8th director of national intelligence, right? Tulsi Gabbard is like pro Edward Snowden, but also simultaneously is saying it's so interesting. Hasan, İmamoğlu ve Türkiye gündemiyle ilgili en azından ufak bir konuşur musun? Ezgi'cim konuştum. Son 2 saattir hatta sadece Türkiye ile ilgili konuştum. Kaçırdın. Yeni bitti İmamoğlu konuşması. Anyway, interesting stuff.
Our plans is to have a serious leak like this that could undermine the war plans, but also jeopardize lives. So I hope they take this seriously.
What were you saying? Ain't no way he gets arrested? I doubt it. But I'd be shocked that they arrest him. They arrest an ally to the State Department for their own personal incompetence. Maybe. The Trump administration is so stupid that who knows, you know?
What would that look like, Secretary?
I think they would have to do a full investigation as to who included this name on that chain involving the highest officials in national security, from the president to the vice president to a secretary of defense, etc. How the name of a journalist was added to that list. This is just a serious blunder, and not only could violate the espionage laws, but more importantly, can undermine our national security. That's probably the greater problem, is that it reveals our most secret war plans that require that we protect.
How is it a secret? Like, every administration has bombed Yemen. Every single one. Democrat, Republican, every single one. It's not a secret. It's an expectation. Like, oh man, we got to bomb Yemen again. Oh, I'm shocked. What a shocking display. Wow, Trump really changed the trajectory of American foreign policy by doing the thing that Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Trump did last time he was in office. Interesting. America, it's like having a group chat being like, hey guys, we should give $7 trillion to Israel. And then people being like, wow, this is a real change of pace. They're leaking state secrets out here. I can't believe it. This is so different than the previous administration and the administration prior and the administration prior and the administration prior. Another supply of bombs to Israel. Wow.
Protect that information in order to be able to conduct what is obviously a serious operation of war.
To that point, Secretary, I wonder what could have happened here if it wasn't Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief at The Atlantic, who received this and decided to publish this story. If it had been someone else on the contact list that was added to the signal chat, what would have been a worst-case scenario that would have put national security at risk?
Well, the worst-case scenario, I mean, thankfully, Jeffrey Goldberg just assumed that this was either a joke or some kind of mistake, and obviously didn't pay attention. But somebody who would have the United States as an adversary could reveal this information immediately to the Houthis in Yemen that they...
Dude, I can't. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm just envisioning a future where Jeffrey Goldberg is arrested, and it's so awesome, which is part of the reason why it won't happen. Like, it's so incredible. Oh my God. It's great. I can't believe that this would be the one time where on principle I'm against this move, but goddamn do I enjoy the show, you know? For once, Donald Trump offers an olive branch to those who definitely want to see Jeffrey Goldberg arrested.
They were about to be attacked, and they in turn could have responded and attacked U.S. facilities in the Red Sea, causing casualties of our troops and of our men and women in uniform. So if it were somebody who did not have the United States' national security interests at heart, but rather had the interests of our adversaries.
Yeah, he's like, don't worry. Thank God Goldberg has United States national security interests at heart.
He could have seriously disrupted these war plans.
I wonder what you make of the administration's response, framing this, not denying the story, but framing this as an example of a thorough policy discussion, a thorough discussion about how to approach.
What's Fox News saying about this? Are you ready? I haven't seen what Fox News' response is, but I will tell you. One, the committee obviously kept their responses incredibly professional. as you can see, this is the most glorious committee that anyone has ever seen. It's so obvious that they are brave, brilliant, and have the America's interests at heart. Also, Goldberg should go to prison for even revealing this information instead of politely saying, I'm sorry, and seeing himself out of this chat while the real patriots were discussing bombing Yemen. Okay, that is 100% what the Republican take is going to be, and people are already linking it. Let's take a look. Let's see if I got it. Let's see. Let's see if I pre-watched it.
Story today out of The Atlantic, where their editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg has reported that he was accidentally sent sensitive information about military strikes in Yemen. The messages come from 18 national security officials. They were sent through the encryption app Signal, and there are indications that they appear to be authentic. I think there are two takeaways from this story as of what we know.
Wow. Let's see what the two takeaways from this story are.
Today. One, it is incredibly concerning that sensitive information would be sent with a journalist included in the thread. We can speculate, and there is reasonable, fair expectation that somebody like Jeffrey Goldberg was accidentally included under his initials, JG, when who was meant to be included was a trade chief, Jameson Greer. But if it was accidental, and we'll wait to see if this was accidental, it is incredibly concerning that this information would be shared over the Signal app with the journalist included. But the bigger takeaway for me is it's an insight, a transparent insight into the thought process and dialogue of our national leaders. If you look at the actual content of what was reported, if you look at how they discuss potential strikes on Houthis in Yemen, what you will see is dialogue between Vice President J.D. Vance.
I told you, dude. There you go. There you go. Oh, wow. Shocking that the state propaganda apparatus Fox News is saying, well, the dialogue here is fantastic. I mean, as you can tell, these are our glorious leaders are at work and they're doing discourse. They're doing dialogue. They're handling themselves in the utmost professional manner.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Stephen Miller, Tulsi Gabbard, and many more in a very collaborative, open, honest, team-based attempt to...
You know what's funny? I got down the individual talking points, okay? I got down the individual talking points. Oh my God.
come to the right decision after years of secrecy and incompetence. If you read the content of these messages, I think you'll come away proud that these are the leaders making these decisions.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, come on. It's not even a fucking, here, let's see what this one is. This is another one that you guys sent me.
Now, I would think that there probably are worse people that you could text your secret plans to. But it appears that Goldberg has acted responsibly here in writing this article. And while he outs a lot of the process of what happened, he did not specifically publish.
Yeah, this is what I mean. He didn't like the fact that he was included is embarrassing enough for the administration. But like the way he navigated this was this story made the administration look good. It gave him props for being here. Okay. It gave him props for being a part of that conversation. And he gets to present himself as a journalist, but also he didn't like actually embarrass them.
Publish the war plans as they apparently were transmitted to him by Pete Hegseth the morning of the attacks against the Houthis.
Okay.
Now.
Yeah. He is pro State Department through and through. Like he's not a real journalist. He's a stenographer. Are you seriously suggesting that this administration has the forethought to plan this in advance? No, I don't. It's a really interesting situation because like they're so incompetent and so stupid that they could have accidentally done that. I mean, I'm serious. Like I get it. I totally understand why this could be. Like this is a situation that could have gone a lot worse for the administration, and it was a happy mistake that they went with someone who is so pro Trump regime and just so pro Trump State Department. And Trump wasn't on the call. Like, he wasn't on the Signal group chat. I don't think he knows how to fucking operate Signal. Trump on the report at cabinet officials were discussing sensitive materials on Signal. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time.
The story in Atlanta that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of the Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis? Right. Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it.
So effective. Isn't it damning that Goldberg's in the Trump admin Signal contacts? No, it's not. It's obvious. I mean, yeah, it is damning for Goldberg as much as it is damning for the administration, but it's also not surprising at all. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that it's not even remotely shocking that someone like Goldberg would get invited to the Signal group chat on accident because they have his number. Part of my skepticism over the idea that Goldberg was added to the chat by accident, if you're pro-Trump, all the people involved are shown as concentrated and dedicated to fighting Yemen and as saying the same things in public as they do in private. That's what I mean, exactly. Anyone who's concerned with national security by doing all this is in a Signal chat is a non-entity to the current Republican establishment. Everyone of influence with that opinion was purged years ago. It doesn't make him look bad at all. It doesn't make these guys look bad at all. It makes them look like they're serious professionals. They're consummate professionals engaging in professional conduct and dialogue, basically saying the same things that they would be saying off camera, but also saying the same things that they'd be saying on camera. And the very fact that it's like Goldberg that was the person who was added to the conversation makes me feel like it makes me feel like I just don't think that they have foresight. They don't have enough foresight to do this deliberately. But also, it's something about it doesn't sit right.
Policy toward the Houthis.
Well, look, this is a chain of command. It's provided so that our top officials can have that conversation as to whether or not.
I think people would be more angered that they were not secure enough. Yeah, I'm not angry. I don't care. I want them to be a leaky faucet. I don't give a shit about national security like that. Are you crazy? No. I want them to have all journalists. Put some real journalists in those fucking group chats. You kidding me? You think I care? You think I give a shit about the American war plans being disrupted by the most incompetent administration of all time? No, I don't. I think it's great. It's awesome. The only thing that I'm upset about is that it was Goldberg that was CC'd. Yeah, they should CC me in it, dude. Put me on the fucking group chats.
To conduct these war plans. So that there's no question this is legitimate. But what they're not paying attention to is that you've included somebody on the outside who has no business knowing about this information. There was a mistake here. Somebody on the Atlantic.
Like, of course, Leon Panetta is going to be mad because he does care about the incompetence. But he's the defense secretary. No shit, he's going to be mad. I'm not the defense secretary. I have an antagonistic opinion towards the American State Department and the American intelligence and American empire in general. So for that reason, I'm like, great. Yeah, keep being incompetent. Who gives a shit?
Got the most sensitive emails you can imagine at the federal level. That is a serious blunder. It has to be investigated, and somebody, frankly, needs to get fired.
Who do you think that is, sir?
Whoever put that chain together.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. President, your reaction to the story again.
We just watched this. So I want to see what they what else they were. So looking at it, bro, we got to go ahead and get it to at least 10,000. Okay, stop. So stupid. It's so stupid. It is the stupidest administration. God damn it. We're just so dumb. We're such a dumb fucking admin. Oh my God. Check TMZ. Why? Yeah, it's Hillary Clinton is going, "Oh, you have got to be kidding me." Yeah, fuck Hillary Clinton. Guys, I really need you to lock in. I already covered the Hamdan Bilal story. Okay, is the expectation that people will routinely trickle into the stream throughout the day to be like, why aren't you talking about Turkey, or why aren't you talking about Hamdan Bilal? I already did. I covered both of the stories for the past 2 hours. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. It's literally pinned on the chat. Please stop spamming. Where is it? This is the I wish that they just like leaked all of them, like all of the text messages. I think it's silly that he didn't do that. And that's how you know he's not a real journalist. Does that make sense? This person, ex Wall Street Journal, Marketplace and Guardian reporter, doesn't believe that the official narrative is that this was leaked, or not leaked, sorry. The official narrative that this was accidentally conducted. Let's hear what she had to say. As a longtime fan of Signal, though, seeing that our nation's premier foreign policy dipshits use it to plot their half-assed military plans is some kind of validation, I guess. Anyway, every leak is intentional. It's obviously not an accident to add a raging Zionist former Israeli prison guard to the "Here's How We Kill Israel's Enemies" group chat. BRB, accidentally adding the nation's biggest loudmouth pro-Israel former IDF prison guard with a media empire to his disposal of the neocon group chat, bragging about using our power and violence against a country blocking Israeli ships. By the way, all our Republican pro-Israel donors have been complaining we're not doing enough for them. Ignore that part, though. Yeah, this is the one, like, I understand the skepticism here, because that was my initial assessment as well. Because every single message here unironically reads like a CPAC talking point. It's written like a press release or a CPAC speech. I'm begging journalists to question the leak narrative. It's obviously intentional for public consumption. You know, like it's interesting that there are very little slurs, very little gifs, jokingly, but also not joking. Really, I think like in a real group chat, this would be in a real group chat. I think there would be a lot more open discourse about how they're gonna kill these dogs or whatever. Do you know how hard it is to add someone to a Signal group chat? It's highly intentional. It requires a couple screens of approval, and everyone in the chat can see when someone's added. If anyone is added or even changes their display name on Signal, the entire chat gets a notification. Additionally, all the messages before the person's addition are usually invisible to them. There's literally no way to add someone accidentally to a Signal group chat, and there's no way he can see messages he wasn't meant to see because they had to have been added after the notification he joined. This is what you see. What the entire group sees when someone is added to a Signal group chat. Yeah, but I think that was in the beginning. I think they just like set up the PC group chat with Goldberg in it. There are multiple barriers to inviting someone to a Signal group chat, and none of them are plausibly accidental or even secret. There are emails, invites, confirmations. I think in terms of like plausible explanation for this being accidental is that his name was like JG. His Signal name is JG, and they accidentally added the wrong JG. But because there's so much that was revealed from it that seems like a PR move to tell like the pro-Israel lobby, like, see, these are the considerations that we are making. No, not Jonathan Greenblatt chatter. Come on. No, the heads of the State Department are not going to add the president of the Anti-Defamation League into a conversation about bombing Yemen. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller proposes to extract economic gain from both Egypt and the EU if U.S. succeeds in opening the Red Sea by force. National Security Advisor Michael Wallace had previously proposed that Europe should foot the bill entirely. Account label P. Hexet posts a team update. I will not quote this from this update or from certain other subsequent texts. The information contained in them, if they had been read by an adversary of the United States, could conceivably have been used to harm American military intelligence personnel, particularly in the broader Middle East, Central Command's area of responsibility. What I will say, in order to illustrate the shocking recklessness of the Signal conversation, is that Hexet posts contained operational details of forthcoming strikes on Yemen, including information about targets, weapons the U.S. would be deploying, and attack sequencing. Yeah. Oh, this is bullshit, like a lottery employee winning the lottery. Yeah, I don't know. But we're back to Channel 4. This is the story that they published an hour ago about the last round of bombing that Israel has conducted, killing almost 700 people.
Israel says it targeted the surgery ward at the Nasser hospital in order to kill a senior Hamas official, Ismail Barhoum.
Yes, I covered this already,
He
but I will
wasn't the
continue
only
covering
person
it.
killed, of course. It was, said the Israelis, a precision strike, but this was a busy hospital, busy treating those injured by Israeli strikes the day before and the day before that.
Many staff are scared, and some of them want to leave the place because they are very scared. They are in doubt that Israelis will target another department soon. So a lot of terror. Yeah.
Attacking a hospital is a war crime, unless it's being used for military purposes, for example as a firing position. Hamas says Barhoum was being treated in the hospital for injuries sustained in a previous strike. Israel also destroyed several family homes in Gaza City. It's not clear why. And what does why mean if you've lost all your toys and books as well as your home? Many Palestinians believe that Israel's real aim in restarting the war is to force them to leave Gaza, as President Trump has suggested, to make them go to Egypt or Jordan or Sudan or Somalia, somewhere, anywhere.
We don't need food or drink or anything. We just want a safe life. We want security. We want a dignified life, to live like other Arab people.
At the morgue, 9-year-old Nouran al-Safi was weeping for her father, killed in one of the houses. Her grief is maybe collateral damage, an unfortunate byproduct of Israel's zeal to destroy Hamas. Or maybe it's the point, to force the people into such despair and terror that they will go and leave Gaza to Israel's new generation of settlers and to Trump with his fantasy.
When did they start admitting that they would target hospitals? Al-Shifa, when they claimed that there was like a massive terrorist base under Al-Shifa, the biggest hospital in the Gaza Strip, and then no one ever questioned it, or rather, people questioning it were just like considered completely inconsequential. And then they bombed every other hospital in the process and sieged every other hospital in the process. Israel only does counter propaganda. Israel only does counter propaganda when when the Western world actually pays attention to one of the many different unique, well, I guess not so unique. Israel only does counter propaganda when the Western world pays attention to one of the things that it's doing. They see no reason to even do propaganda when they blow up like the Turkish hospital, for example, and then there's not enough coverage on it. So just because you haven't heard about a hospital that they blew up doesn't mean that they didn't blow that hospital up. It just means that there wasn't enough attention and interest from the Western world on that issue specifically. So they didn't they didn't even see a reason to cover it. That's the thing that many people don't understand about Israel's modus operandi, is that when you're hearing them even make up a reason, that's because there's a lot of attention on it and people are yelling them about it, and they have to maintain this idea that that they didn't mean to do it. Yeah, like the World Central Kitchen situation. Israel killed 300 aid workers, but the World Central Kitchen aid workers were Westerners, so a lot of people got mad about that. So then they had to do a counter-narrative operation on it and just basically lie.
Pieces of a new Mar-a-Lago rising from the ruins. Today, outside Prime Minister Netanyahu's house in Jerusalem, a small group of Israelis was protesting against his decision to restart the war and to sack officials who disagree with him. It's all an attempt to slow down his corruption trial, they say. The man himself did have to appear in a Tel Aviv courtroom, but his testimony ended early because a doctor said he needed his eyes checked. In northern Israel, an attacker rammed people at a bus stop, killing one, in what Israeli police described as a terrorist attack. He was seen shooting wildly before being shot himself. It's the kind of incident that makes Israelis feel unsafe, so many do continue to support the assault on Gaza. In Gaza, they prayed for the dead. Israel has killed some 700 people since restarting the war last week, including children. They show no sign of stopping.
Well, earlier I spoke to Dr. Feroz Sidwa and Dr. Mark Perlmutter, two American surgeons who are volunteering in Gaza hospitals. They were both in Nasser Hospital last night, and I began by asking them what the situation is there.
On the 18th, bombs started dropping again. Israel started bombing Gaza again. That's led to a big influx of casualties, traumatically injured people. And then yesterday, the Israelis actually bombed the second floor of the hospital directly. They were apparently trying to kill somebody who does the finances for the political wing of Hamas or something. They also killed a 16-year-old patient of mine who I had just operated on a few days before and who actually would have gone home today. I was actually on my way down to the second floor ward to change that guy's dressing, so I would have been standing next to him when that bomb exploded. If somebody pulled me into the ICU and just asked for my help, that's the only reason I wasn't standing there.
What effect does it have on people like you who are there working?
Well, I mean, there were 25 plus hospitals in Gaza last year. Now there's 3 functioning hospitals. All the healthcare workers, and why you see so much commotion behind us is there were less than a dozen here yesterday. Israel commanded all the healthcare workers in the north above the corridor to come south, and so they were all evacuated. So there's no foreign healthcare services available in the north now. So, and we anticipate they'll be evacuated from Al-Aqsa, where I just came from soon. But that pales in comparison to the re-implementation of the blockade of medical supplies. Al-Aqsa is almost a functionless hospital, and the remaining small hospital in the north received as many casualties on the 18th bombing as this hospital did.
Well, what were you missing at Aqsa?
We were missing soap. I would wash my hands in tap water before surgery. We would wash the patient in tap water before surgery. And even when we had betadine, the infection rate is insane. But because the conditions are so hard. But we really have a paucity of supplies that would make any surgery safe. We were sewing people together with sutures that expired in 2017.
Yeah, we are too here.
So now that they have bombed the hospital in this latest round, I mean, are you treating people wondering when the next missile is going to hit?
Always. We came here with the intent of doing reconstructive surgery to fix the problems that a year's worth of annihilation by your and my country's bombs had done to this population. That turned around quickly last Tuesday with the severe bombing. It was mass casualty events that Feroz can address better than I. Mass casualty events started all over again, just like last year.
Now, before the resumption of widespread bombing on the 18th, we were mostly, like Mark said, we were trying to make up for the past 15 months of injuries that needed some reconstructive work, and also just catching up on medical problems. I have colon cancer, I have gallbladder disease, whatever, but it obviously wasn't able to get taken care of for so long because of the displacement and the war and the starvation, all the whole thing. But now they're back. We're back in mass casualty mode again. I looked at the numbers the other day just because I was a resident during a surgical resident during the Boston Marathon bombing. The Nasser Medical Complex, just this one hospital that we're at, that has about 450 beds, has about 6 surgeons, and has 3 internationals volunteering here right now. We saw the same number of patients as the entire city of Boston saw on the day of the marathon bombing. We performed about 20, I think it was 20 or 25 operations. And furthermore, half of them were in kids. That was not the case in Boston. It's way harder to operate on children than it is on adults.
So the claim that the hospital is being used by Hamas, I mean, you're there, are they there? Are they using the hospital as a base?
No, I have gone literally everywhere at any time that I like. Every door is open and locked. I've been in every building. This is a 3.
It's so insane. For the record, that journalist is not an asshole for asking that question. He has to ask that question. He knows the answer to that question. Stop, chatters. The reason why he's asking that question is so that they answer that question.
every building complex. I've been in every building, on literally in every room and every floor. First of all, again, you can see here, it's impossible to be by yourself in a room in the Gaza Strip anywhere, let alone in this hospital. There's no way to keep secrets here. There's no way to do. There's no way to hide anything like that. That's the hospital is not a military venue in any sort.
Israel has stopped all humanitarian aid and medical supplies coming in to Gaza now. So what are you running out of, or what are you going to run out of, and what's going to be the impact of that?
Everything. We have to. I fixed an elbow fracture on a kid tonight, and instead of using pins or plates and screws, I used drill bits as pins. The device that we use to make the holes in bone so we can put a screw, all I had were drill bits, and we left drill bits in him. We literally don't have enough standard run-of-the-mill orthopedic equipment that I would have used in 1960.
Where's the guy? Did they get banned? Oh, you banned the guy who was like, Hamas uses civilians as a shield guy? I wanted to see what the classic attitude was. They hear American doctors being like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, dude. And this guy goes, Hamas hides under hospitals, schools, and mosques. Israel's imperfect, but Hamas killed innocent civilians. Children and babies cut from their bodies, burned in ovens. Quit simping for terrorism. I agree this war should end because innocent Gazan citizens are dying for the actions of Hamas. The killing needs to stop on both sides. There's only one side that's doing the killing. For the past 16 months, the fuck are you talking about, dumbass? God damn, what a fucking terrible piece of shit this guy is. Both sides. I don't like Israel either. Both sides, though. There are no both sides in a genocide, dude. What are you talking about? Motherfucker says, oh, I'm not pro-Israel. I think Israel is done wrong as well. But also, I'm going to use one of the classic ways in which Israel justifies bombing fucking mosques and schools and hospitals over and over again. Immediately after the two doctors that are American, by the way, are actively telling you there's no fucking Hamas. There's no like military operation happening in a goddamn hospital.
To repair.
And added some fucking idiotic like hoaxes too. There were no babies being placed in ovens on October 7th, dumbass. Shut up.
Repair fractures adequately. We still have some sterilization equipment. They couldn't give my child antibiotics today for his surgery.
Really?
Right.
Oh.
Can you estimate how long the hospital can keep functioning?
I'd be guessing if I
Right.
did, but I can tell you it's if it was more than a week that we could survive without not survive, if it's more than a week that we could function to any standard, I would be shocked, honestly.
Thank you both very much indeed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Joining us now, U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, has also been taking part in those talks between Ukraine and Russia on behalf of the White House.
I can't wait for Israel to get rid of Hamas. Yeah, it's not a real thing. You can keep fantasizing about it over and over again. Maybe it makes you feel better about the genocide that you're supporting, where you're like, oh no, there's a reason for all of these dead children. There's a reason for all of it. It's because Israel's getting rid of Hamas. That's not how it works. Today it's called Hamas. Tomorrow it'll be called something else. At the end of the day, as long as the occupation continues, people will resist against it. So if you truly want, I'm not joking. No, I know you're not joking. You're a morally repugnant dipshit who is trying to internalize the genocide support that you have right now by trying to masquerade it as some good reason. Like, oh, we're getting rid of Hamas. That's why we're doing unrestricted baby murder. No, you're just a fucking monster, but not a particularly intelligent one. And that's why you can't analyze the situation. You don't even hear your own fucking generals on the side that you're supporting going, there is no military solution to Hamas. This has to be a political solution because, lo and behold, guess what? It's not Hamas. Hamas is but a name, okay? You can't kill an entire people's need for emancipation. That's the most human position that they have. So if they killed every leader in Hamas, tomorrow there would be another fucking group that props up that says, hey, I don't like that you're killing my family. I don't like that you're dominating my life. Hamas itself was not around in 1948. It was nowhere near as popular of a movement until even 2005. In 2005, it barely won over Fatah. Anyway, it's okay. you're a dumb piece of shit and a fucking neo-Nazi. And I don't think that I'll be able to ever convince you on this matter. But it's all right, dude. Don't worry. If you're truly wondering how to end any sort of resistance against Israel, well, then the solution is fairly simple. Stop Israel oppressing people. Of course, that'll never happen because they have security concerns. People wondering why Israel is a fucking pariah internationally. I wonder why.
4-year-old Janine drifts in and out of consciousness. An Israeli airstrike hit her home last week while she was sleeping, killing her mother and 25 other family members. Bleeding from her brain, she desperately needs surgery. But her doctor says she won't survive that surgery in this Gaza hospital. They don't have the specialized equipment that's needed. For over 3 weeks, Israel hasn't allowed anything into Gaza. No food, no fuel, and no medical supplies. A blockade that is pushing hospitals here to the brink once again, endangering their ability to treat patients like Janine.
So this is the drugs that we have in the department.
Dr. Mohammed Mustafa, an Australian doctor volunteering at Al-Ahli Hospital, says they are quickly running out of basic pain medications and anesthetics. And this is now the main hospital in northern Gaza. He says diagnostic equipment is also in short supply. The ER has no ventilators, one working ECG machine, and only one heart monitor can measure blood pressure.
When we have these drone attacks and these missile strikes, we could have up to about 100 patients in here and only one area that can do blood pressure.
And so when crisis hits, you can feel this already strained.
Honest question, I thought all the hospitals are bombed and destroyed in Gaza. Does this look like a normal hospital to you? Like when you look at this, because there are parts of the hospital that's a standing structure, you're like, oh no, this must be like a lie that people are saying that all hospitals were bombed. Do you know how large hospitals look like normally? This is the hollowed out shell of one of the remaining places that you can consider a hospital. I don't know if you noticed, but like the fucking blurred out children are not even on beds half the time. They're on the ground. They're being operated on the ground. Why do you think that is the case? Perhaps it's because it's not a fucking real hospital at this point. Perhaps it's because they've destroyed every hospital, including this one.
100 patients in here and only one area that can do blood pressure.
And so when crisis hits, you can feel this already strained hospital buckling under the weight of it all. On the night Israel breaks the ceasefire with a massive aerial attack, every inch of this hospital is packed with casualties. In one corner, a relative pumps oxygen to keep his loved one alive. In another, a child screams out in pain.
It didn't stop for about 4 or 5 hours. We were getting bodies continually coming in.
Dr. Mustafa is 2 weeks into his second volunteer tour in Gaza, where the lack of resources is forcing him to make impossible choices.
I remember I was putting in a chest drain into a man who had a collapsed lung, and I felt someone grab my ankle. And it was because there were so many bodies. There was a woman underneath the bed that had half a leg missing who was holding onto my ankle, and she was asking me to help her. And
what's your take on the death toll undercount inconsistencies? Wonder if you can break some of that down. I don't know what you mean by that. Bless these volunteers. Shame on those who deny their just cause by denying the genocide of the Palestinians they care for. There are numerous numbers of the estimation of the death toll. The Lancet medical journal has published 2 separate numbers at different times. Their estimation is the total number of dead. There's a reason why when Donald Trump says, oh, there's like, 1.7 million people in Gaza now. Okay. The official number of the Gazan population before October 7 was 2.2 million. There's a major disparity. When the Palestinian Health Ministry talks about the 50,000, they're talking exclusively of confirmed casualties that Israel has directly killed with bullets or bombings. There are many issues with an accurate assessment of getting an accurate assessment on casualty numbers when Israel has deliberately destroyed the hospital system in Gaza. This is part of the reason, because war, especially in our century is not only conducted on the battlefield, it's also conducted through information warfare. So in an effort to silence the people that are giving you real-time estimates of the cruelty that Israel is subjecting people to, they will just go and kill them. But there's also a tremendous number of deaths due to starvation, due to other health complications that happen when you shut down the entirety of the hospital system, like people that die from cancer, people that die because they don't have access to medication. When you factor in all of those people, the number is far larger. Far larger. Wait, what? What just happened? Hold on. All right. Let's talk about Vladdy Poo.
Welcome to Fox News Sunday.
I just scrubbed through the VOD to see if you talked about it, but Hamdan Bilal was attacked by Israeli settlers. Sorry if you talked about it. Dude, why the fuck do we have a pinned tweet, man? Why do we have a pinned statement? Nobody reads it. I'm losing my fucking mind. Yes, dude, I have talked about it. Please just check the pin. You did not scrub the VOD because I did talk about it. And if you scrubbed the VOD, you would know that I had talked about it. Oh.
Thank you, Shannon. Thanks for having me.
So we know more talks are set to go between Ukraine and Russia and Saudi Arabia tomorrow, and yet we continue to see these attacks like we've seen in Odessa, like we've seen in Kyiv, leading to death and destruction. The ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Jeanne Shaheen, says this: when Trump asked for the killing to stop, Putin refused. Putin does not want peace, and it is time for the president to realize that. Are you convinced he wants peace?
I feel that he wants peace. The president had 2 very productive calls this week.
Bro, is this a fucking joke?
Or last week, I should say. One with President Zelensky, one with President Putin. I sat and listened to both of them. In both conversations, it was all about a lasting peace. Lots of progress got made last week. The parties agreed to an energy infrastructure moratorium on attacks for energy infrastructure. I think that you're going to see in Saudi Arabia on Monday some real progress, particularly as it affects a Black Sea ceasefire on ships between both countries. And from that, you'll naturally gravitate into a full-on shooting ceasefire.
Okay, you have said recently you don't, quote, I don't regard Putin as a bad guy. You've said you feel like you can negotiate with him, but here's how the National Review describes him. They said he's a tyrant who murders, maims, and imprisons his critics, who has abolished civil society and independent media in Russia, who has invaded a neighbor, engulfing that country in violence for the purpose of crushing and subjugating it. Goes on to say that Russian forces have committed mass kidnapping, torture, rape, and murder under Putin's guidance and leadership. So where do you get to that assessment about him not being a bad guy?
It's just crazy to imagine a world where they talk about Israel on such terms, because it is like 100% applicable to Israel. Just a thing that I always have on the top of my mind whenever I hear the media remember their morality when covering a large regional power work to destroy the smaller country that it's bordering. They never seem to have that energy for Israel.
You know, Shannon, I met with President Putin twice at the direction of the president, because everything I do is at his direction. And they were productive meetings. We accomplished quite a bit. We opened channels of communication. President Putin told me at the first meeting that he had had no conversation with the prior administration, in particular President Biden, for 3.5 years. I'm not sure how anyone would expect an end to a conflict when you're not communicating. So we had a very, very good conversation, productive. We discussed real ways to end this conflict. That led to a second conversation. First conversation being close to 3.5 hours. Second conversation being in that time, in that space as well, 3.5 or 4 hours. That led to by the end of the second conversation, we had proposals on an energy infrastructure ceasefire and a Black Sea moratorium on firing on each other.
I think it's crazy that Vladimir Putin is not even fucking remotely interested. People say like, oh, why are people acting like Putin's word is solid? Bro, Vladimir Putin is not even giving them the W that they are desperately looking for. They're basically begging him at this point to like give them any W whatsoever. And he is not complying. He is in a way behaving exactly like Israel, ironically enough. So it leads me to believe that I guess now it's not only Israel that gets to behave this way. It turns out our adversaries also behave like Israel as well. And there's not really much you can do about it. It's crazy. Like, think about that. They're talking about, people in the chat are like, well, how can you trust Putin's word? Dude, his word is not even saying what Steve Witkoff is saying. It's wild to me that Vladimir Putin, in this process, has not even made any significant assurances to peacekeeping and has not even backed away 1 inch and simultaneously continued bombing Ukraine. These are all deliberate attempts to say, what are you going to do about it? There's nothing you can do about it.
Other ships, and these things had been on the shelf for several years. So I think that's commendable on the part of all of the parties. And this is at President Trump's direction. His philosophy of peace through strength brings people to the...
What? Yes, but Ukraine didn't launch an attack like Hamas did. Your average American hot dog brain can't comprehend any history behind Israel-Palestine, or they don't want to think about it. What are you talking about, dude? No, it's more simple than that. First of all, saying that Ukraine never actually launched an attack, but like Hamas did, is also fucking incorrect. You could literally make the pro-Israel, pro-Russian position in this regard. You'd be like, oh, look at the Donbass. They killed 14,000 people. They shelled their own citizens. You know what I mean? Do you think Russians don't know how to do propaganda? Of course they do. They fucking say that too. No, it is a fucking damn near identical argument. The difference is Ukrainians are white and they're our allies. That's why Americans give a fuck, or at least they've been told that they should give a fuck about this. But even then, it doesn't even matter because seemingly enough Americans have already dropped it. Americans dropped Ukraine like a bad habit. They were like, nope, we're done.
The table to clear up misconceptions and to get peace deals done. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Do you feel like there's a misconception, though, about the characterization of him as a tyrant or someone whose political opponents often disappear or die?
I think in my 68 years on this earth, I've never, ever seen...
What? I'm bored of you now? Okay, man.
...in a situation where there isn't two sides to a story. It's just never as black and white as people want to portray. So there are grievances on both sides, but our job, and at the direction, again, I stress, of the president, our job is to narrow the issues, bring the parties together, and stop the killing. That's the game plan. And that's what we're all there to do. And I think that we're doing a pretty effective...
I was talking to a Ukrainian the other day. Very smart dude. And his attitude on this issue was so strange to me because it was very different than like the non-Ukrainian pro-NATO people. Basically saying something along the lines of like hating Donald Trump while also simultaneously loving Zelensky, but then also hating hating Joe Biden. It was very interesting. He was like, he's like, yeah, Joe Biden goaded Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin was doing Vladimir Putin would do military action at the border year over year. And at the time, that's the reason why Zelensky, leading up to the invasion, was like, don't worry, there's not going to be an invasion. But America kept goading Russia over and over and over again. And then like his belief, I'm not saying this is correct, by the way. I'm simply saying that his belief is that Joe Biden and his administration goaded Russia into invading Ukraine. It was truly shocking. Like all the State Department leaks over and over again was a intelligence posture by his assessment was an intelligence and by the way, he's just a random Ukrainian dude. He's a random Ukrainian dude living in America, so he's not like, you know, the most infallible person on the matter, right? But he was basically saying that like Putin is a fucking brash authoritarian strongman, and Biden basically fucking called his bluff over and over again, and then forced his hand to take military action and eat the bait, like egging on Vladimir Putin. I don't know if I fully agree with it. I don't know if I agree with that assessment, but what I will say is this. I think Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine was a massive gift to America in many ways. Like, not the American government, not American democracy. Sorry, when I say America, I mean American capitalists. That's all I'm talking about. I'm talking about oil and gas providers. I'm talking about people that are in the military industrial complex. Like, those are the guys who won big from this, which is, I guess, technically America, or at least the only interests that are ever represented by our politicians in the United States of America.
Active job of it, and I think you'll see a lot more progress get announced after Monday.
You seem convinced that he doesn't want to expand the territory beyond what he's taken now. I know there's going to be a conversation about how much of that Ukraine does or doesn't get back. But you're convinced that he's not going to go further or have aspirations towards Europe. Obviously, they're concerned about that being much closer to this geographically. But 2014, we had Crimea. That hasn't come back. Why? And he's, gone far beyond that in this most recent attack on Ukraine. So why are you convinced that he won't press further if he's given some reward or some territory this time around?
Well, look, he's been at war for several years. It's in large part been about those 5 regions, and it's in his speeches. There's a view within the country of Russia that these are Russian territories, that there are referendums within these territories that justify these actions. This is not me taking sides. I'm just identifying what the issues are.
Yeah, it's a little different when you're talking about Eastern Ukraine. People will say, people always bring up my Crimea takes on this, but yeah, no shit, dude. Everybody fucking escaped Eastern Ukraine. What do you mean they did referendums? He's like, listen, I'm not saying Putin is right, but I am implying it heavily. I would never say Vladimir Putin is right. I will simply imply it through this entire process. Come on. These guys are Russian. Russians and Ukrainians are brothers. They're a brotherly nation. It's just more Russia, is what I would say if I was defending Vladimir Putin. Come on.
I've never seen a conflict that can be resolved without level setting the facts, and we're level setting the facts. Now, I've been asked my opinion, so about what President Putin's motives are on a larger scale, and I simply have said that I just don't see that he wants to take all of Europe. This is a much different situation than it was in World War II. In World War II, there was no NATO. So you have countries that are armed there. To me, it just does. I take him at his word in this sense. So, and I think the Europeans are beginning to come to that belief too. But it sort of doesn't matter. That's an academic issue. The real issue here, the agenda set forth by President Trump, he is my boss, and I adhere to that fact. The agenda is stop the killing, stop the carnage.
I think it's stupid to take him at his word on that issue because, I think, look, if he had the manpower and the tech, he would do it for sure. There's no, but he just doesn't. He just doesn't, and he will never have it. I don't even think if Russia and America were role reversed, they would have the power to militarily overtake the entirety of Europe. If America was if America was in the location that Russia was in, I don't think America in all of its might and all of its military would be able to permanently occupy the entirety of the European continent. They would not be able to. I don't even think Russia is capable of permanently occupying the territories of Eastern Ukraine that it currently has. It's just not happening. 1, there's nukes, and 2, insurgencies are impossible to deal with. So I don't think there's any capability. I don't think there's any capability for Russia to overtake even Eastern Europe at this point, especially because of NATO. But even without NATO, it would be far too difficult. That's it. In this day and age, you can get a fucking, you can get a drone from Alibaba that has, that has a capability of dropping grenades on people. Insurgencies are so much more powerful than they ever were. You're not just throwing rocks or Molotov cocktails at a fucking tank. That's why people constantly, all the war nerds that I follow, constantly talk about how tanks are no longer reliable in the battlefield. Tanks no longer have any motion in the battlefield whatsoever. They're done. You have a multi-million-dollar hunk of metal that turns into nothing. That turns into a shitbox because it can be completely dismantled by a fucking drone. If if a maximum $10,000 drone can destroy like a multiple $1 million tank, you can't use it anymore because wars are done through attrition. It's about how much money you can waste. It's about how much money your enemy has at its disposal. And if a shitty ass drone can just destroy a tank, it's over. It's done. Especially because they're readily available, accessible. You can use it from afar. So that's the way I see it. Huge oversimplification, to be honest. They've been used differently, but still crucially important in Ukraine. I guess the only utility for tanks in Ukraine is that it's like out and about open fields and you can still ride it. Whereas like in terms of counterinsurgency, tanks are a fucking death trap. There's two reasons I think why tanks are no longer as hot as they used to be. One is because when you're doing a counterinsurgency action in a fucking city, you're cooked. You can get flanked from multiple locations. There's no way that you would be able to protect the tank at that point. And then boom, the moment that you drop any sort of munition on the tank successfully, it turns into a fucking expensive coffin that blocks your troops from moving further. And then even in the open field, tanks are still vulnerable because there is for an incredibly cheap, incredibly affordable anti-tank measure, you got drones. So in places where there's no cover, where tanks can technically thrive, I guess, they're still cooked by the drones. In places where there is cover, tanks have a hard time mobilizing. That's why they need mobile, like they need like infantry to support the tank. But how are you going to do that in a fucking city? Of course, a community of tankies would tell me how wrong I am, but
let's end this thing. You can't end things without communicating with both sides, understanding what each of them need, and then trying to bring them together. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and we certainly hope that there's great progress in those talks this week, getting to this point and now moving forward. But I want to make sure while we have you that we ask about the Middle East, where I know you've poured your heart into those negotiations as well. Clearly, the ceasefire is broken there. I know that you said Hamas has been unreasonable in trying to respond to another round of the next phase of a ceasefire. Where do we go from here? What are the odds you get them back to the table and get these hostages home?
Well, I certainly hope we get everybody back to the table and get the hostages home. I was in Doha. I met...
Bro, this guy went from, I'm going to tell you what's what. I'm Steve Witkoff, to doing one visit to Israel and watching whatever like Israel October 7 propaganda they fucking showed him. And now my Goatkoff is Lamekoff. He went from Steve Goatkoff to Steve fucking Lamekoff, where he's just like, you don't understand. Hamas, they're barbaric. They're fucking monsters. They're monsters. They're monsters over and over again. It's crazy. Yeah. Here, 2 months ago, Witkoff began from a position of relative objectivity, still very pro-Israel, which was producing results. He was then sent into the re-education camp process by Israel and the U.S. lobby. He saw what happened with Baylor. Now he's becoming Blinken in a more expensive suit. Like, that's crazy. He went from, we're going to tell him what's what. We're America, goddammit. Yeah, he went from Steve Goatkoff to Throat Cough. It's crazy. What did they do? They cloned him. They cloned my man. Bring Steve back. Bring Steve back. This is not the real Steve. Hashtag not my Shayla. Hashtag not my Steve. Okay? This motherfucker was like, I want to go and see Gaza with my own two eyes. Nope. None of that happened.
With many of the Arab leaders at the Arab Summit, I thought we had a deal, an acceptable deal. I even thought we had an approval from Hamas. Maybe that's just me getting duped. But I thought we were there, and evidently we weren't. So this is on Hamas. The United States stands...
Like, that's so... This is a lie. He's just doing Anthony Blinken. It's crazy because, like, he's doing Anthony Blinken, and he already produced results when he wasn't doing Anthony Blinken. You know what I mean? Like, it's so funny how the Trump administration came in and were like, yeah, hell yeah, we're fucking... Hell yeah, we're the kings here. We're the king of the castle. Like, we're going to change how American foreign policy is conducted. Instantly fucking bomb Yemen, just like Joe Biden did. Didn't work. Immediately get duped by the Israeli side and then have to start doing Israeli propaganda again.
with the state of Israel. There's just that's a 100% commitment, and we've expressed that. Hamas had every opportunity to demilitarize, to accept the bridging proposal that would have given us a 40 or 50-day ceasefire where we could have discussed demilitarization and a final truce. There were all kinds of opportunities to do that, and they elected not to. And this becomes the alternative. And it is unfortunate. Do I think would we...
It's ridiculous. It's the same exact lie that Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden told. Now, of course, because it's Steve Gutkoff saying it, put some respect on it. Obviously, dumb American lovers of MAGA and Donald Trump are going to believe it. But yeah, very stupid situation.
Be amenable to a reach out from Hamas? Of course we would be. No different than in the Russian conflict. We want to end the killing. But we need to be clear who the aggressor is here.
I feel like my goat had some beautiful properties aligned in Doha. I don't know what happened. The Israelis were like, no, you don't understand. Tel Aviv. We'll give you real estate in Tel Aviv. You know? He changed his tune real quick.
And that is Hamas.
Well, and quickly, I want to ask you before you go about Iran. The president has sent a letter to the supreme leader there giving a timetable for negotiations over their nuke program. 2 months. What happens if you get to the end of the 2 months without progress?
Well, this follows exactly the talking points that me and you have just gone over in Russia, Ukraine, in the Middle East, and now Iran. Again, our direction, the president made a very, very big move in my view. It was to reach out to Iran. There are many out there who would have thought that Iran, in their position, would have reached out to us. But we weren't waiting, and it's not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. We don't need to solve everything militarily. It's not to say that if God forbid we're pushed to that point, that we're not going to use military action. We would under certain circumstances. But here where our signal to Iran is, let's sit down and see if we can, through dialogue, through diplomacy, get to the right place. If we can, we're prepared to do that. And if we can't, the alternative is not a great alternative. And I need to be clear so everybody understands President Trump's position on this. Iran cannot have a bomb. We cannot allow them to proceed to weaponization and a nuclear arsenal. It cannot happen, and it will not happen.
Well, you've got several difficult assignments. We know the president has great confidence in you, and we wish you all the best in making progress on these really difficult foreign policy challenges. Steve Witkoff, thank you.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it
Yeah, they want to go to war. They want to go to war with Iran.
Anywhere else.
That's it. It's so over. Will you talk about Arda Güler? No, why? What is Arda Güler? What the fuck, chatter? Why do you keep saying, will you talk about Arda Güler? Why are you being so goddamn annoying? What did Arda Güler do? Brother, thoughts on the Turkey versus Hungary game yesterday? Arda Güler is goated. I don't care. God damn, dude. Shut up. This motherfucker, bro. It's crazy that I didn't yeet you earlier because you were doing that while I was talking about fucking Israel doing a genocide in Gaza. And you're like, bro, can you please talk about Arda Güler? No, I can't. Okay. God damn. Football fans losing their freaking minds.
Crazy beyond anybody's wildest expectations.
Israeli hostages made a video about to show how they're alive, and in it they criticize Israel and say good things about how Hamas treats them.
אני אסיר מספר 22. ועד אתמול היה לי שם, והיה לי זהות, והיה לי תקווה. היום אני רק עוד מספר.
אנחנו אסירים בעזה שרוצים לספר לכם על המצב שלנו. ואנחנו גם רוצים שתדעו שאת המילים האלו לא החמאס ביקש מאיתנו לומר. זה לא סרטון שהמטרה שלו זה לוחמה פסיכולוגית. אלא זה אנחנו שביקשנו והתחננו להשמיע את הקול שלנו. אז אנא מכם, תשמעו אותו. עד לפני העסקה האחרונה, עד לפני ה-19 לינואר, כשהמעברים היו סגורים לכל אורך המלחמה, המצב היה מאוד קשה. כמעט לא היה אוכל, ולא היה מקום בטוח להיות בו, והתנאים היו קשים למחיה. והכי גרוע זה שלא ידענו אם נחיה או נמות. כשהעסקה החלה ונפתחו המעברים לסיוע מינימלי ואוכל, חיילי החמאס החלו לדאוג לנו למה שאנחנו צריכים ולמה שאנחנו מבקשים, והאכילו אותנו, ולא רק
Chad is taking hostage words at face value. Every hostage testimonial is obviously done under duress. Having said that, a lot of the hostage testimonies that we've heard have not contradicted their statements after their release. Just for the record, this isn't to say that like these guys are not under duress. Of course they are. They're fucking hostages. All right. What you have to look at is like their testimonies on camera when they were hostages in comparison to what they say when they get out. And with some exceptions, and there are, most hostages, even under duress, most hostages and their statements under duress are not that different from their statements after they are released. They're saying living conditions were difficult, and then the ceasefire happened. And basically, since the ceasefire, taking hostage testimony as being worth anything. Wait, what? Why is this guy still spamming this and saying KEKW? I don't think you understood what I was saying. Did you hear my words? Also, it's ironic that you have to hear from Israeli hostages these words when the shit that they're talking about is just the reality on the ground in terms of like not having food. It's not like what they're saying is like, Hamas loves us. They give us hugs and kisses. They just are literally like, yeah, when the ceasefire happened, we were able to get more food, please. Like, what do you think happens to the fucking hostages when Israel refuses humanitarian aid to get into Gaza? Like, I don't even give a shit about hearing the hostages say this because I know it's the truth. We spend the entire day listening to doctors basically say the exact same thing as these fucking hostages. But then these guys are like, well, this is under duress. Yeah, no shit. It is true. It is under duress. You should take it with a grain of salt. But like, how the fuck do you not see that what they're saying is not all that unique to the describing the conditions of Gaza? It's who's saying it matters in this moment for Israeli society, at least. Okay, for Israeli society, Israeli hostages have a lot of value. They're their neighbors. They're their family members. Israeli society does not give a fuck about an American doctor that went into Gaza. They think he's a terror supporter who should be dying in the hospital bombings alongside the rest of the terrorists, the Palestinians. But Israeli society, at the very least, will see hostages and go, well, that's my neighbor. That's my uncle. That's my cousin. That's my family member. That's my husband. And they will hear what these guys have to say.
החלו לדאוג לנו למה שאנחנו צריכים ולמה שאנחנו מבקשים והאכילו אותנו ולא רק בשביל שנחיה אלא גם כשנרגיש טוב יותר ממש הרגשנו שהאור קרב ראינו את האור התחלנו לנשום
And we began to believe that this war would end after the ceasefire.
שכל זה הולך ולהיגמר ודווקא אז
just as the end was approaching we were dealt a severe blow. You know what's funny? So scary using hostages and forcing them to ask the food be let in. Bro, they're gonna eat the food. What are you talking about? And it's not even just that. It's not even just that. This is what the fucking hostage families are saying too. Virtually everyone except for people who are pro-Israel understand that this is the situation and also have been repeating exactly this. I guess everyone is mind controlled by Hamas propaganda at this point. No, that chatter was being sarcastic.
ממשלת ישראל החליטה לתקוף אווירית את הרצועה. מתקפה שכמעט הביאה לסוף שלנו. אני יודע שהם מספרים לכם שהם מתכוונים
like this right here, you know what I mean? Let's say these guys are under duress saying this. Okay, fucking Noah Argamani literally testified at the United Nations. She was there at the behest of Israel. She was invited there by Israel to offer testimonial on the harrowing nature of being a hostage to Hamas. In that testimony, she openly stated that Israel fucking killed her friend, the other hostage. Like when Israel bombs Gaza, you know who fucking dies? Israeli hostages. She testified. She testified to a basic fact that we all understand, which is that, yes, the Israeli hostages in Gaza will also be in harm's way if Israel bombs Gaza.
נחזיר אותנו הבית. אבל שתדעו, שאותה מתקפה של אתמול, זה היה הרגע הקרוב ביותר לסיום.
Why are you staying silent about the protests in Turkey? It's because I love Recep Tayyip Erdogan, bro. It's because I love it. It's because I love what he's doing. He's doing my favorite shit, which is suppressing. Have you talked about Turkey's withdrawn from treatment? Turkish chatter isn't fucking in here when I'm talking about Turkey every single day. Every day. The reason people keep saying is Asmongold made a video saying you were being quiet about it. No, he didn't. There is no... Asmongold used his opportunity in the spotlight to fucking lie, and no, he did not do that. Chatter is lying. There is 0% chance that Asmongold said that I was fucking... What? No. He did? Where? No, there was a comment underneath the Asmongold channel that got upvotes that claimed that I was not talking about Turkey. No, that was just a comment. That wasn't Asmongold's own statement. I swear you saw this yesterday. No, we read a fucking comment from a dumbass in his community. Oh my God, my chat is just as stupid as Asmongold's chat. Oh my God. Oh my God, my chat is just as stupid as Asmongold's community. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. There's a difference between someone in Asmongold's community saying, you know, you think that the most popular left-wing political streamer in the world who's also Turkish wouldn't be covering this, but from what I understand, he isn't, versus Asmongold making a video or a clip or a statement about how I have not covered the situation in Turkey. I can't have to... It's crazy that I have to sit here and fucking fact check my own audience too. Like, my expectation is that y'all are a little bit smarter than this. And to answer this Turkish chatter's question, I was out in the streets and checked your streams 3 days ago. I haven't seen anything. Sorry if you have spoken. Of course, I spoke about it every day, chatter. Every day. Anyway, but good luck to you and be safe.
שלי ושל החברים שלי. ראינו את המוות מול העיניים. וכרגע, לאחר המתקפה, שהמעברים סגורים, הכל חוזר לקדמותו. האוכל עומד להיגמר, התנאים מתחילים להיות קשים, ואין לנו אף מקום בטוח להיות בו. אנחנו רוצים שתדעו את זה.
די. די לסתימת פיות של הממשלה הזו. מספיק. די. צאו ותגידו, תנו לאסירים לדבר. תפסיקו לסתום להם את הפה. תנו להם לדבר. תנו לאמת לצאת החוצה. שכל אחד שיתנו לו שיצא מפה מן המקום הזה יפתח את הפה. למה כולם סותמים את הפה? למה? פתחו את הפה, תדברו, אוהד, תדבר, היית פה איתנו. ישבת איתי ואיתו. תדבר בשבילנו. תסביר לכולם מה אנחנו עוברים. שידעו כולם. אתה יודע כמה סבל אנחנו עוברים פה כל הזמן. אתה יודע איך זה בזמן מלחמה ואיך זה בזמן עסקה, אתה יודע. אתה יצאת לאישה שלך, לבנות שלך.
He's saying, Ohal, who was another one of the hostages that was with them, they're yelling at him not speaking out. First, they yelled at the Israeli government for not allowing the hostages to speak out on the conditions of the other hostages from their own personal experiences. And then he's saying, he directly calls out one of the hostages and says, you were with us. Here, you've been allowed to go back to your wife and family. Why won't you speak out for us? Like, why won't you go and yell at the government for allowing this ceasefire to go through? Yeah, I mean, especially this part doesn't seem scripted, but like I said, it's always under duress. It's always under duress. You have to remember that. They're hostages. It's under duress. So, regardless of the fact that Ohad's response, what did he say? After mission of Hamas hostage to free captive, Ohad Ben-Ami vows to bring them home. After he was mentioned by name by hostages Elkanah Bohbot and Yosef Haim Ohana in a Hamas propaganda video released by Ohad, released hostage Ohad Ben-Ami says he will not rest until the captives are returned home. I love you and I miss you. And the other 3 hostages who for now I can't say their names. Ben-Ami writes in a Facebook post saying that he saw the video clip. They fear for their lives. They are lacking all hope as we speak to the conditions of their captivity are being worsened. Their food is being reduced since we return to fighting in Gaza, writes Ben-Ami, who says he's currently in Germany as a part of the efforts to lobby for their release. Ben-Ami demands that every hostage returns home, not today, but already yesterday, even if it means an immediate stop to the fighting. He says that Israel can deal with this Hamas later. That's not what the hostage was asking? Wait, what? No, the hostage was saying, like, talk about our conditions here and talk about how Israel is not fucking, Israel doesn't give a shit about us. And he's doing the most political statement he can in terms of releasing a statement. But the hostages must be brought home now, as it is not certain that they will continue to live in the coming days, since they are in constant danger of death from the moment the fighting resumed. He promised to do everything in my power to bring you and all the hostages and their families alive.
אתה אמרת שכמה שבועות אחרי זה גם אני אצא לאישה שלי ולבן שלי. אני לא יצאתי עוד. תסביר להם כמה קשה לי, כל יום פה קשה לי, בלי הבן שלי ובלי האישה שלי. תספר להם כמה אני סובל. אתה יודע כמה זה שונה. תגיד להם אוהד, תגיד להם אוהד, תגיד להם אוהד.
Yes, I talked about half the messages are now cover this, cover that. I don't know what happened. Did people realize that this is a good way to piss me off? So now they're just like constantly demanding I cover shit that I've already covered. Is that what's going on? Like everyone in the chat is like, cover this, cover that. Did you cover this? Did you cover that? It's a lot more than usual. Normally, that last part really did not seem unscripted. Yeah, no, that part was definitely scripted. What are you talking about? They fucking said it over and over again together. That part was deliberate. I think it's fallen fans trying to piss you off to clip you. No, there's no way. There's been like 10,000 people. Like, I don't think this person is a fallen fan that's trying to clip me yelling at them. This is just a person who just came into the chat, didn't read the fucking pinned tweet, pinned statement, and is just going, just assumes that I haven't covered it yet and wants to inform me on something that's going on as though I haven't talked about it. I don't know. Put it in the stream title now, I guess. It is in the stream title.
Expectation. So they'll be doing a lot of building, all sorts of businesses, including the basics of automobiles. We have, as you know, Honda is coming in with a massive plant to Indiana, but there are many plants that are happening, and literally some are started already. General Motors is already redoing plants that were half abandoned, or they have plants that weren't being fully utilized. They're going to be, they and others are going to be making parts and other things in those plants so that it's one-stop shopping finally. It's ridiculous. You had to go to Mexico, you had to go to Canada, a car went all over the place. It was like, I don't know how that would have worked, but that's the way it sort of ended up. We had a deal, and we have a deal, which is fine, but people took advantage of the deal. They cheated. And when you cheat, the deals are unfortunate. But now what's happening is the numbers are beyond our wildest expectations. Now, having to do with cutting, we've done a lot of cutting from people, ideally the people that aren't doing the job. In many cases, people weren't attending jobs. In some cases, in many cases, people didn't exist.
Is that good, chat?
They had on the government rolls people that don't even exist. But of the ones that did exist, as you know, many didn't come to work. Many had no intention of coming to work. Many were paid and working someplace else. There were lots of bad scenarios, but they're being weeded out, and I think we're probably ahead of schedule on that. And to me, something that was just terrible is the contracts we're finding, the fraudulent contracts that we're finding, where millions and millions of dollars and even billions of dollars in some cases were given out. And I think we'll start with that. I'd like to start with Doug Burgum, Secretary of the Interior. He told us about a couple of contracts, everybody, and they couldn't believe it. Doug, could you just relate what you told us a little while ago?
No, happy to, Mr. President. There's a federal consulting group, which was a group inside of Interior, but it was managing contracts from many different agencies that flowed through here. One of those contracts was to do surveys of individuals, $830 million for surveys. And so part of the question was, hey, could we actually see the surveys? And then the surveys came back, and a survey was like 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with 10 questions that anyone's child in junior high could have put together, or AI could have done for free. $830 million. So that's one that we've stopped. And that contract was going out after you were inaugurated, sir. So it was jumping.
It's a pure fraud.
Yeah.
It's a fraud. But we've had many fraudulent contracts that were caught by the work that Elon and his people are doing, and working with our people. It's been brought to light that the fraud, not waste and abuse, the fraud has been incredible. You mentioned one, Madam Secretary.
Well, yes, sir. Well, let me just add to that, and thank you. We just had a wonderful cabinet meeting, all aligned on certainly the effort to realign the government. But even at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we've canceled a $300,000 contract educating on food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco. A similar contract we canceled in New York, again, educating transgender and queer farmers on food justice. justice and food equality. I'm not even sure what that means, but apparently the last administration wanted to put our taxpayer dollars towards that. We canceled a $600,000 contract out of Louisiana that was studying the menstrual cycles of transgender men, a $600,000 contract. We canceled another contract out of university in the middle of the country that focused on getting more diversity, equity, and inclusion into our pest management industry. Again, these are nonsensical. It makes zero sense to use taxpayer dollars to fund these. I know these are just a few examples of the hundreds and hundreds that we have found.
Well, a clear case of fraud was with the Small Business Administration, where they were handing out loans, $330 million worth of loans to people under the age of 11. I think the youngest, Kelly, was a 9-month-old who got a $100,000 loan. That's a very precocious baby we're talking about here.
Fraud, waste, and abuse in the agency. We've seen, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud go unprosecuted, so we're taking that on. We have a zero tolerance for fraud, and we continue to crack down on it and make sure people are held accountable.
It's amazing. And you have a lot of that. You found far too much of it. It's a pure fraud. We like to use the words waste and abuse because they sort of sound good, but many of these things are pure fraud. Now, there was a contract that you've heard about where Stacey Abrams got $2 billion just before we took over, and it was a rush to get her the money, and that was environmental, and nobody knows what she was doing. But $2 billion. If you got $2 million, that's a lot. If you got 200,000, that's a lot. But this was $2 billion was given. Lee, do you want to talk about that? And the other one that was even worse?
EPA has now canceled over $22 billion worth of contracts. $2 billion going to this NGO that Stacey Abrams was tied to. They received only $100 in 2023. And then the Biden administration gave them $2 billion. The director of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund saw his former employer get $5 billion. So $20 billion went to just 8 NGOs, and they're all pass-throughs. And then they were giving it to other entities, many of them were pass-throughs. And what you have is all these extra middlemen, they're taking their cut. And the taxpayer ends up getting screwed. They're losing out on all this hard-earned money. They can't afford to have the federal government waste. The partnership with Doge and Elon Musk has been incredible at EPA. Their team is very talented. We wouldn't have been able to do it without them. And of course, this mandate from President Trump to make sure that we identify every last penny, whether we're saving $50,000, $5 million, or $22 billion. We will not rest until every last penny is saved. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to do this for the American public.
Thank you. Great job you're doing. So we have a lot of that. We're getting down to a point we think probably over the next 2 or 3 months we'll be pretty much satisfied with the people that are working hard and want to be members of the administration and our country, really. And they're doing a lot of good people. We have a lot of great people. We want to keep the good ones, and we want to get rid of the ones that don't exist, and we want to get rid of the ones that do exist but don't work. And we have quite a few of them. Would anybody else like to say something before we take some questions from the press, please? Doug Collins.
I think one of the things that you've always told me is take care of our veterans, and that's what we're doing at the VA. And one of the things, though, is you also have to know who your employees are. You have to know the very fact of who you are. We're 470,000 roughly when we started this, larger than the active duty Army, when you think about that in the perspective. But however, this is an interesting point. When I first got there and we started looking at this, how you take care of people, we didn't have an HR system that could actually give us a rundown on who actually was working where. That we've had to work with that, working with our VA employees who are those liaisons. We've been able to put together an organizational chart which we can start looking at that. But the interesting part about it is about taking care of veterans, and what you've told me to do is how do we get the people in the right places. And I think when we look at this, GAO has told us we were high risk for years. The previous administration put literally tens of billions of dollars and tens of thousand employees over the last 4 years, and we saw our statistics basically stay the same or go down. Backlogs went up. Maybe the question is not money and employees anymore. Maybe it's the organization and how we effectively deliver for the American people. And that's what we're going to do.
Well said.
And one thing I want to add to it, it is not necessarily a very popular thing to do. You're talking about employment, you're talking about people and the lives.
Do these guys in the room actually think they're doing good work, or they're actively acting? They don't care. That's it. they think that it's sick. It doesn't really matter to them. They're in that position so that they don't speak out. That's it.
People. And yet, I think the American public understands we're trying to save our country and make our country great again. I mean, you could say it, but we're trying to save our country from this extraordinary thing that was happening. What they were doing to our country was just a horrible thing. And I have no idea how it plays out in the public. I guess you see poll numbers that are very good numbers, but I don't know what that means long term. But it's something that has to be done. If we don't do it, we're not going to have much of a country left, so we have to do it. So we're doing things that I think a lot of presidents wouldn't be inclined to do, but we're doing it to really, I don't want to use cliche. I don't want to say we're doing it to make America great again, because I say that on the campaign trail, but there's really no other words that could express it better than that. We're doing it to help our country, and our country was riddled with fat, like no country probably anywhere in the world, and we're getting rid of the fat. And at the same time, we're going to be bringing in millions of very good, high-paying jobs, and we're going to be taking in a lot of money. Our country's going to be very strong. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe. We were taken advantage of like nobody's ever seen. And you saw what happened today with Venezuela. We did something with Venezuela, which is long in the making, and it's very substantial. And we'll be announcing cars very shortly. We already announced steel, as you know, and aluminum.
Anyone that gets oil from Venezuela gets hit. They get slapped with a 25% tariff.
We'll be announcing pharmaceuticals at some point in the not too distant, because we have pharmaceuticals. We don't make pharmaceuticals anymore in our country. And if we have problems like wars or anything else, we need steel, we need pharmaceuticals, we need aluminum, we need a lot of these things that we sort of don't make anymore, and yet we're equipped to do it all. So we'll be announcing some of these things in the very near future, not the long future, the very near future. And it'll bring in billions of dollars, billions and billions, and it'll bring in, maybe more importantly, jobs. It'll protect the jobs we have, and it's going to be really quite amazing. Chris, did you have something to say?
Yes, Mr. President. I want to say energy is the infrastructure that makes our country run and drives our national security. The Biden administration grew my department, the Department of Energy, by 20%, and expenditure much more than that, all in an effort to reduce the production of energy in the United States and to make energy more expensive. We are stewards of the American taxpayer dollars, right? That's the job of everyone around this table, led by you. We want to reverse that trajectory and care about every dollar an American taxpayer gives us, and are we using it for the benefit of Americans? Let me tell you one thing: huge growth in expenditures, huge growth in employee count. Puerto Rico, an American territory, had its electricity grid destroyed. They had billions of dollars in the Department of Energy to help Puerto Rico, yet they didn't spend that money, because that money would have meant more energy, more jobs, more prosperity in Puerto Rico. They wanted to have them as a poster child of wind and solar. This island should run on wind and solar. That just doesn't work. But they cared about politics more than the American people, and they didn't treat the dollars like they were their dollars. This table, the team you have assembled, we're treating the American dollars like they're our dollar.
You're doing a great job on energy, by the way. We have things happening with energy that will knock your socks off. A really amazing job. Howard, do you want to say a couple of words?
Well, what is so exciting is April 2nd is just around the corner, and that's American Liberation Day. That's the day.
Oh my God. Okay. Look at this screen. Look at this screen. I'm banning people now. You have to be trolling. I'm going to start banning people permanently going forward. I'm sorry if you can't even fucking read the text on the screen. I mean, this is a valuable experience for all of the people in the chat that say, "Hey, why don't you just fucking put it on the screen? We already pin it. Nobody cares. I put it on the screen. Nobody fucking cares. What do you want me to do? Do it like this? Is that the only way that people will no longer ask me shit that I've covered already? What is going on, man? Put black outline on the white text. Stop. Take an hour off.
Day when the rest of the world starts to treat America with respect, and your leadership understanding how the rest of the world treats us and what balance and what fair trade finally is going to be, is going to take care of America. It's going to launch the External Revenue Service to start to build the power and prestige of America back. And I'm honored to be helping you on that course.
It's an interesting term, right? The External Revenue Service. We're going to take in a lot of money from the outside, and that's going to keep our...
Oh my God. No, we don't have, I don't think we, make the text bigger and in red. You are the dumbest person on the planet if you think that's going to change anything. I understand chatters want to be the first to inform me about an issue. Okay. I don't know what happened today, but this is the first time where I've genuinely been like, I don't know what's going on. Where since I started the broadcast, everyone has been literally blasting the same 3 stories over and over again while I'm in the process of covering it, or just as I stop covering it and move on to the next story. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe because I'm sick, I can't deal with it. Maybe because I normally don't. I'm trying to be patient, and it's fine because I understand where it comes from. There's a lot of people that are coming in with good intention, you know? Just people want to be the first to let me know about a story. Why this shit triggers you so much, just ignore it. Dude, are you kidding me? Have you not been paying attention?
Our tax is low, and I think getting a lot lower. It's going to be a lot of money, and that will, the external will take care of the internal to a large extent. So I think it's going to be a beautiful transformation. Linda, you might say a couple of words. You've done so amazing. It's a 50% cut, and more importantly, we want to bring education into the states. We're at the bottom of the pack, but we're the most expensive per pupil, and we want to bring education back to the states where they can teach the students lovingly with their parents and with the boards and everything else. And they'll be every bit as good as these other countries. These states, these individual states will do a phenomenal job. You want to say something?
Yes, sir. And if we think about education, if we don't address the issues in education...
Oh my God, fucking God, Linda McMahon, what is going on in this country? Every day a fresh new hell.
Now and start getting our scores up. What do we find our next generation after that? Where are our engineers, our doctors, our lawyers, our scientists, our AI and technical experts going to come from? We will go farther and farther down, and with everything else we're doing within our country, building manufacturing, bringing all of that back, if we don't educate in the best way we can, we will be lost, and those generations will be lost. It is, I think, the cornerstone of our culture and what we need to focus on. And so by having education at the best place where it can be, which is at the states, the local levels, with governors, with best practices and tools, which I hope the Department of Education can help supply for them, we'll do it.
And Linda, as you know, the SBA has taken over her student loans, which is a lot of loans. It's a big job. And Kelly, we appreciate that. You're going to do fantastically well. And Bobby is going to be taking over their various medical aspects and health aspects of the educational process. So, and he's going to do a fantastic job of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just say that.
Oh, here we go. Can't wait to hear from this guy. He called October 7 a Holocaust earlier today. It's so funny because RFK Jr. is deeply anti-Semitic, but also deeply pro-Israel. He is one of the funniest cabinet members in that regard, where he is straight up in like, Ashkenazi Jews actually created COVID alongside the Chinese as a bioweapon. And then lo and behold, he's the fucking department. He's the head of the HHS. And while he was running for president, he was like, we have to do everything we can to keep supporting Israel. Oh my God. Oh my God. We have to do everything we can to support Israel, which is controlled by Jews, just like America. And they're doing bioweapons. If we don't stop, we need to stop the Jews and their bioweapons. But also, the only way to do that is by helping Israel become the Jewish ethno-state it must be.
Sure. I'm very grateful to you and very grateful for the partnership with Doge and with Elon. We've identified extraordinary waste in my department and HHS. The expenditures, the budget of HHS during the Biden administration went up by 38%. The employees went up by 17%, and healthcare went down. We have 40 comms departments. We have 40 procurement departments. We have 40 IT departments, and we have 40 procurement, HR, none of them talking to each other. We are, with Elon's help, eliminating the redundancies. We are streamlining our department. We're going to go back to providing gold standard science. We're going to get the money to the scientists and to the patients rather than to the administrators and to the bureaucrats. And we're going to restore gold standard science, and we're going to make America healthy again.
Thank you very much. It's great. If you might, Madam Secretary, say a little bit about what's happening and how well we've done at the border.
Sir, this last week I was in Arizona, California, Alaska, and Florida, and CBP literally has almost 100% operational control of the border, which means that our country is secure and that we know who's coming into this country and that they love our country and they want to help keep it great into the future. We are, in the month of March, the last couple of weeks, increased our deportations by 50%, so we're now not even just getting the worst of the worst out. We're making sure it's consequences for being here and committing crimes in our communities. And the numbers are continuing to escalate and to go up. Sir, this week I'm headed down to El Salvador. I'll be in the prison where we sent TDA members. I'll be meeting with the president and also Colombia and Mexico and talking about building these relationships so that we can continue to get people out of this country that don't belong here and take them home. And also, you had talked to me about sending the message worldwide about the fact that people shouldn't be coming to this country and they shouldn't be coming here illegally. So we are in several other countries around the world with a message right now that's saying, if you are thinking about coming to America illegally and coming here, don't do it. You are not welcome. We have a legal process to becoming a United States citizen, and there are consequences if you come here illegally, and America has changed because we're putting Americans first. So we've also, the Coast Guard has done phenomenal work. I don't know if you all have reported on it, but we have broken historic records in the amount of drug interdictions that they have brought in. We've repositioned the fleet to go after the fentanyl.
It's so sick because as long as they just keep saying things, as long as they keep saying shit, doesn't matter if it's true or not, and it's not true. People just go, yeah, based. It's like, has America spiritually, physically, literally, figuratively gotten better since the Trump administration? Look around. Do you feel like America's gotten better? Or is there an air of not only discontent, but unease that already existed in the Biden admin, but has gotten worse? Is there just a vibe change that is happening, a vibe erosion that is happening on top of everything else? We got the fattest Gestapo agents door knocking and deporting people randomly, like that Venezuelan gay barber, to fucking El Salvador, claiming that he is a Tren de Agua, soccer coaches, just random people with no due process in direct violation of the courts. It's like the Trump administration took the worst aspects of the Biden administration and said, yeah, we're going to do that tenfold. Guess what? It's going to be awesome. And you're going to love it. Like virtually all of the awful things that were taking place under the Biden administration. And also on top of that, like no need to address the cost of living crisis or anything like that, is basically continuing and getting significantly worse. Like all of the apprehension, all of the suppression of political dissent, it escalated dramatically now under the Trump administration. And there is no entertaining the notion of this cost of living crisis that many Americans were understandably disturbed by. Does it feel better? This is a serious question I have for the Republicans that come in here to be like, Hasan, you're a fucking terrorist. I can't wait for someone to put a bullet in the back of your head. Fuck you, HasanAbi. Do you feel like shit's improving? Like when some random gay Venezuelan barber is deported to El Salvador, did that actually put more money in your pocket? Did you feel like rent is better, is cheaper now? Is there even a feeling that things are heading in the right direction for you? Or does it make you feel like these were your demands from the administration and they're doing it? They're following through on those demands. So it must be for some reason, you know? At least they're doing something, right? The previous administration wasn't doing anything. At least now they're deporting people. Like that, is that what it is? Like, is that... Ask your MAGA relatives. Ask your MAGA relatives. The back and forth on the tariffs. The senseless deportation initiatives being implemented. Does that make them feel like the prices of goods are actually coming down any moment now? My uncle want to have slaves? Okay, well, maybe your uncle might not. My dad feel better at least. My uncle want to have slaves? Okay, that maybe your uncle is not the best person to ask, because I think he might be a psychopath. Yeah, I don't have a puppet sitting in the Oval. That's progress for me. Dude, Biden was a puppet for sure. Okay, for corporate interests and also for Israel. Like he behaved like a fucking fleshlight for Benjamin Netanyahu. Not to say that like the role reversal is that America still holds all the cards on Israel, but he behaved like one. But if Biden was behaving like a puppet that was doing everything at the behest of Israel, what the fuck is Trump? Like, actually, what is Trump? Biden's the Tenga. Donald Trump is the Suckmaster 5000. If Biden is a Tenga toy, like a disposable Tenga toy on its last leg, okay, and it's like, BB, please put it in one last time before I die, please. Donald Trump is the Suckmaster 5000 that is like willing, okay? Every time it gives Benjamin Netanyahu a new suck, it's like it's like it's sucking for the first time ever. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah. Finally, we got a real independent in the office, which is doing the exact same thing that Obama did by bombing Yemen. The exact same thing that Trump did in his first term by bombing Yemen. The exact same thing that Joe Brandon did by bombing Yemen. I asked a very direct question. 49 transgender athletes are barred from competing in the NCAA. 49 total. Okay. Did that lower your rent? Did that make your bosses increase your salary? Did that make the cost of goods more affordable in any way, shape, or form? 49 college athletes are barred from participating in NCAA competitions at the collegiate level. What did that do for you? The answer is nothing. And I think it's better for people to recognize that the answer is nothing and exhibit buyer's remorse. This is not a liberal community that'll go, ha ha, I told you so, dumb fuck. As long as you recognize that, you know, it was wrong, and you do everything in your power to stop this cruelty that is simply a mechanism for distraction, because they don't want to do anything that will help you. They don't want to do anything that will improve your lives. All this DEI shit, all this woke shit, it's nonsense. It's complete and utter nonsense. It's just a distraction. Oh, we're killing DEI. Hell yeah. So much winning. Oh my God. So much fucking winning. My father-in-law thinks everything's getting better. He's the biggest hog ever. He loves every minute of it. All he talks about is woke. Ask him what he has won that does not like pertain to some arbitrary marker he has set about wokeness and how you have defeated wokeness. The Trump administration and the Republican Party as a whole are so good at creating fake villains and fake concepts to destroy when those concepts in and of itself have never actually harmed anyone. They're so good at turning that fake bullshit into the most significant battle to fight. Okay? It always reminds me of the elephant spray meme, right? I have a can of elephant spray in my apartment. My friend visits my apartment and says, "Why do you have a can of elephant spray in here?" I say to him, "Well, there's no elephants around." Guess what? The spray is for good reason. Well, there was never a problem to begin with. The fuck do you mean? I guess it works. It works for a lot of people. Yeah, your Vegas Uber driver who got fired because of corporate greed but still blamed Biden and hated woke because of podcasts. I know. Meanwhile, it's like the current vibes overall is more akin to not just having an elephant spray and then defending having the elephant spray, but also simultaneously, you got tens of thousands, if not millions of people going, I will give you $1 million for the elephant spray. Give me the elephant spray. I want it so bad. I've never wanted the elephant spray more. Maybe I can sell it to the next guy for an even higher price. So we're in a circumstance that's even fucking dumber than the elephant spray theory that I brought forward. It's like people are like, oh, I want it. I need that elephant fucking spray, dude. It's just no elephants there. No elephants here either, but I still need it. Maybe I can sell it to someone who will also want it later down the line.
Crisis and to go after the southern border and securing it, and they've done amazing work as far as that. We were down in Florida.
Not a bear in sight. The Bear Patrol must be working like a charm.
That's specious reasoning, Dad.
Thank you, honey.
By your logic, I could claim that this rock keeps tigers away.
Oh, how does it work?
It doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
It's just a stupid rock.
Uh-huh.
But I don't see any tigers around here, do you?
Lisa, I want to buy your rock. A perfect day. 0 bears and 1 big fat hairy paycheck. Hey, how come my pay is so low? Bear Patrol tax $5. What? This is an outrage. It's the biggest tax increase in history.
Actually, Dad, it's the smallest tax increase in history.
Let the bears pay the bear tax. I pay the homer tax.
That's the homeowner tax.
Well, anyway, I'm still outraged.
Florida, they brought in $500 million worth of cocaine that they had done in 14 interdictions and had brought them in, going right directly after the cartels and doing great work there. And we have a cutter that we have sped up the process, sir, the icebreaker. That'll be hitting the waters here this summer, and we've got 2 more that will be coming. But, you know, Russia is using their cutters and icebreakers up in the Arctic to do surveillance on us, and we're going to reposition our fleet to continue to partner. I want to thank the Secretary of Defense and the Navy for all of their help and partnership, too. We do operations together because their obvious Navy warships are in certain regions, but our cutters are faster and can work together in a partnership that's securing America. So, and we're going to eliminate FEMA. So we've got a lot to.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, baby. Time to eliminate FEMA. God, it's the dumbest fucking country on the planet. I swear to God. We have an entire administration filled to the brim with the biggest morons. Well, they're not even morons. They're just evil morons. They're evil, monstrous morons. And they're leading a fucking flock of hogs directly over the cliff. And the hogs are championing that. They're marching over the cliff. Every step of the way, they're like, hell yeah. One step, 1 foot in front of the next. Hell yeah.
To do, but it's all good, and we're working hard, and we're going to make sure that we're continuing to do exactly what we promised.
Great job. Yesterday, there was a plaza that you know well. There'd be hundreds of thousands of people standing at that plaza, pouring into our country, totally unchecked. Many people from jails and prisons and mental institutions and gang members, and horrible. And they just pour into our country. Yesterday, I was speaking to somebody, I was checking on the border, and they said there was literally nobody in this massive plaza. You know, we're talking a plaza that would hold hundreds of thousands of people. There was literally nobody there. There was one person sweeping it, but there were no people. It's been amazing. It's been an amazing transformation quickly. And we're getting the bad ones out first, and we're taking them out. And there's some really bad ones, murderers of more than one people. At least 50% murdered more than one person. This is the people that we're letting in through their open border policy. It was terrible, but I want to just congratulate you and Tom Holman on the job you've done.
Boston this weekend, hundreds of dangerous criminals were removed, 4 killers taken out of the country just by what they did in Boston.
It's funny that Hassan said AOC was outflanking Bernie on Gaza when she said being pro-Palestine isn't electorally advantageous. When did she say that? Dude, stop spamming. Answer my question. When did she say that? AOC did objectively outflank Bernie on Gaza. She called it a fucking genocide way before Bernie ever did. Like, that's what I meant when I said AOC was outflanking Bernie on Gaza. And also, if she said being pro-Palestine isn't electorally advantageous, she's the most wrong anyone has ever been. But that would be shocking. Be shocking to hear such a objective falsehood. I don't even know if Bernie's ever called it a genocide, as a matter of fact. Che Bad, 25. She was killed for it on social media. Yeah, I don't think she said that. But if you can find it, I will look into it. First new Contra video in a year, bro, is 2 hours and 40 minutes long on conspiracies and why conspiracy theories are so successful. 2 hours and 40 minutes long. That's wild. Did you see Bernie got clipped out of context yesterday? Yeah, I did. I did see that. I covered the full video and I didn't like it. I didn't like I saw the 13 seconds, but I actually covered the full response that he gave. And I still didn't like his response in general. I think it's like, once again, conceding to the framing of the right on the matter. He does, it is missing context. And the context is that he mentions that, immigration is not like a burden or a problem. And the real solution is to ease restrictions and do better processing and stuff like that. But that's like the classic liberal position, and it's a bad position to hold. You should definitely take shots on abundance because that shit sucks. I don't really care. I also don't care about leftists shitting on Bernie. I don't. It's fine. Leftists have no motion in general, so who cares? Like that's the reality. We have zero motion in general. We have no. We're just all yelling into the fucking wind, okay? And all of our statements combined do not amount to a singular fucking fart in the grand scheme of things. So it genuinely doesn't matter. Just do your advocacy. Leftists have been yelling at me in perpetuity from the jump. From when I had 35 viewers all the way to 35,000 viewers. Who fucking cares? Those who understand what I'm doing will understand and will join in on the fight. Those who refuse to oftentimes will turn around and will become mega communists and the like. The Jimmy Dores of the world. What is this? This is one of the biggest weather YouTubers doesn't speak about politics ever. Oh yeah, he's talking about the NWS. Yeah. Weather forecast about to get dicey. National Weather Service forced to cut weather balloon launches in half across the Midwest. Less data equals less accurate forecast. Blame the staff shortage. These cuts at 8 NWS stations aren't just a Midwest problem. Fewer weather balloon launches means less atmospheric data feeding into national forecast models. Weather doesn't respect state lines, and neither does bad data. Yep. Ryan Hall, y'all. The internet's weatherman. He's right. I've talked about this already. Cuts to NOAA and cuts to the National Weather Service are going to hurt commerce. It's going to hurt everything. Good luck explaining that to dumbasses, though, who just who don't get it, and they will never get it. All right, I'm skipping this cabinet meeting. Let's take a look
outside the home of the Senate.
Calls for Senator Schumer to step aside for new leadership.
And its top Democrat.
We need new leadership, and the time is right now.
Pressure from protesters, but New York Senator Chuck Schumer defiant.
Are you feeling pressure to step down?
I think it's kind of going back to the NWS thing. It is wild. The NWS cuts and everything else that the Trump administration is doing, especially at a time when anthropogenic climate change is ripping through the American heartland. You are directly killing your own base. You're directly killing as many Americans as possible when you cut FEMA. When you cut FEMA and you cut NWS, you're both cutting the response to the natural disasters, and you're cutting the predetermination system for natural weather disasters. Just doesn't even make sense. I don't understand it.
Look, I'm not stepping down.
Skepticism about Schumer's leadership intensifying after he and a handful of other Democrats joined Man, are you fucking kidding me? Look at the fucking screen, dude.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. You're acting like a doomer right now? No, I'm not. What? I'm just sick and I'm fucking tired.
Republicans this month to pass a funding bill keeping the government open.
I knew when I cast my vote against the government shutdown that there'd be a lot of controversy, but a shutdown would be 15 or 20 times worse.
Some now demanding to see more of a fight against the Trump administration.
Do I think the Democrats have been effective in rallying the American people in stopping Trump's movement toward oligarchy and authoritarianism? No, I don't.
Senator Bernie Sanders fiery at recent rallies with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The pair of progressives drawing big crowds, including, by Sanders' count, 34,000 in Denver alone.
We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us, too.
And blasting the billionaires around the president, including Elon Musk, who's leading the charge to slash the federal workforce. Musk's company, Tesla, facing new protests this weekend with boycotts and demonstrations coast to coast.
We are not going to be silent. We are not going to sit back and allow him to just run over us.
I want the board to take him off as CEO of Tesla.
Musk railing against displays that have sometimes turned violent. And despite the recent dip in Tesla's share price, rallying workers during a live-streamed staff meeting.
So what I'm saying is hang on to your stock.
And when it comes to Democrats, NBC News has learned former President Biden has offered to help the party by raising money or campaigning, according to people close to him who say he reached out to the new Democratic National Committee chair. No comment from the DNC on that, as our new NBC polling shows only about a quarter of voters, 27%, have positive views of the party. That is Democrats' lowest rating in our poll in more than 3 decades.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every...
Let's hear what one of the real leaders of the Democratic Party is saying to all of the people freaking out at the Democratic Party. Let's hear from a young, buxom lad.
Your party is in disarray. Criticism, it's ineffectual as a... Then let me say this. You are hearing from voters concerned, as they see it, that your party is ineffectual as a minority. That is a fact. They are at town halls. They are making their voices very clear on this. So I want to know how you see it. What is the issue right now? What is the challenge for the Democratic Party right now? And how did the party get here?
I certainly do not see a party in disarray. I disagree with you fundamentally. I've helped build the party here in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, he means it. Like, he was there when the Democratic Party was established. You know what I mean?
We're in great shape. We're going to win the governor's race this November, one of the only 2 in the country. And there's a lot of enthusiasm.
Your party is in disarray.
Is this the guy that shot Lincoln? Yes. Come on, he's reformed. He like I say, he's young, he's vibrant. He's the guy we need for this moment. And that's what's important. I'm glad that we have good leadership.
Donald Trump and...
Speaking of people running for office, here's my moot cat. She's running for Congress.
Elon Musk are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a fucking spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. Unfortunately, this party has become one where you have to look to the exceptions for real leadership, as the majority work from an outdated playbook. We need a makeover, which means we need a vision that's bigger than what we've been told is possible. There's
Kafi on the left, she's Palestinian.
Absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with some money left over. Families should have free childcare, Social Security should be expanded, and our inalienable rights shouldn't be dependent on who's in power. That means standing up to authoritarians, not shrinking away when the fight gets tough. And while current Democratic leadership might be fine cowering to Trump, I'm not. I've spent my entire career reporting on the far right and being attacked by them as a result. In fact, just a few months ago, Elon Musk's lawyers deposed me here in Chicago to ask about my mean tweets. Look, I thought comedy was legal again. This is all to say, I'm not scared of standing up to these people. I know how they think, and I know how to beat them. But my campaign itself is going to be different too, because I don't want to wait a year to help people. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck? My campaign and I would rather spend our money on book drives and clothing exchanges and public events than fancy fundraisers for rich donors. I also want my campaign to be as transparent as possible. That's why I'll be posting regular videos about the costs and steps of running for office. We all deserve better. We deserve human rights and financial freedom and a party that stands up to authoritarians. We deserve to thrive, not just survive. And I plan to fight for those ideals both on the campaign trail and in Congress. If you want to know more about me and what I believe, you can go to catforillinois.com. I do need to mention that campaigns cost money and ask you to contribute what you can. But I promise your donation will not be wasted on old, ineffective tactics. No spammy guilt trip texts, no focus groups to test my views, and no grifty consultants who care more about their paycheck than actually winning. It's time to challenge the status quo, and if our leaders won't do it, we will. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress because it's time for Democrats to do more.
Yeah. Also, this was a funny moment, but reporters, are you concerned at all about incumbents getting ousted this cycle? Here, let's hear what the Dems have to say about this.
Are you concerned at all about incumbents getting ousted this cycle, and what specific steps are you taking to prevent
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Congresswoman Schakowsky is facing a challenge from Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
She's a long-standing member, obviously a long-standing, stalwart, progressive member. I'm unfamiliar with this particular.
Yeah, the person she's running against in Illinois is Jan Schakowsky, who's like 80 years old. Kat is 26 years old. She worked at Media Matters. She's a progressive influencer. She's a progressive journalist, and is running against 80-year-old 14-term Democrat incumbent. If Gen Z is as fed up with the status quo as they say, I wonder if we'll be seeing a lot more of these kinds of matchups. I hope we do. I hope we do see a lot more of these kinds of matchups. Efendim, Kitchen Island. Here's also Representative Schakowsky, who's backed by J Street and has received $742,000 from the Israel lobby. She consistently votes for more weapons for Israel and voted present on AIPAC's main sponsorship bill. She's like, Schakowsky is not as pro-Israel as some of these other Democrats are, for the record. She's a J Street Democrat, which is different than an AIPAC Democrat. But it still doesn't change the dynamic. She's 80 years old. She's done 14 terms. Wait, what? Did you lock it? Oh, no. Wait, oh, don't pull it. Okay, Mom. Oh my God! Hold on, I gotta.
It hasn't even been 2 months, and most Democrats are ready to seek control of Trump. I mean, don't get me wrong; they've had some great ideas: giving up, playing dead, getting mad at their constituents. But it's not over yet, because Democrats have one last strategy: abandoning their entire base. On Sunday, Politico released this article about a Democratic retreat in Loudoun County, Virginia, last month. Attended by staffers, consultants, electeds, and party leadership, this group laid out 20 solutions to win back the working class. And all of them, at least the ones listed in this article, are various middle fingers. Because instead of reflecting on where they went wrong in Harris's campaign, like not differentiating her and Biden at all, or courting this mythical Liz Cheney superfan, or putting a muzzle on Tim Walz, these Democrats have decided it's just easier to become Republican light. Here are some actual quotes from this Democratic Party victory plan. Democrats should ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests. This is a pretty obvious dig at an ACLU survey in 2019 given to Democratic primary candidates. Republicans exploited it for culture war reasons. I do think that survey was unnecessary and weirdly worded, especially for a primary. But I'm not sure it's like the main thing we should be focusing on. Also, this point raises a lot more questions than answers.
Kaya,
what counts as far left? In this case, would it be the ACLU? Why do you need to control or ban these institutions? And like, how often is this an issue? Are you spending all of your time doing ideological purity tests? When is the last time you saw your children? Okay, this one's my favorite. Democrats should also move away from the dominance of small dollar donors whose preferences may not align with the broader electorate. Excuse me, what the fuck? Small dollar donors? You mean the average American who can only spare like $5 to $10 because they're living paycheck to paycheck? Motherfucker, that is the broader electorate. Also, if you think corporate money and rich people are the answers to small dollar donors, guess what? You're a Republican. Democrats should push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Once again, what's the far left here? Also, What groups? That phrase is vague on purpose, but here's a little secret. Behind closed doors, a lot of powerful Democrats and donors refer to the millions of diverse, complex lives that make up our country as the groups. And if that feels dehumanizing, that's because it is. Also, if you think transgender people or Muslims or disabled people had disproportionate influence over the last election, I'd ask how they feel about that. Candidates should get out of elite circles and into real communities, like tailgates, gun shows, local restaurants, churches. Hypothetically, this could be good, but you have to wonder what they mean by elites, especially because we know big donors, i.e. rich people, are good. As someone who monitors political and particularly conservative media for work, I can tell you what it actually means. Academia, artistic communities, the groups. You know, the opposite of real America. Also, how fucking insulting is this? These Dems watched one episode of King of the Hill, didn't understand what the episode was actually about, and was like, yeah, we're going with that. If you actually want conservative voters, don't cosplay what you think they are. They'll think you're disingenuous because you're being disingenuous. But if you actually wanted to make a difference, you could use some of those big dollar donors to provide physical aid to people who have lost their jobs because of Trump, who can't access their Medicaid. You could be the tangible lifeboat to the effects of the man they voted for. That would change far more minds than pretending that you know how to shoot a gun. But this leads beautifully into our last bullet. The party needs to own the failures of democratic governance in large cities and commit to improving local government. This is a right-wing dog whistle, plain and simple. Conservatives constantly complain about democratic-run cities, so that way they can spread racist narratives that increase police funding and surveillance. It keeps their audience paranoid, just how they want.
Oh, hey, gang. Thank you for everyone who's donating. Hey, congratulations. Good luck, Kat. Respect for putting yourself out there like this.
For Democrats to be saying that is scary. I do agree we need to support and highlight local government way more. But to do that, you need to look at large cities. 80% of America lives in urban areas. Those people matter just as much as the other 20%. This is not moderation. It's soft radicalization. We didn't lose to Trump because Kamala Harris was too woke. We lost to Trump because the Democratic Party refused to change. They refused to have an actual primary to give voters another option besides Joe Biden. And once Harris was in, they stalled her momentum, reining her in so she didn't go too far left. And it's not because they didn't want to alienate conservative voters. It's because they didn't want those goals, those far left ideas, to happen. Most progressive policies are wildly popular if you don't market them like an idiot. For example, the vast majority of Americans would love for their tax dollars to pay for the doctor. The vast majority of Americans want more than a month off when they have a baby, and to be able to afford childcare when they go back to work. They want their tax dollars spent on fixing roads and funding schools and paying for their parents' Social Security, rather than bombs and corporate tax breaks. There is no reason we can't have all of this, except for the fact that it takes a lot of work and corporations would earn a little bit less in profit. And I mean, we can't lose their lobbying dollars, can we? This is why a shit ton of people in Congress, regardless of party, don't even try to make things better.
Central Community was introduced me to this a few days ago. Yes, dude, I see a lot of Gary stuff. I know he's popping off, and he's a good dude. I like his opinions. He's very good. We've been watching his stuff on here as well. All right.
And why even more people in the media demonize those policies. If these policies weren't popular, people like Rupert Murdoch wouldn't have to spend billions of dollars to convince you that they're not. The Democratic Party is supposed to be the opposition party. Yes, we deserve more than a two-party system, but we don't have that yet. So this means right now, Democrats either need to step up or step down. We don't need an opposition party that tries to accomplish the same stuff as the other guys, but a little quieter, a little more polite. There is one way to move the needle here, and we have to do it while we still can. The answer is to primary every Democrat who is not doing their job. And guess what? You can do it. You'll either win, and then you can run in the general election and try to make your vision reality in Congress, or you lose. And that sucks, but guess what? Most incumbent Democrats aren't used to primaries. And by running against them, you have jeopardized their access to power, which is the only thing the vast majority of Congress cares about. They should be using their platforms, their voices, their physical bodies to try to stop Trump's agenda, or at least slow it down, wherever possible. They should talk to voters every single day, not abandon them. And they should publicly distance themselves from any colleagues that are willing to collaborate with Trump. Because if you're spending your time doing shit like this, you should probably join the other side. I heard they love opportunistic grifters.
But it looks like
So here is Yorgun Seçmen. Oğlum sen İngilizce okumayı falan bilmiyor musun? Anlamıyor musun?
Challenge.
This is my least favorite type of chatter who comes in and is like, there's got to be some cynical reason why you haven't covered this thing that you definitely have covered every single fucking day.
And so I can't comment on it beyond having a conversation with Jan at some point. There's a lot of energy, a lot of angst, a lot of anxiety, of course, across the country as it relates to the parade of horribles that Donald Trump has been unleashing on the American people.
Are you concerned at all about incumbents getting ousted this cycle? And
oh, here's everyone's favorite drunk, Pete Hegseth, the Department of Defense Secretary. He was asked about the text messages. Let's see.
Looking forward to it. One question.
Can you share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic? And were those details classified?
You're talking.
Yes, the details that he put in that text chain of text, if they actually talked about their targeting capabilities and what the targets look like, then it 100% it was classified. For the record, it was 100% classified information. They are lucky, or maybe if they deliberately did this, sent it to fucking Goldberg, who would never release that kind of thing because he's not a real fucking journalist, and that's it. If they said that they were going to strike Yemen before they struck Yemen, talked about what the targeting capabilities were and what the targets look like, all of that is of course classified. The fuck?
Talking about a deceitful and highly...
Yeah, it had the order of what they were striking and what they were using to strike it. Of course it's classified. It's at least that's what Goldberg said in the article that he redacted.
Discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen.
That's literally not true. Like, the Biden admin spent $1 billion blowing up Yemen. Israel blew up the Sanaa airport. Like, that's just objectively untrue. So what's going to happen in a couple months when Yemen is still maintaining a blockade? Like, I don't understand. Do these guys not think ahead? I mean, I guess the answer is yes, they don't think ahead. They're just simply responding to stimuli. They're like, okay, well, we got to do everything in our power to get all the naysayers, all the people that are like upset at Israel's genocide to shut the fuck up by force. To be fair, like, I mean, the Biden admin already fucked up too when they did that.
President Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation.
We did $1 billion of deterrence. The only thing that stopped the Yemeni blockade was a ceasefire from Israel. That's the only thing that stopped.
And we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details?
Joe Rogan, I won't be at UFC 315. I don't go to Canada anymore. I'd rather go to Russia. Bro, that is what? First of all, why is he giving a gift to Canadians? If you don't fuck with Canada, you not going inside of the Canadian border is only a gift to Canada. He's like, yeah. Oh, I bet Canadians will hate that my dumbass won't be there. Okay. Oh, you'll miss me. Oh, you'll miss me when I'm gone. Oh no, poor Canadians. No, man, go there and stay there. Okay. Canadians keep sending their worst down here. We might as well do the same in return. Go talk about Canadian politics up there. Come on. Why is it that this is only a one-way street where only the worst Canadians come down here and stay down here? Okay, most non-right-wing JRE take is so funny. I'd rather go to Russia. I don't go to Canada anymore. Canada is an authoritarian dictatorship. Canada is a woke authoritarian dictatorship, which is why I want to go to Russia, a truly free country. You know what I mean? A country that's actually free. What the fuck has Canada done the Rogan? I don't even know that. I like. Why do conservatives hate Canada now? Is it because of woke? Is that what it is? What's the deal? It's because Justin Trudeau didn't do enough blackface or something? Like what? Oh, they booed the national anthem? Yeah. Okay, here's my solution to that. Don't do awful shit so that our allies in the North don't fucking despise us. Very simple solution. Hey, Americans, have you thought about not entertaining the military annexation of a foreign ally, our neighboring state of Canada, if you don't want them to fucking boo at our national anthem? That's also such a funny thing to just like get upset about. Like, oh no, Canadians booed our national anthem. Oh no. Meanwhile, I urge Canadians not to come down here, especially ones that are in my chat, because they will be going through your DMs, probably looking at your watch time on the HasanAbi broadcast and making an assessment on whether or not they will let you into the country, or if they will potentially keep you in a permanent detention facility for an extended period of time for the crime of hurting Israel's feelings. Canada is not alone in issuing travel advisory warnings to the United States of America. Many other countries have issued similar travel advisory warnings because that's what we do now. That's what we fucking do now, baby. That's what we do. You come in here, oh, you want to go to Disneyland? Well, guess what? We're sending you to fucking Gestapo land, okay? We're going to look through your phone. And if you've ever said something mean about Donald Trump, we're going to not let you into the country. America has decided to do a BDS on its own damn self. Incredible stuff. Ay, ay, ay. Does Gestapo land have funnel cake? Yeah, every ICE agent is fucking eating funnel cake. You don't get to have any of it. They all look like fat animatronics and move like fat animatronics, but you don't get to have any of the funnel cake. Rogan wanted to perform his comedy here in Vancouver during COVID, but the venue wouldn't let him do it unvaccinated. We've been commies ever since. Yeah. To be fair, I would use that as a reason to not let Rogan in as well. If I had the opportunity, I'd be like, sorry, next week, everyone is unvaccinated, but just Joe Rogan is like, oh, sorry, this week, we just are not letting any unvaccinated comedians in. Sorry. Oh, what are you going to do? Oh, you want to come next week? Oh, that's crazy. The ban for unvaccinated comedians extended by 1 week. Oh, no. I hate to report this to you, but it seems like if you're 5'6", bald, and unvaccinated, that's like, you see the sign back there? It's just, I don't mean to make this about you, and it certainly isn't. But it's wild that the rules dictate that this very, very specific rule. Oh, no. We already saw the Bernie Sanders interview shit. I don't care about this. The Dems digging a deeper, darker hole. Wait, they're not talking about the leaks? That's crazy.
The Democrat disaster gets even worse, and the Now Party is looking for uber progressive AOC to save them.
Oh, that's gonna be crazy. They, all these crowds that are coming in to watch and listen to AOC and Bernie Sanders, they're all fake. They're phony. I'm Judge Janine Perot. I'm here to tell you, Democrats, keep it up. Keep this radical Marxist stuff up.
Dems are in the deepest hole in nearly 50 years, and this may not be rock bottom. The party has its lowest favorability ever. Young voters are flocking to the right. Americans are fleeing blue states in droves and they have no national leader. Don't believe me? Watch for yourself.
Are you feeling pressure to step down?
Look, I'm not stepping down.
The American people are fed up with the old guard. There needs to be a renewal.
This looks like game over, and the reason why people are voting with their feet is a lot of what your book is about.
I gotta pee.
Taxes and regulation.
You know what the problem is with the left? They seem too lame. They do. They gotta.
It's true.
It needs a revamping.
Meanwhile, Bernie is touring the country trashing Trump.
Yeah, that guy's gonna
Elon
fucking make
and
the left less
oligarchs.
lame.
Socialist blowhard doesn't want to answer the tough questions plaguing his party.
Would you like to see her join in the Senate?
Right now, we have, as I said, just a whole lot of people in the Congress. Okay, Jonathan, thanks.
Wait, I got one more. This is important.
No, I asked you.
Okay.
You want to do nonsense, do nonsense.
No.
I don't want to talk about inside the Beltway stuff. I got 32,000 people.
I was just asking you about AOC because she was out there with you.
No, fine, but I don't want to talk about this. What was the last question?
I was just going to ask you one more question about you. I mean, that's all. I was literally your last.
What is your question?
Well, I mean, it's easier to.
But is there a far left light at the end of the tunnel? The New York Times is hyping up AOC as the 2028 answer to all of the Democrats' problems. All right, Jessica, there's no question that the party has its lowest favorability in at least half a century. It means they have virtually no credibility. You really have to work hard to get here, don't you?
We're exhausted from working this hard. It's bad. Of course, it's bad. We just lost an election. We have to rebuild. We have to figure it out. I think that people are flocking to AOC and Bernie because they are capturing the spirit of the moment, which is where you need to be real opposition. You need to have backbone. You can't be spineless about these things. There was an interesting exchange online where John Fetterman went after AOC, and then Connor Lamb, who lost to Fetterman in the primary for that Senate seat, was a conservative Democratic congressman, and Tim Ryan came to AOC's defense over Fetterman because they understand that she is meeting the moment. But all hope is not lost. Healthcare is going to be an incredibly important part of the discourse. Democrats still lead on who's best to handle that. And I'm increasingly thinking that James Carville was right in saying that we should take a bit of a breather and run out the clock a bit here and watch what happens. So Donald Trump's ratings on handling the economy, inflation, cost of living are all tanking. And we're seeing this administration's incompetence and recklessness on a scale unimaginable. I'm sure you guys saw this incredible Jeffrey Goldberg piece from right before we got on air a couple years ago about Goldberg, who is a journalist at The Atlantic, being invited into a private Signal chat with all of our national security heads. So Rubio.
No, James Carville is not right. Come on, Jessica, don't do that.
Hegseth, Waltz, Tulsi Gabbard, Scott Bessent's in there, et cetera. And they are planning on just Signal to drop bombs in Yemen. So they're not doing this in a skiff. They're doing it on an app that you and I, we all have on our phones. And it's obviously incredibly reckless, national security risks. I don't want to ever hear butthurt emails again. I don't know what's going to happen to anyone who's involved in something like this. But on top of it, you have the vice president. He's in there as well, contradicting Donald Trump on his policy on Europe. So all of this is going on. We're only a couple months into this administration. And when Carville says, let's see what they do, you get stuff like this.
Makes you happy.
No,
okay.
No, but it
Jesse.
does confirm when people said that folks were getting these jobs that didn't deserve them.
Would you have Jessica on the stream? I think you guys are forgetting that Jessica Tarkov is just like a basic straight line lib. Just because she's next to some like straight up demons doesn't change that reality. Like my glazing of Jessica Tarkov is a meme. I feel like it's become something more serious.
That's probably the case. And
They
I'm
make a
sure
mistake. They make a mistake
This is
and you're
a
happy.
mistake.
Just admit you're happy.
I'm not. No,
Okay,
I'm
can
actually.
I get
would-
Jesse here?
Yeah.
All right,
Greg
Jesse,
started.
you know what? Some of the Dems say that they're fed up with the old guard, but isn't the failure of the party about the progressives, which are ostensibly the younger group? And, are they blaming, who are they blaming
Let's
now?
not let them think
the progressives are the problem. Let's let them run AOC. They're 0-2 running women, so I think just roll the dice again, run AOC, and let the chips fall. It is funny how the old guard tries to keep the young generation down. It's creating this little bottleneck. It's fun to watch. We had that problem. We don't have that anymore. We have a whole new, fresh crew of young bloods running around. And yeah, they accidentally leaked something to the media instead of the Democrats actually leaking classified information to the media. Jessica.
No.
All right? At least they didn't homebrew a server and acid wash it. But her emails, I just did it.
Mar-a-Lago toilets, and they invited him in.
Mar-a-Lago toilets?
Yeah,
what are you talking
where
about?
the national security secrets that were
This is a
subpoenaed.
family show, Jessica. Clean it up.
Can we just stick with
All
the
right?
topic today?
A famous Greek philosopher, Jessica, Heraclitus or Clitus, I don't know. I hope it's not the last one.
Watch your mouth.
It's definitely not Heraclitus.
Said changes.
I can't do this. I'm done.
I've seen your Trump.
I've had enough. Elon Musk reaches final straw with Dem attacks. He's had enough, guys. Okay, quit. Quit everything. Quit your job at the administration. Quit your job at Tesla. You don't really have a job, to be fair, but.
Advisor Elon Musk has faced repeated and very personal attacks since he's teamed up with President Trump and started Doge. The left has called him everything from a con man to an oligarch, and even worse than that.
Elon Musk is incompetent in his position. And how do we know? Because they fired tens of thousands of people, was challenged in court. The court said the people have to go back, and now the people are coming back. He's incompetent. He's a thief. He's a Nazi, and people don't trust him.
Jamal Bowman saying someone's incompetent in their position. Didn't you lose your seat to George Latimer? Oh, yeah, that happened. Well,
yeah, Apex spent $7 billion, dude. Shut the fuck up. Didn't you lose your seat to George Latimer after Apex spent $30 million? That was the actual number. 7 billion, I'm exaggerating, obviously. Yeah, remember when the Israel lobby forced you out of a position by dumping a historic amount of money into a Democratic primary?
Well, now Musk says he is done with this, and he shot back at Bowman's comments, posting, "I've had enough, lawsuit inbound." And Attorney General Pam Bondi also sending a warning to Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett after this remark.
I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes.
This is domestic terrorism. And Maria, now you have this Congresswoman Crockett who is calling for attacks on Elon Musk on her birthday. Let's take him out on my birthday, she says. And yet she turns and says, oh, I'm not calling for violence. Well, she is an elected public official. And so she needs to tread very carefully because nothing will happen to Elon Musk.
You know, Paul, as I look at this, Jasmine Crockett insisted, she was not encouraging any sort of violence. I still don't know why you would make a remark like that. But putting her aside and looking broadly at what's happening with Tesla, the FBI, I was looking at their website about what domestic terrorism is. You can see this when you intend to intimidate and coerce the civilian population, influence the policy of government. Several of these acts clearly are intended to do just that.
The problem is we don't have a domestic terrorism law at the federal level because in the terrorism world federally, you have to have a connection to a foreign power. So when we say a domestic terrorism incident, it can be without actually charging it. And that's why something like, I think it's about up to 35 states have terrorism laws so that they can do just that. Remember the Waukesha parade, the Christmas parade, the guy drove through a parade? Everybody wanted that to be terrorist. There's not a federal statute that's on point. And the reason for that is that on the right, the fear is that it would be weaponized against the right. And that's generally the debate you see in legal circles. So that's just sort of the framework. But what you can do is, number one, follow the money. And that goes to some of the stuff that goes on these campuses. There's been significant reporting, responsible reporting, that there is Iranian money going into some of these groups that act on campuses. Well, now you have a tie to...
Yeah, Iranian money. Yeah. It's so bountiful, this Iranian money, that we just simply haven't been able to find it. We have simply been unable to find it. So now we're just lying. We were lying initially. The Biden administration was lying about it too initially. And we're also still lying. I like it when you look at your phone, your points are less frequent and more poignant. Thanks, chatter.
to a foreign nation. Okay, so that's potentially a terrorism charge at the federal level. But what you can also do is what Musk is talking about, which is...
Why can't Fox be sued for this? Is slander? Chatters, please stop thinking that litigation is going to work at your behest against a fucking fascist administrative state that is unironically dismantling, unironically creating a constitutional crisis over direct court orders right now. Like, they're not even listening to judges that would volunteer to fucking sign off on mass deportation. And the one time where they're like, hey, can we get to see if these guys are actually who you say that they are? Like, if they've ever done a crime? And they're like, fuck you, suck my dick. And you're over here being like, oh, why don't we sue Fox News for defamation? Like, it doesn't work that way. Litigation of this sort only is there to protect wealthy people against not powerful poor people. You know, this might be a new level of dick riding for Elon. What is this? Pulling up to the Tesla protest? What? No, this is AI, right? No, this is definitely not real. I can't tell because the cars look so AI. Yeah, we need to make this a reality. It's definitely not real. I have a sneaking suspicion that, is there a lot of animosity and resentment towards Tesla and people are vandalizing them? Certainly. Are some of these stories just like a psyop so they can basically say, if you've ever been mean in the vicinity, if you ever had road rage against a fucking Tesla driver, you're now a terrorist? I think that's more likely the case. Because I feel like there's a way above and beyond in terms of how much coverage it's getting, in terms of how much like people are, attacking Jews deserve to live. Wow. Controversial statement. Why would you think I disagree with this? Are you fucking insane? Yes, I agree. I think everyone deserves to live. What the fuck? Did you think I was going to be like, fuck you, dude? Like, you have to ask yourself, who convinced you that I would be against a statement like this? Because you have been misguided. You have been played a fool. What the fuck? First statement. At least when the D people would come in, they would put some effort into their bait. The E stands might be some of the dumbest shadows you've ever had to come in. Yeah, the quality of the baiting has fallen apart. I think we've sufficiently banned all of the sock accounts from the sex pestiny community, and also they low-key recognize it's indefensible, so they just kind of quit their battles. So the only people that are coming in here are like Ethan fans who think I'm like a Jew hater or would get mad at a statement like this one. You know, the quality of my adversaries have fallen tremendously. Not really, that because the implication there is that like sex pestinies, sex crime loving fan base were brilliant. No, they've been in here for much longer, so they know what like really pisses me off. They know actual ways of derailing the conversation. Well, now you're a subscriber, chatter. There you go. But yeah, I can tell which community someone's coming from the way they write. If they are just like so angry that they just stopped using proper grammar or proper spelling midway through as they're spelling out a death threat, that's a Asmongold chatter. Type in like a 37-year-old, like a 37-year-old with like a 2009 Twitch account being like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, you fucking, you hate America, why don't you leave the country? That's an Asmongold fan, okay? If they come in here and they have this like stan culture attitude, not really aware of politics in general, just kind of fucking breezing away with the wind, whichever way the direction the wind is blowing, they're just like, yeah, you hate Jews, I think. Like, why do you hate Jews? You hate Jewish people, like something along those lines. And that's most likely a Ethan Kleiner, you know. Destiny fans, on the other hand, will come in here to be like, well, it's actually quite hypocritical that in 2019 I decided to, say something stupid in your chat and you banned me because you hate freedom of speech or whatever the fuck. Juicer spam Hassan. They don't got much motion either. Jackson Hinkle heads are like, you have come against our chairman. You have done a great crime, you bourgeois decadent pig. We will not spare you in the revolution. They LARP as though they have like a fully functioning vanguard party / political movement. The Hinklerites. Our revolutionary chairman is actually going to entertain and ask me anything on Twitter because he is not afraid of he's not afraid of adversity. Hey, I had theories and tested them. Good stuff, proving them wrong. Oof, gifted sub, crazy. Okay, now that you have found out that your theory was completely moronic, will you reconsider? Or do you think once you're gone from the chat, we'll figure out that you've left the chat and then we'll get to the secret Jew hatred? Or maybe you were just wrong and deluded into thinking that this is an anti-Semitic community. Maybe someone is telling you that they are the only true. Yeah, I know you were trying to get fucking banned for it, dumbass. Why would we ban you for this? If you came in here to get banned for this statement, that implies that you think that we ban people for making statements like this. This is not a statement that is inappropriate at all. It's not a ban-worthy statement. It's a statement that 99.999% of people that are in this community agree with, and the 0.001% of people that don't agree with it are the fucking haters that are in here, that are neo-Nazis waiting to whisper at every single fucking chatter that I pull up on screen to be like, hey, I'll have you know, you should read Culture of Critique. This Hitler guy had some really good ideas, because they're fucking dumbasses who think they can like Hitler pill people in this community. So I asked the question once again, who led you to believe that this would be a ban-worthy statement in this community? And why do you believe that person still? Like, if you are so off base as to think that this is a ban-worthy statement in this community and not one that we agree with, like, shouldn't you feel a little bit wronged by the person who deluded you into thinking this? Anyway, we welcome you with open arms now that you have tested and figured out that your theory was not, correct. Now comes the journey of education. RFK got you sick? Yeah, we were making out. That's why. Her fırsatta All-Star olman için tweet atan İstanbul'da posterlerine asan adama tek tweet atıp destek dahi olmadığını unutmayacağız Alperen Şengün. Wait, he did. He did post about Turkey. Why are they shitting on him? Yeah, he did. Egemenlik kayıtsız şartsız milletindir. He posted this. What did Enes Kanter, your goat, say? Fuck Enes Kanter. Why are so many people operating with this, why are so many people operating with this false notion where it's always the same thing? It's like people unironically go, if I didn't see it, then it must not have existed. And now it's your problem. You know what I mean? It's like, I didn't see you post. I didn't see you post about the protests in Turkey, in support of the protests in Turkey, which means it doesn't exist. And if someone actually tells me that, if someone actually confirms that you did post about it, then it's not enough. Etki tepki Atatürk paylaşmak bir şey kurtarmıyor dostum maalesef. This guy literally goes, oh, okay, you just posted at a Turk. That's not going to save anybody. That's what he said. When he was corrected on it, because the assumption here is, I forgot that I didn't translate this to English, so you guys have no idea what the fuck's going on. This guy goes, you, at every step of the way, in order to become an all-star, you tweet all the time. You put your posters up in Istanbul, but you didn't even post a single tweet in support of the protests in Turkey. We will not forget it, Alperen Şengün. And then someone goes, no, he did actually post. This is a Şengün, fan account that goes, no, he did post. And this guy goes, etki tepki Atatürk paylaşmak bir şey kurtarmıyor dostum maalesef. Sharing action and reaction Atatürk doesn't save anything, my friend, unfortunately. Why is he mad still? What does this other one mean? Oh yeah, he says, Cumhuriyet Atatürk kurdu biz yaşatacağız. As in, the Republic was built by Atatürk and we will let it live. We will let it thrive. We will let it survive. And it's just a statement about the youth. The youth will protect the republic. The youth will protect democracy, basically. Reply'larda sana avrat sövüyorlar. Yayında konuşmadığın için bunlar manyak. Evet. He also tweeted about it too. I liked it. Are those school uniforms? Yeah. I don't think they still have these, but they were public school uniforms for even when I was a young boy. It's so strange. Sadece gaz almak için yalandan paylaşıyorlar tepki göstermek için. Yeah, I don't understand. Senin Alperen düşmanlığının bir anlamı varmış demek ki derin adamsın. These are NBA fans, Turkish NBA fans that also don't like the team Alperen is playing for, which is odd, especially considering that, Turks have so much pride for Turkish people that are thriving in America, people like myself and people like Alperen Şengün, but I guess they've also dropped people like ourselves as well, because I guess we're not sufficiently pro the Turkish protests, which is crazy. All right, what is this? All right, I saw this meme already. All right, let's hear what Gary had to say about 18th century Europe isn't a good benchmark.
Now, under the system of capitalism, has a living standard which exceeds that of an 18th century monarch. And therefore, hence why I say to you.
Damn, dude. Sick. No more evolution, I guess. Does this guy not realize that, unironically, an 18th century monarch could present the exact same argument by saying, yeah, well, right now, under the rulership of the 18th century monarch, the peasant class is significantly better off than they were in comparison to the 15th century. I'll have you know, the peasants get more gruel than ever before. There's grain in the refinery, and prima nocta has been cut down dramatically. Only one instance of deflowering, one villager's wife per one full moon. I'll have you know. Stop your KCD2 pilling me? Yeah. You have nothing to worry about the Ottoman barbarians coming in and breaking through. No more need for conquest from the Vikings. We have protected it. It is no longer Daneland. I'll have you know the king has protected you time and time again. No more bubonic plague. You must bow down to your lordship. Yeah, we have eliminated Danelaw, which was woke. D-E-I. The D stands for Danelaw. No more weird Danish men and women conquering our territories. The monarchy has drawn support from the entirety of the kingdom. The pro-immigrant Danelaw has been shut down. Okay, I'm having too much fun with this. All right, let's keep going.
Capitalism is a force for good, my friends.
What we need is to understand what's happening economically. Increasingly, the average person in this country struggles to simultaneously feed their kids and turn the heating on, which I don't know whether that was a problem for an 18th century monarch or not. Watch my videos from 2020 where I predicted an explosion in inflation, an explosion in inequality, a collapse in living standards. The reason those predictions were good is because it's the same reason I've got a track record of making correct economic predictions for 15 years. Because I'm good at this. And I could go and I could get paid £2 million a year working for any investment bank in Canary Wharf in the city, and I cannot give that information to the government for free. If that is the economic system that you build, you cannot be surprised when all of the economists are wrong about everything. All of the good traders know inequality is destroying the economy, and they don't say anything because they get paid millions of pounds a year not to.
So
I don't like his ego. Message is good, though. I feel like British people need to hear from a guy who is rich and is a trader. Like, they still hate him, by the way. They keep dunking on him because here's the thing, okay? When you advocate for the working poor, it doesn't matter. If you're poor, they say you're jealous. If you're rich, they say you're a fucking hypocrite or a dumbass. And it's unironically the working poor that say this as well, because they want to maintain this aspirational goal that they too will make it to the tippy top one day. And they feel as though if they're subservient, utterly servile to their masters, then their masters will one day magnanimously decide to elevate them. It's never going to happen. but you can't stop people from dreaming, I guess. That's why there's so much resistance, so much antagonism towards people like myself as well, where they're like, dude, you're goddamn hypocrite. Like, you socialist, but you're wealthy. Fuck you. Like, that's it. How did Andrew Tate blow up? Andrew Tate blew up because he does the exact opposite. He serves that aspirational purpose. He tells you the same lies that everybody else is told, but repackaged in the gayest way possible. Oh my God, I can't get over that. Dressing up like a gay man from 2007, you know? That's just how he do it. That's how he does it. There is I have noticed this, there is a real homofication of alpha dog lifestyle Sigma grindset people. I'm seriously, like, I noticed this when I was looking at like all of the sexy influencers that are like, I use mouth tape, I do this for my, facial regimen. And it's very interesting. Like, they are just like the average 2025 gay man, but because they're like usually saying Sigma grindset and, and a whole bunch of homophobic shit, I guess like it tracks as something different. I don't know. Very odd stuff. Yeah, exactly. Matt made this point as well. And yeah, they're correct. Look, I can't stop thinking about this video. 15 years ago, this routine would get you called gay or metrosexual, but is now considered peak alpha male behavior. Something weird has shifted. No, I'm serious. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. It's very interesting. Alpha males are gay as fuck. And there's nothing wrong with, living a gay ass lifestyle. Make no mistake. I myself entertain that quite a bit. But like, if you're going to live a gay ass lifestyle, why are you presenting yourself as like some guy who's like totally fucking, yeah, I'm, being gay is like being a woman and I hate women. Like, why are you doing that? I don't know. Very strange stuff. It blew up when Zoomers discovered American Psycho through TikTok edits. Yeah. And if you consume a movie through TikTok edits, it's even you're going to get the message even less than if you had actually consumed the full movie and then misunderstood the point, Uninterested in kids, no intention on family. They aren't even fulfilling the traditional conservative have family thing either. It's weird in that way too. The shift is unexpected to me. Not even banging girls, just being a male object of desire alone. Yeah. No, dog, we got to get it to 10,000, at least 10,000. Who else up playing with they blue Saratoga water and bananas? Drew Wall still clears?
Girl, I wish I could save you, but I can't.
Why is this happening every time now?
That girl took me for Spider-Man, Superman.
Drew Walls is the OG of this, by the way. Like, he was the OG of this. Let's watch.
But I can't. That girl took me for Spider-Man, Superman.
I also love that he has like a super basic car. You know what I mean? He's a real man of the people in comparison to the fucking new crop. And he takes care of his daughter. He takes care of his daughter all the time too. Like, he cooks dinners for her. He cooks his own dinner.
How can you admire a man? They don't even come nice to the dance. When you talk about your ex, I know it's facts. I feel you. Feel the same 1 million. Cause I am you, I'm in you. The way we fuck is better than.
Yeah, sets up his camera to pray before he eats at Whole Foods.
We DM'd on Insta, but you expect some ninja. Now admit I wish I could save you, but I can't. This girl took me for Spider-Man, Superman.
Is this a real Drake song? I don't know. I don't know anymore. What is this new meta? This is not a new meta. Drew Walls has been doing this meta for years at this point. And he never actually got the flowers that he deserves. And now the hyper brushed version of this is blowing up. Like, this guy Ashton Hall is absolutely exploding. Everyone's talking about it. It is the new viral meme. He had a bunch of these style videos taking care of a big ant farm that's the size of a room, but he deleted them all because it didn't fit the vibe. I made this up, but I keep telling everyone I like that. This is a real man of the people. Yeah, I saw this one. I mean, this is funny for sure. The face of that one we watched in the morning, it was better. This part. Yeah, can't eat it. Can't eat it the full way because that's gay as hell. Ugh. I love the end. The end with the crypto. Ashton Hall has seen all of your videos copying him, and he definitely doesn't understand that everybody's making fun of him.
So many videos are being sent to me, duplicates of my videos. This is for the creators that are sick and tired of their work being copied. Listen to me well. You're either going to be a leader or a follower, and it's okay to be either one, but you have to choose. If you're going to be a leader, people are going to follow you. What is the issue? I realize that God has me here to lead, not to follow anyone, so that's what I'm going to do. When I see somebody following the way, I should be hyped. Now, I'm not perfect by any means. I used to get pissed off. The running videos, the ASMR with workouts, I'm not gonna act like I'm a saint. I used to block anybody who was doing anything similar to me. That was me. I'm blocking them, screw them. How could they copy my work? I worked so hard for this. What's wrong?
I worked so hard for this. Oh my God. No, get this clown off my screen, bro. No, he's not a clown. He's the GOAT.
Why do the same thing as me? What is up? Then I realized, bro, like, people follow Jesus. Why? Because he was.
Oh my God. He's like, I'm just like Jesus. When you think about it, Jesus also was telling his disciples, hey, yo, bro, we got to get at least 10,000. Hey, yo, we got to get at least 10,000. That's what Jesus is famous for. At least 10,000.
As a Christian man, why are you angry if they're following you? Matter of fact, if you're doing something good.
Ashton Hall's apartment and business are the same address, and it's only 3.5K. Everything else is rented or borrowed or fake in some way. He makes okay money selling courses, but he isn't a millionaire. Yeah, I know. I know. I mean, he will blow up from this, I think, and will most likely get more money as a consequence of this.
Good with good intentions, this should be a great thing. So coming from someone who's been in your shoes, just know if people are doing what you're doing after they see what you're doing is working for you, you're doing something right. Don't.
All of this is just like hustle culture shit, okay? This dude hired me in 2023 to consult for his brand. He's so broke and stupid. Okay, I don't know about all this shit, but it don't matter, okay? Cuz like obviously he works hard on whatever this is, okay? He works hard to do this. But I'll tell you this much, okay? Virtually all of these guys fake it till they make it, okay? The other guy is like, what's his name? Iman Godze or something. I see them all the time on fucking my For You page. There's another one. He also does the same shit. They're all faking it. They don't have that kind of money. But then there are people who actually do become rich off of this. Like the guy who what's his fuck? The guy who used to do or still does, he created his own jewelry line as well. No, not fucking Iman. No, he didn't make his own money. He has like Iman Godze or whatever his name is has like a rich family member. That's it. No, not the Jeremy Fragrance guy. God damn it. Who the fuck was I going to say? Oh, LeBeouf or whatever. What was it? The guy who's like always talking about that annoying fucking ugly ass clothing brand, and he made a name for himself by talking about that annoying fucking clothing brand. What the fuck is the name of the dude? Shit. No, not Shia LaBeouf. Fuck. Wow, no one in the chat knows. The guy whose face is like this all the time. Justad. Yeah, Justad. Like he was like a marketing guy, I'm pretty sure, named after the German-speaking town in the canton of Bern in southern Switzerland. Justad. He I think initially was like, he's the best version of that, like fake it till you make it guy, because initially he was just like a marketing guy for Apple or something. And he presented himself as this like elevated guy who was like making fun of these hoity-toity rich people. But because he was authentically around a lot of these hoity-toity rich people, he was able to literally lock in and create a fan base of entirely rich assholes. And he literally elevated himself. What the fuck? Guy escalated big time. Went from what time is it over there? The Heil Hitler in like 30 seconds. That's wild. So yeah, Laura Piana guy. Yes. So he was like the Laura Piana guy. And because his clientele and his like the people that he was like making jokes about are actually real, incredibly wealthy people, he kind of blew up. Laura Piana linked up with him, and now he actually has like a viable brand. Okay. But this is different than Fake It Till You Make It, because like you could tell that this was a sketch, and it was actually a funny sketch. Has he hammed it up a little too much? Certainly. But but there's a difference. Like, this guy is doing sketches. This guy is literally, he's not grifting, he's doing sketches, and he's funny. There's like funny sketches that he does, right? All these other like alpha dog Sigma grindset people, on the other hand, like, I like this guy, for the record. I'm not even shitting on this guy. I need you to understand. All the alpha dog Sigma grindset people, on the other hand, those people are faking it till they make it. And the entire purpose behind it is like, you rent cars and you rent like expensive shit, and then you create this lifestyle of wealth. And the goal there is that other poor people like yourself will be duped into believing that you're actually popping off. And then they'll buy your course. They'll be like, oh, how can I be as rich as you? How can I be as rich as you? How can I elevate my status? And that's basically what happened with like Ashton Hall, alongside many others. But there's definitely some clues along the way. And I'll show you. He got 7 million followers on Instagram. Okay, Ashton Hall official. Now I want you to watch this video, because I watched it, and I'm gonna see if you can figure out the clues of how this person is either presenting himself as nouveau riche or potentially just faking it. The cute. Thank you. First of all, this is a war crime. I need to mention that. This is a war crime, okay? No socks. No socks. This motherfucker hates socks, bro. It's crazy. I've never seen him. He never puts on socks. Imagine raw dogging a leather boot all day. Are you out of your dang mind? Thank you. Fake Cartier shades. Going down. She's made millions. She's made millions. Always a phone call. He's always got some phone calls where he's just like subtly bringing you into his life, okay? Showing you glimpses of his mind. Easier to tell you he's working on stuff. That's what you should push and teach people about. And also, the G-Wagons in his videos are all different. I've noticed that as well. This is a different color than the other G-Wagon that he drives. Either he owns multiple G-Wagons, or he's renting different ones and he couldn't get the same one for this video. This part was amazing. Yeah. So this is his homie / security guy. Why is he locking in? Why does he have to bring his gun? Who knows? What is he about to do? Are they about to rob a bank? Are we going to finally figure out how this dude has made money? At least 10,000. Let's see. Okay, this doesn't look like a bank. Oh, thank God he's got the Saratoga water. Appreciate it, bro. Oh, that's right. They were just doing a photo shoot. Why did he bring the GAT? They're just doing a photo shoot for 7.1 million followers. It's a great accomplishment. Thank you, bro. The team, you get a glimpse of the team. Wow. Poetic. Also, there's nothing funnier than cocking a gun and then shoving it in your pants. No holster. Like, you're just waiting. You're just straight up demanding that you blow your dick off. What the fuck was that, dude? But that's besides the point. Anyway, they go to this disgusting restaurant that every piglet goes to. Okay, I hate this restaurant. I don't hate Ashton Hall. I love Ashton Hall, but I hate this restaurant. Okay, it's the one you'll see. I'm sure you've seen the videos before. How you doing? Thank you, bro. He brought his own Saratoga water to the restaurant too. He stays drinking Saratoga. Just understand that he's got his own bottles that he's bringing to the restaurant too. Yeah, this restaurant. You've seen it before, I'm sure. Every fucking douchebag. This restaurant has, at any given moment in the day, the highest density of Richard Mille wearing people. The highest. When you cross by a store that is named Philip Plein, and you think to yourself, who the fuck wears this shit? Every single person that wears Philip Plein is at this restaurant. Okay? You're like, who is this brand for? Why does it exist? I've never seen a person dressed like this in the real world. They're all here at this restaurant. Okay? Those are the Philip Plein wearers. This is what. When I saw this, I was like, oh, okay, I see. Look at this. See, you can't hide it. This is the 3 moment, okay? The in Inglourious Basterds, when he does this instead of this. This is that moment. Now, the reason why I'm so in tune with this shit is because, I'll be honest, as I've said before, I was born into an affluent family. Now, they lost all their money by the time I went to college. But having said that, they were so goddamn annoying. They were so goddamn annoying with table manners. Don't put your elbows on the table. There's a proper way to hold the fork and knife. Etiquette training is a thing that affluent families basically break you into believing and following through on. But as soon as I saw this, I was like, oh shit, I know what the fuck's up here. You see a dude holding a fork like this at a restaurant like that. As a matter of fact, many people are probably holding the fork at this particular restaurant. But yeah, no etiquette. Nouveau riche. Except this is something different than that. It's not even nouveau riche. It's a person who is faking being nouveau riche. Yeah, it's not nouveau riche, it's pseudo riche. That's a better way to do it. That's a better way to brand it. But that's it. Yeah, he also gave a $100 tip, but I think that's just additional gratuity. I looked at this video up and down. A little hypocritical, no? What is this? Oh, I saw this one. I saw this. I retweeted this already. Another Park Chung production. Let's take a look.
So we're going to be serious about the Lord's business.
Let's go. Yeah. Go body, down. I'm going. Now he's cheating.
Oh yeah, white man on top. You know what I mean? Oh, sick.
Go. Drop the ball.
It's crazy. It's crazy how many different haircuts and beard styles I exhibit throughout the day in a matter of a couple hours. That's how fast it grows. Another one dropped. Oh my God. What do these people do? What do these people do for a living? I will never understand it. Like, what is your job? You're just spending the whole day fucking around? Like, it makes no damn sense. It makes no damn sense. Florida is filled to the brim with motherfuckers like this, where you're just like, what is your job? Like, what are you do? What do you do? No, I don't even think they're inheriting. You ask them what they do and they go, all right, bro, I'm going to be honest. You got to get at least 10,000. They're giving the proletariat hope. What are you doing? I'm just fucking leading them to despair. And my job is to farm you by leading you to despair and telling you that the situation, you can only fight your way out of this instead of buying my fucking course. Yeah, oh, I saw this. Yeah, he floated for 4 minutes. I know. I brought it up on the Fear M podcast, I'm pretty sure. These dudes are all pre-divorced. Now, having said all this, we got some fun stuff on the docket. Number one, it brings me no pleasure to show you this because I'm unimaginably jealous. But IShowSpeed made his way to China, and he is doing incredible work out there. Here he is driving around in the SU7 Ultra, okay? Finding out it's IShowSpeed here is finding out it's faster than his $250,000 Lamborghini.
Let me see. Oh!
So
damn!
that's all.
Whoa!
I won't do any faster than that. Quite rapid.
Bro, ain't no way! Yo!
Maybe a little more. Up to 70.
Bro, hold on, time out. Wait.
Please.
Yo, ain't no way!
Alright, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, so...
And it costs 70,000?
70,000, yeah.
That's it? Chat, my Lamborghini costs $250,000.
Model S Plaid in China costs about 100, a bit more, 120.
What the hell? That bus.
Yeah, all right, guys. All right.
Yeah, we good.
All right. I mean, you know.
Yo.
Yeah. There is a martial arts demonstration that he attended. Speed was just showing a crazy performance by an actual Chinese martial artist and got invited to train at the temple after showing them his skills.
Shit. What the? What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh, okay.
I'm so jealous. I'm so fucking jealous. You have no idea how jealous I am. It should have been me. It should have been me.
Hey, oh, okay. Wait, it's more. What the hell is he saying? What the fuck? Hey! Oh, hell no! The fuck? What the? Hey, he gotta calm down. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, teach me that.
You chose Kamala's failing path instead? Ha! It's true. I know. I did. Oh, what have I done? What have I done for global homo socialism? Nothing. Okay? Nothing. I Show Speed is out there being the cultural envoy in China, making the next generation less reactionary towards the Chinese in more meaningful ways than I ever could imagine.
Yoink! Yoink! Yoink! Yoink! Yoink! Yoink!
We do a flap for you. Flips.
Back flip. 后空翻啊！现在做后空翻，往后跳，往后跳。Shit.
Another great Speed clip.
We're about to try our first dumpling.
小笼吧。
Hey.
好吃，他说很好吃。谢谢。
You want one? This is good.
He's in awe of the Chinese century of prosperity.
What China looks like. This is China right here. Damn.
Top Speed. He's going to the cyberpunk city. That'll be cinema at night. Oh my god. First day in China, 430,000 views in 11 hours.
Or here. Oh my god. Wait, how I say thank you? She said.
Does Speed have G derangement syndrome? No, dude. What are you talking about? He doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What?
The actual stream VOD has 5 million views already. Oh my god. I'm so jealous. I don't care about the view count, but I'm so jealous that he gets to go to fucking China. Oh.
No, bro. No, hey.
She can lift you up.
She can lift me up.
Yeah, exactly.
Fun fact, my Chinese friends call you Xiao Tou. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Small head? Oh, fuck you. Visiting marriage market.
Wait. Time out. What is this?
Dude, 10 hard.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't like 10 head?
No, I don't like him. Ronaldo, man.
Chad
Fuck you who?
W Ronaldo kid, y'all. I don't agree with the 10 hag, but Chad W Ronaldo gift. W, bro.
Run to China, bro. I love you. Wait.
Dude, this is amazing. Marriage market, eating Chinese dumplings, eating Chinese ramen.
It ain't spicy, bro. It ain't spicy.
Visiting Chinese gym.
Let's go.
Wait, he can do 2 plates? He can even bench press 225. Is over. Complete and utter domination. Why does anybody else stream anymore?
Hey, you first. You first. I want to see if you can actually do it before I do it. Chad, he can't do it. All right, bet. Light work, type shit. Okay. All right, bet. All right, chat, let me stop playing.
I'm so jealous he gets to China. Go to China. I can't go to China despite being a self-employed millionaire. Guys, trust me. I love China and socialism. Buy my $35 t-shirts, please. Are you mad that my t-shirts are made in America with union-made garments? Is that what it is? Is that what it is, Top G? Are you mad that I'm not using Chinese manufacturing like Teddy Fresh? Is that what I should be doing instead? You should be barred entry by our foreign ministry for all the times you've shamelessly lied. China does not need another dishonest Westerner in our country. We already have a U.S. embassy. The snow goose need not bathe to make itself white. Neither need you be anything but be yourself. You are not a socialist. You are not a gamer. You are not a baller. And you are not a bodybuilder. There is no shame in that. Top G cooks me in the most meaningful ways, okay?
Let me stop playing.
That is a very narrow grip.
Oh, high knee. I got it. That's easy. That's like work. Here we go. All right, bet.
Okay, never mind. Plays ping pong. Meeting Jackson Wang. Who's Jackson Wang? Who's that?
Hold the pen.
He's a famous singer. Dude, this guy getting outflanked right now. Iconic K-pop group. Really good K-pop artist. Speed's got so much motion, so much aura. I'm happy that a basketball versus a pro. Oh my God. The basketball pro's cooking him in the fucking, in the Ip Man fit. What the hell?
Why you keep doing that?
He's getting destroyed though. Speed is killing him. The Guangdong Tigers, dude.
He keeps doing it.
He did all of this in his first day. Yes, this is the way they do it. I talked to his team before. They just slam a bunch of like back to back crazy activities. A lot of that is in like one place. I think this is probably the most like dedicated production yet, where it's not just like randomly. It's not like random happenstance meet cutes or whatever. It's like they set up like a bunch of events ahead of time for the day, and as soon as like something gets kind of boring, they quickly move on. I'm paused on my.
What the hell?
But this is like way more programmatic than anything I've ever seen him do before. Where like obviously they set up all this stuff in the same area. Oh, this is really funny. I saw clips of this. He asked him to kiss him. Watch this.
What the hell?
Planned economic efficiency, brother. Unlike your lame-ass, laissez-faire approach with minor regulation, in parentheses, March. Damn, March is getting cooked right now.
Who is this? What the? Oh! Oh! Your face turned green! Do it again!
Why is he barking? Because he's playing up a character, and that's just what his character does. His character barks.
Do it again! One more time, one more time! Oh! Again! Hey! Hey!
What your character does, I don't do that. I'm 33 years old. I can't entertain Zoomers. I've already given up on that notion. This is so sick though. Yeah, look, this is what he's doing. Having the time of his life in China. This is what I'm doing. Israel just committed the largest child massacre in its history. Daily dose of HasanAbi 9 hours ago. Okay? We're living in entirely different planes of existence. Okay? Anyway. Beyond the plane of existence where you do Metal Gear Marathon instead of saying I want to do this. That's fair. But yeah, that was really cool. What's also really cool is that the podcast for every depressed man who desperately relied on their best friends, is back for one episode. This time on Stavi's World, the Nick Mullen and Adam Friedland episode. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the real reunification. People talk about like Chinese reunification. This is the real Chinese reunification. A Cometown reunion episode. Let's take a look.
Welcome everybody to Stavi's World. 904-800-STAV. Call in. We'll solve all your problems. Special episode here. I got my old pal Nick Mullen on the couch. Adam Friedland is also might be here. He's actually in the living room taking a call. Oh shit, Eldest with the big guns right off the top, dude. Eldest fucking got the fucking classic guitar riff.
That's probably gonna like cause an issue with somebody. They're gonna hear that and they're gonna fucking just pull over. It'd be like falling down.
Yeah, they're gonna start crying. They're gonna remember
They're gonna come out
being
and cause
18 and their life being like horrible, but like having a great time.
Yeah.
Chat, your best friend Nick Mullen looks healthy and happy here.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't imagine all the people out there who would slit my throat to be sitting in this chair right now.
Do you ever get like people after shows? Like I mean, the people that are like, man, you know, Cometown really helped me through a hard time, and then I'm pretty universally. I'll say to them like, well, I hope things are going better now.
Yeah.
50% of the time, well, no. No, I guess not.
Not really, but that was a nice solve for the first 4 years before you guys started phoning it in. Look who it is. Sit down.
Oh, let's hear the big story.
Let's go
and
ahead.
This is what happened 20 minutes before he leaves. He goes, Maya, can you call me before we start?
No, it
And
wasn't
then
Maya.
you
She's out of town.
Can you pretend to be mad?
No, it's her brother. It's her brother.
I said, I thought of this great joke about Patrick Mahomes, and I don't have a way to work it in like it's. I'm coming up with it on the spot. So I need you to come up with a fake story about how everyone's.
What's
this
wrong,
is my one
Adam?
chance.
I feel bad.
This is my one chance.
Okay, my friend, his girlfriend's friends were there, and then
So you're at a Super Bowl party, and this is coming out probably in what?
And I
April?
guess I said
right?
I said Mahomo.
I guess I said Mahomo.
Yeah, April.
I said Mahomo. And there were two gay guys
Mahomo,
there.
which, you know, I think of jokes like that all the time.
But then he was like, no. But then he was like,
that's just, you know,
then
you
he was
know
like,
me.
after.
These guys have like really good, they have really good banter. They should do a podcast together. Have they ever thought about that? Feels like they have like really good back and forth, really good rapport in general.
After I left,
I'm the riff master.
I can't help myself. It's just,
I'm not
I
saying it's a
think
great
in
joke.
just riffs.
No,
I
it's
can't-
hateful. It's
I
a
am
hateful joke.
it's
the
hateful.
funniest
It's
person
hateful
that
to the-
is, and
it's
that's not me.
hateful.
I'm not hateful. I'm not a hateful
It's
guy. You know me.
hateful.
It's
Okay.
I didn't realize those guys were gay.
You were at a gay party. You went to a gay
What
sex
kind of
party.
Super Bowl party would you be
and someone
invited
put
to?
somebody put the Super Bowl on.
I was on Christopher Street in the West Village. No, but then
Everyone's
the
in
worst
leather
part,
overalls.
The worst part is the worst. Yeah, lederhosen. Yeah, with butt flaps.
The guy dressed up like a Native American got very mad at me, so I went over to the construction worker and I said, "What the hell is this guy's problem?"
I thought I was at a blue collar sort of working man's event.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
No, but the worst part is that he was just like, yeah, after you left, everyone was like, what the fuck was he on?
Wow.
And
So
that's
you made
the
an ass of
embarrassing thing.
yourself.
I made an ass of
You
myself.
bombed. It's not that you made a homophobic joke. If you made that joke and everybody loved it, you'd be like, I'm the man.
Well, I kept also saying that Kendrick Lamar should apologize for anti-Semitism during the halftime show.
That's funny.
Which I believe. That is not a joke.
Oh, really? What did you say that's anti-Semitic?
They not like us.
By the way, thanks, Adam, for making this episode that comes out in April instantly dated from minute 3.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
Stavros.
Kendrick's
sorry,
been dead
Stavros.
for 2 weeks.
Oh, so it's my birthday's coming up. It's
it's your
April. It's
birthday.
Aries.
Hitler's birthday, right?
What?
Yeah,
was-
April 20th.
April 20th.
He
That's a
used
big
the word
day.
belligerent. I wasn't I had. It's very embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. No, it's really embarrassing to have
assume
a
it
party,
happens-
for you to leave a party and everyone being like, fuck that guy.
Yeah, that's what happened
fucking
last
pathetic.
night.
Are you being serious? They had a super popular podcast for years. How are you friends with all these guys without even knowing this? Sometimes I feel like your friendships aren't genuine. You should really try to learn more about your guests. If I was them, I would feel disrespected. This guy's doing a bit, right? Good one, Chatter.
That's like what happens in your mind.
That's
Who the
like
fuck was that idiot?
That's the thing you tell your therapist, and they're like, "Well, of course that didn't happen."
Maybe a couple people would have been annoyed, but I'm sure you're fine. But no, everyone was like, "Ugh, thank God he's gone."
No, but
He fucked the vibe
apparently
up.
they were also offended that me and the guy I was sitting next to were reading Kanye's tweets to each other.
Hilarious.
But I'm Jewish. I could read.
You can do it.
I could read swastika stuff. You can't be offended by it.
Did you bring food to the party?
I brought no.
So you're a bad guest. You go to a Super Bowl party,
And everyone was like,
and you call people
remember
gay.
when he went to the?
I called Patrick Mahomes gay.
Remember when he went to the wedding? And he thought it was a valid gift that he paid for his own flight to go to the wedding.
My presence is a present.
That was so awesome.
My presence is a present.
And by the way, we all know what you were making. We were all pretty rich at the time.
No, we weren't. We were making like $4,000 a month each of us.
And you were buying like a $6,000 oven at the time for yourself.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Okay, but you had
lying on my
you were
damn
making
ass.
money in entertainment, basically.
I mean, it was phenomenal.
Yeah. You couldn't have said us. You could have bought them
$100.
$100. Yeah, exactly. The cheapest thing on their
I'll put
fucking
it this
registration.
way. I went to that wedding because I knew I wouldn't talk to the guy again if I didn't go to the wedding, and I have not talked to him again.
Yeah, because they were like, he didn't even fucking.
No, it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
But you didn't get him a present.
No, it's because my bohemian lifestyle just didn't jive with it. It's because now I'm
bohemian.
Come on, man.
That's good stuff.
Come on, man.
If I had been at that party, it'd be like the meme, the fucking
That's
human
so
resources meme
embarrassing.
with a fat guy.
Ew, he's creepy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's you.
Well,
Yeah.
Adam, if you had come through with like an amazing buffalo dip, or like or a dessert, they would have been like, you know what? He was weird. He said that weird thing, but
He brought Mountain Dew Code Red.
Mountain Dew Code Red and the sliders were awesome.
Yeah.
No.
I think it would have helped for real. Because you start.
What? Because those gay guys that were would have been like they like dips. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if your come through was a good.
I was.
Yes.
No, they were policing
And
my
now
language.
you're being
And
homophobic
guess what?
again.
Guess what?
Gay guys don't like dip.
I'm sorry, our guy got reelected. I'm sorry, it's legal
Your
now
guy.
to say Mahomo. It's the Super Bowl. You can say I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, it is also just not that good. It is like
It wasn't a
not
joke.
good enough.
It was a throwaway.
But why would you say that in a group of people you don't know?
Because I know half of them, and we say that kind
So
of stuff.
it was a joke. You were trying to be funny, and you fucking bombed.
No, I didn't. No. I was just like, oh, fucking Mahomo.
You bombed so bad you're getting calls about it now.
I was on
You
stage.
did bomb.
I wasn't at the Apollo.
We all
were
know
watching
what
a
it's like to
game.
bomb socially, and you bombed at the.
I've
fucking-
never bombed socially once.
You just did.
so
There's
bad.
fallout from a Super Bowl party.
Imagining people after you leave somewhere being like,
I mean, that's crazy.
Also, if there's any place that's like it's acceptable
It's
for
so
there to be one
embarrassing.
guy that's like racist or homophobic, it's
Yeah.
at,
It wasn't
it's
racist.
at a football event in
Thank
the living
you,
room.
Nick. Actually, that's my
Usually you have your uncle like zoomed in,
Right,
and he's
right.
like, "Well, so usually these guys are violent animals,
Yeah.
but when they're the
you put him on
quarterback,
the offensive line.
they have the brain of a white man, so they're
Right,
okay."
right. Yeah. Yeah, that is fucking hilarious, man. But yeah, if you had come with something, a nice offering, you go to a Super Bowl party.
They
you gotta
weren't
bring
the
So
something.
he wrote down on a
Still.
They
pink
didn't
post-it
bring
note. He
anything.
wrote down
They
"Say
didn't? No.
Patrick Mahomo," and he folded it up and he put it in his pocket.
He was sweating. He
Yeah, I said
hadn't
it.
said anything funny in a while.
Yeah.
And he's just like
Patrick Mahomo.
breaking case of emergency. Bing, Patrick Mahomo.
Everyone's like, "What?"
It's like the game
he's
is
gay.
on. The game
Also,
is on.
by the way,
This
he
is
had
a DEI,
he had a
whatever they talk.
He had a horrible game.
Yeah.
There was nothing to be like, oh, fucking Mahomo about. He was blowing it. He threw fucking a
It was
pick
like the
six.
first quarter. I said Mahomo.
But he hadn't scored. He didn't score until the second half. He had a horrible game.
But everyone's expecting he's going to do his magic all over again.
So you weren't even.
I don't remember
You're
why I
shaking.
said it.
You're shaking right now.
You weren't even locked into the game. It wasn't even appropriate to say it. You did force Mahomo.
I missed you guys so much. I'm so happy right now. I don't think I've been this happy in 3 years. And I lost these friends, so I need this back right now.
Yeah,
Stop!
yeah.
Don't go on tour.
I'm going on
Which
tour,
is
man.
started
Which is
2 months
in the middle.
2 months
yeah.
ago.
We're in
Yeah.
the middle of it. Please buy tickets to see me on the Dreamboat tour coming up. Where are we, Eldest? Figure out what's coming, what dates are coming up. Do a little fucking producing, for Christ's sake.
I love this guy.
We're on
so
the
much.
bus. You know, we're getting... Eldest is...
It was funny at the beginning of the Super Bowl when they were like, and here we are in New Orleans, the site of a horrific terrorist attack at the beginning of the year. And it's like, yeah, no one remembers.
Yeah. I don't even... Some guy shot, like...
Some guy drove a truck.
It was a car.
You know, a bunch of people that were going to die of alcohol poisoning in 45 minutes anyways.
Uh-oh. He's getting another call.
No, we're in Columbia, Missouri tonight.
We're in Columbia, Missouri tonight.
It's literally
Come and
nothing.
see.
He has
Wait,
no new
I'll
text.
read the text.
It was a fake. It was a fake. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Look,
We moved on. He was like, wait, let's go back to talking about me.
Is his last text. It was 4 minutes ago. Oh my god.
They were gonna maybe move on to a different topic of conversation.
We don't have to talk about this anymore.
Well, what did they say? You said you were gonna.
Let's talk about you, Stav.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
You know what the cruelest part about being on tour is? Being separated from my Helix sleep mattress.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's abrupt.
Stavi.
Helix.com/Stavi.
In the sale, helixsleep.com/Stavi.
I'm an uncle. That's my biggest life thing right now. So I'm pumped about that.
No.
You had a kid?
Yep. Yeah. I'm going on.
Unethical reacts. I'm an S tier reactor. I skipped it. Anyway, here. This is
That was the show where I accidentally stood up to
This is
racism,
the part
but
that
I
I
couldn't
saw.
understand what the guy was saying in Melbourne.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, they were like, wah, wah, wah, and I thought they were heckling me like, you're a gay, you're a bug, whatever.
right.
So I was like, shut up, like you'll never be on down. And got a huge
Yeah,
applause.
yeah, yeah.
Went back
Crushed,
to
absolutely.
No. But I went back. I didn't realize
it was. I mean, the way in which it just absolutely.
Well, yeah, they carried me out on their shoulders.
Crushed.
Yeah,
I went back.
We were there.
I went.
He's lying about something we were next to him for.
You were back. No. Apparently they were saying like despicable slurs about Aboriginals.
Interesting.
And I just couldn't
Not only did I
hear what
crush,
they were saying.
I don't even mean to.
I was trying to say that I didn't actually know I was standing up to racism. I was thinking I was
the humble hero.
I hate myself.
That's good.
What you're with, or do you have?
Who are we with most recently?
They got mad at us because I said that the Hamas guys were using it on October.
No.
7th.
It was no. This was amazing. They're like, Blue Chew wants you to pull an ad, and Nick's like, they have been advertising with us for 8 years.
Yeah,
I have a great relationship. And they were like, well, let's talk to they wanted us to talk to someone that was like the ad buyer. He's like, I want to talk to the company. We talked to their head of like
advertising or
of
whatever.
promotion or something, and they were like, yeah, man, like you can't say that Hamas took it before they flew Mario Karts into the music festival.
No! Oh my god! Oh my god! Bro, that is insane. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, look at his face. How did these guys ever get a paycheck? By saying that. You didn't know about that bit? No, I did not. That is it's kind of funny because like I'm pretty sure they've made pedophilia jokes in a Blue Chew ad before. So that's wild that it's like that's wild that was what finally got Blue Chew to no longer sponsor them. I'm surprised. They on Adam Friedland show, they do the ad for 30 minutes saying the most insane shit. I don't think they get paid for ads anymore. Imagine the apology tour you'd be on if you said that. Yeah, I mean, different strokes for different folks, okay? Or you first of all, I wouldn't have to apologize if I said that because I would get killed. Someone would assassinate me. Someone, like, I think Ethan Klein would probably run that on repeat on his platform, on all platforms, until one of his mentally ill stands actually fucking assassinated me wearing the ugliest t-shirt I've ever seen, which is like the most disrespectful way to go. Imagine getting taken out by a dude wearing fucking Teddy Fresh merchandise, or a lady. It's so much worse. Like, at least if you're going to get assassinated, you might as well have the dude have like either decent drip or just no drip whatsoever. It's worse when you're wearing like a Teddy Fresh. You're just Teddy Freshed out the wazoo, looking like a fucking toddler. Oh my God. Oh Jesus.
He's
And I
like,
said-
you guys have been
I said,
great partners, but you
yes, I
can't.
can, and I did.
Nick was like so fired up, and then they're like,
I
"You
can
can't
say that. I did say that, and it's probably what happened. Now, where is my $200? I would
Getting blicked by a color block. Yeah. I always hated Teddy Fresh and I lost some respect for you when you were holding your tongue on it. I mean, it's not a secret that there were definitely Teddy Fresh pieces that I liked. Like the color block corduroy shirt. I like that. I fucking wore it all the time. You could tell that there were definitely, some out of the broader Teddy Fresh universe that I actually enjoyed wearing. Like it's not a secret. What is this? Did you ever see the Pootie Tang tweet? I think this was like what zapped Ethan's brain. I don't really get H3H3, probably because I'm too old, but there are always things about the show I find great. I like that the husband is always nervously explaining a post he made, and his wife is just giving him absolutely nothing while wearing one of Pootie Tang's outfits. They be blasting you out of the window of this ride. Oh my God. Felix debate against Ethan will be top tier comedy. Oh my God. That would be amazing. Why'd you wear that Playmobil-ass fun carpet shirt? I mean, I wear way uglier shirts than that voluntarily, okay? Oh, I saw this one. Unfortunately, the most fun to follow account on this perpetual influencer Cold War is called Psychedelic Socialist. Like, this is the equivalent of having a Fight Club poster on your dorm wall 20 years ago. Wait, Ethan Klein did more to combat Israel's genocide than Hassan Piker. Ethan voted against Bibi when he was living in Israel during the same time that Hassan couldn't point out Yemen on a map. What? He also said settlers are valid military targets and constantly criticized Israel for its genocide. Stop the lies. Why won't Hassan do more for Palestinians? Such a fake and pure leftist. Yeah, I should convert to Judaism, get an Israeli citizenship, settle in Israel, and only then would I be able to do more for the Palestinians. Yeah, I'll go and get right on that. Someone should ask the remaining Ethan Klein is actually pro-Palestinian fans how many times he's used the term genocide when just simply talking about Israel's actions versus how many times he's used the term genocide jokingly to shit on me. Because I know the answer to that. He almost exclusively talks about Israel's genocide in a way to say, oh, there's a genocide going on as a joke. Yeah. Anyway. Have we talked about Hamdan Bilal yet? Yes. Why are we getting baited in the drama? Stop. True. Genuine question, can people convert to Judaism? I thought it was an ethnic religion. Actually, why the fuck am I asking you? First of all, every motherfucker asks me, people treat me like I'm Google. And yes, you can convert to Judaism. What? Yeah. Anyway. Hey, Hassan, how's the weather today? It's pretty good. 73 and sunny. I gotta sneeze. Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Depending on how much of a real one you are, you can even get a second circumcision. Did you guys see the snot coming out of my nose and flying back in? All right, it's handled. I'm sick, man. Give me a fucking break. It's probably all the people you gave your hand to the other day. Maybe. Yeah, the Bernard rally. Thanks for the information. I didn't know, but now you made me picture it. Bro, I'm concerned. You are dying on stream. I really am. It's not even a joke. Tim Pool's been talking shit about Severance, and Ben Stiller responded to him and called him a fucking nerd. Okay, Fizz, stop fucking clipping it and posting it in the chat. What's wrong with you? What is this? This makes me so happy.
Actually has a claim to saying he's not white. He kind of looks a little Colombian. Stop. Give him the vape.
It's my baba.
Italian that actually has a claim to saying he's not white. He kind of looks a little Colombian.
Yeah, and then Tim said, "Sir, I love Tropic Thunder." I wonder why so many people started posting about how good it's not. Severance is. Apple loses $1 billion a year on TV. Why don't its shows have mass appeal? Maybe because no one fucking has the Apple subscription. And I don't even think many people know that you can get an Apple TV subscription to watch the shows on Apple TV because they rarely ever advertise. I don't even know what the hell I don't know what the hell they're trying to do. How is Adam 4 years older than you? Why is that shocking to you? Do I not have youthful exuberance? Apparently, Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro both posted videos about it, but they call it good, probably for the wrong reasons. That's more shocking to me. It's not shocking when a dumbass like Tim Pool is like, why is this show that liberals like bad? Let me tell you. It's more shocking when you got someone like Ben who looks at a show that has like a decent amount of anti-capitalist messaging in it and says, I actually really like this work. Like I saw that with Joe Rogan. When Joe Rogan was glazing Severance, I was like, the fuck is going on here? How was Joe Rogan glazing Severance when he had like all the evil villains from Severance on his podcast the past week? Did Hassan start Severance? Yes, I watched season 1, but I didn't realize I hadn't finished it. So when I started season 2, I was like, wait a minute, there's a bunch of stuff in here that I didn't see. So I stopped watching it, and I haven't had time to get back into it because I've been too busy. I will eventually, hopefully. I know Megaphonics really wants me to watch it, which is part of the reason why I haven't watched it yet. One last point I want to make before I end the broadcast because I'm too tired and sick. But there are a few super intense people who make a big fuss. Legendary Japanese dev Hideki Kamiya says normal people don't care about the Assassin's Creed controversy. Yeah, because it's not a controversy. The controversy is that there are a lot of racist animals out there who are fucking annoying and just chirp all the time, and they congregate online and have a lot of voice online. They have a lot of noise online. Hey Hassan, where'd you get your shirt? Ideology.shop. You can get it. Union made, American made. Also, I've been slacking because I'm sick and telling you to subscribe as well. I've been forgetting to tell you guys to subscribe. So please subscribe if you would like to support the stream. Anyway, there's no tariffs unless Canada has tariffs. I don't know how that works, actually. But that'll be all for today for me, folks. I'm freaking tired. And I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. All right? I'm going to have Ested Herndon on the broadcast this week. I'm planning on going to New York to link up with Zoran Mamdani this week as well. I haven't figured out exactly how to do that, but, just some updates on that front for you guys. Yeah, that's it. That's what we got. That's what we got going on. I got to, do a couple different things in New York if I fly out there, so I have to figure all that out. Anyway, love you all. Peace, everybody.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.